Chapter 22 of The Education of Henry Adams by Henry Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. Chicago, 1893. Drifting in the dead water of the fin de siècle, and during this last decade everyone talked, and seemed to feel fin de siècle, where not a breath stirred the idle air of education or fretted the mental torpor of self-content, one lived alone. Adams had long ceased going into society. For years he had not dined out of his own house, and in public his face was as unknown as that of an extinct statesman. He had often noticed that 6 months' oblivion amounts to newspaper death, and that resurrection is rare. Nothing is easier, if a man wants it, than rest, profound as the grave. His friends sometimes took pity on him, and came to share a meal or pass a night on their passage south or northwards, but existence was on the whole exceedingly solitary, or seemed so to him. Of the society favourites who made the life of every dinner-table and of the halls of Congress, Tom Reed, Burke Cochran, Edward Wolcott, he knew no one. Although Calvin Bryce was his neighbour for 6 years, entertaining lavishly as no one had ever entertained before in Washington, Adams never entered his house. W.C. Whitney rivalled Senator Bryce in hospitality, and was besides an old acquaintance of the reforming era, but Adams saw him as little as he saw his chief, President Cleveland, or President Harrison, or Secretary Bayard, or Blaine, or Olney. One has no choice but to go everywhere or nowhere. No one may pick and choose between houses, or accept hospitality without returning it. He loved solitude as little as others did, but he was unfit for social work, and he sank under the surface. Luckily for such helpless animals as solitary men, the world is not only good-natured, but even friendly and generous. It loves to pardon, if pardon is not demanded as a right. Adams's social offences were many, and no one was more sensitive to it than himself, but a few houses always remained which he could enter without being asked, and quit without being noticed. One was John Hay's, another was Cabot Lodge's. A third led to an intimacy which had the singular effect of educating him in knowledge of the very class of American politician who had done most to block his intended path in life. Senator Cameron of Pennsylvania had married in 1880 a young niece of Senator John Sherman of Ohio, thus making an alliance of dynastic importance in politics, and in society a reign of 16 years, during which Mrs. Cameron and Mrs. Lodge led a career without precedent and without succession as the dispensers of sunshine over Washington. Both of them had been kind to Adams, and a dozen years of this intimacy had made him one of their habitual household, as he was of Hay's. In a small society such ties between houses become political and social force. Without intention or consciousness they fix one's status in the world. Whatever one's preferences in politics might be, one's house was bound to the Republican interest when sandwiched between Senator Cameron, John Hay, and Cabot Lodge, with Theodore Roosevelt equally at home in them all, and Cecil Spring Rice to unite them by impartial variety. The relation was daily, and the alliance undisturbed by power or patronage, since Mr. Harrison, in those respects, showed little more taste than Mr. Cleveland for the society and interests of this particular band of followers, whose relations with the White House were sometimes comic, but never intimate. In February 1893 Senator Cameron took his family to South Carolina, where he had bought an old plantation at Coffin's Point on St. Helena Island, and Adams, as one of the family, was taken with the rest to open this new experience. From there he went on to Havana, and came back to Coffin's Point to linger till near April. In May the Senator took his family to Chicago to see the Exposition, and Adams went with them. Early in June all sailed for England together, and at last, in the middle of July, all found themselves in Switzerland, at Prangins, Chamonix, and Zermatt. On July 22nd they drove across the Furka Pass and went down by rail to Lucerne. Months of close contact teach character, if character has interest, and to Adams the Cameron type had keen interest ever since it had shipwrecked his career in the person of President Grant. Perhaps it owed life to Scotch blood, perhaps to the blood of Adam and Eve, the primitive strain of man. perhaps only to the blood of the cottager working against the blood of the townsman, but whatever it was, one liked it for its simplicity. The Pennsylvania mind, as minds go, was not complex. It reasoned little and never talked. But in practical matters it was the steadiest of all American types, perhaps the most efficient, certainly the safest. Adams had printed as much as this in his books, but had never been able to find a type to describe, the two great historical Pennsylvanians having been, as everyone had so often heard, Benjamin Franklin of Boston and Albert Gallatin of Geneva. Of Albert Gallatin, indeed, he had made a voluminous study and an elaborate picture, only to show that he was, if American at all, a New Yorker, with a Calvinistic strain, rather Connecticut than Pennsylvanian. The true Pennsylvanian was a narrower type, as narrow as the Kirk, as shy of other people's narrowness as a Yankee, as self-limited as a Puritan farmer. To him none but Pennsylvanians were white. Chinaman, Negro, Dago, Italian, Englishman, Yankee, all was one in the depths of Pennsylvanian consciousness. The mental machine could run only on what it took for American lines. This was familiar ever since one's study of President Grant in 1869, but in 1893, as then, the type was admirably strong and useful if one wanted only to run on the same lines. Practically, the Pennsylvanian forgot his prejudices when he allied his interests. He then became supple in action and large in motive, whatever he thought of his colleagues. When he happened to be right, which was of course whenever one agreed with him, he was the strongest American in America. As an ally he was worth all the rest, because he understood his own class, who were always a majority, and knew how to deal with them as no New Englander could. If one wanted work done in Congress, one did wisely to avoid asking a New Englander to do it. A Pennsylvanian not only could do it, but did it willingly, practically, and intelligently. Never in the range of human possibilities had a Cameron believed in an Adams, or an Adams in a Cameron, but they had curiously enough almost always worked together. The Camerons had what the Adamses thought the political vice of reaching their objects without much regard to their methods. The loftiest virtue of the Pennsylvania machine had never been its scrupulous purity or sparkling professions. The machine worked by coarse means on coarse interests, but its practical success had been the most curious subject of study in American history. When one summed up the results of Pennsylvanian influence, one inclined to think that Pennsylvania set up the government in 1789, saved it in 1861, created the American system, developed its iron and coal power, and invented its great railways. Following up the same line in his studies of American character, Adams reached the result, to him altogether paradoxical, that Cameron's qualities and defects united in equal share to make him the most useful member of the Senate. In the interest of studying at last a perfect and favorable specimen of this American type, which had so persistently suppressed his own, Adams was slow to notice that Cameron strongly influenced him. But he could not see a trace of any influence which he exercised on Cameron. Not an opinion or a view of his on any subject was ever reflected back on him from Cameron's mind, not even an expression or a fact. Yet the difference in age was trifling, and in education slight. On the other hand, Cameron made deep impression on Adams, and in nothing so much as on the great subject of discussion that year, the question of silver. Adams had taken no interest in the matter, and knew nothing about it, except as a very tedious hobby of his friend Dana Horton. But inevitably, from the moment he was forced to choose sides, he was sure to choose silver. Every political idea and personal prejudice he ever dallied with held him to the silver standard, and made a barrier between him and gold. He knew well enough all that was to be said for the gold standard as economy, but he had never in his life taken politics for a pursuit of economy. One might have a political or an economical policy, one could not have both at the same time. This was heresy in the English school, but it had always been law in the American. Equally he knew all that was to be said on the moral side of the question, and he admitted that his interests were, as Boston maintained, wholly on the side of gold. But, had they been 10 times as great as they were, he could not have helped his bankers or croupiers to load the dice and pack the cards to make sure his winning the stakes. At least he was bound to profess disapproval, or thought he was. From early childhood his moral principles had struggled blindly with his interests, but he was certain of one law that ruled all others: masses of men invariably follow interests in deciding morals. Morality is a private and costly luxury. The morality of the silver or gold standards was to be decided by popular vote, and the popular vote would be decided by interests. But on which side lay the larger interest? To him the interest was political. He thought it probably his last chance of standing up for his 18th-century principles: strict construction, limited powers, George Washington, John Adams, and the rest. He had, in a half-hearted way, struggled all his life against State Street, banks, capitalism altogether, as he knew it in Old England or New England, and he was fated to make his last resistance behind the silver standard. For him the result was clear, and if he erred in company with 9 men out of 10 in Washington, for there was little difference on the merits. Adams was sure to lean backwards, but the case seemed entirely different with Cameron, a typical Pennsylvanian, a practical politician whom all the reformers, including all the Adamses, had abused for a lifetime for subservience to moneyed interests and political jobbery. He was sure to go with the banks and corporations which had made and sustained him. On the contrary, he stood out obstinately as the leading champion of silver in the East. The reformers, represented by the Evening Post and Godkin, whose personal interests lay with the gold standard, at once assumed that Senator Cameron had a personal interest in silver, and denounced his corruption as hotly as though he had been convicted of taking a bribe. More than silver and gold, the moral standard interested Adams. His own interests were with gold, but he supported silver. The Evening Post's and Godkin's interests were with gold, and they frankly said so, yet they avowedly pursued their interests even into politics. Cameron's interests had always been with the corporations, yet he supported silver. Thus morality required that Adams should be condemned for going against his interests, that Godkin was virtuous in following his interests, and that Cameron was a scoundrel whatever he did. Granting that one of the three was a moral idiot, which was it? Adams, or Godkin, or Cameron? Until a council, or a pope, or a congress, or the newspapers, or a popular election had decided a question of doubtful morality, individuals are apt to err, especially when putting money into their own pockets. But in democracies the majority alone gives law. To anyone who knew the relative popularity of Cameron and Godkin, the idea of a popular vote between them seemed excessively humorous. Yet the popular vote did, in the end, decide against Cameron, for Godkin. The Boston moralist and reformer went on as always, like Dr. Johnson, impatiently stamping his foot and following his interests or his antipathies. But the true American, slow to grasp new and complicated ideas, groped in the dark to discover where his greater interest lay. As usual, the banks taught him. In the course of 50 years the banks taught one many wise lessons, for which an insect had to be grateful whether it liked them or not. But of all the lessons Adams learned from them, none compared, in dramatic effect, with that of July 22, 1893, when, after talking silver all the morning with Senator Cameron on the top of their travelling carriage crossing the Furka Pass, they reached Lucerne in the afternoon, where Adams found letters from his brothers requesting his immediate return to Boston, because the community was bankrupt, and he was probably a beggar. If he wanted education, he knew no quicker mode of learning a lesson than that of being struck on the head by it, and yet he was himself surprised at his own slowness to understand what had struck him. For several years a sufferer from insomnia, his first thought was of beggary of nerves, and he made ready to face a sleepless night. But although his mind tried to wrestle with the problem how any man could be ruined who had months before paid off every dollar of debt he knew himself to owe, he gave up that insoluble riddle in order to fall back on the larger principle that beggary could be no more for him than it was for others who were more valuable members of society, and with that he went to sleep like a good citizen, and the next day started for Quincy, where he arrived August 7th. As a starting point for a new education at 55 years old, the shock of finding oneself suspended for several months over the edge of bankruptcy, without knowing how one got there or how to get away, is to be strongly recommended. By slow degrees the situation dawned on him that the banks had lent him, among others, some money. Thousands or millions were, as bankruptcy the same, for which he, among others, was responsible, and for which he knew no more than they. The humour of this situation seemed to him so much more pointed than the terror as to make him laugh at himself with a sincerity he had been long strange to. As far as he could comprehend, he had nothing to lose that he cared about, but the banks stood to lose their existence. Money mattered as little to him as to anybody, but money was their life. For the first time he had the banks in his power. He could afford to laugh, and the whole community was in the same position, though few laughed. All sat down on the banks and asked what the banks were going to do about it. To Adams the situation seemed farcical, but the more he saw of it, the less he understood of it. He was quite sure that nobody understood it much better. Blindly, some very powerful energy was at work, doing something that nobody wanted done. When Adams went to his bank to draw $100 of his own money on deposit, the cashier refused to let him have more than 50, and Adams accepted the 50 without complaint, because he was himself refusing to let the banks have some hundreds or thousands that belonged to them. Each wanted to help the other, yet both refused to pay their debts, and he could find no answer to the question which was responsible for getting the other into the situation, since lenders and borrowers were the same interest and socially the same person. Evidently the force was one. Its operation was mechanical, its effect must be proportional to its power, but no one knew what it meant, and most people dismissed it as an emotion, a panic that meant nothing. Men died like flies under the strain, and Boston grew suddenly old, haggard, and thin. Adams alone waxed fat and was happy, for at last he had got hold of his world and could finish his education, interrupted for 20 years. He cared not whether it was worth finishing, if only it amused. But he seemed, for the first time since 1870, to feel that something new and curious was about to happen to the world. Great changes had taken place since 1870 in the forces at work. The old machine ran far behind its duty. Somewhere, somehow, it was bound to break down, and if it happened to break precisely over one's head, it gave the better chance for study. For the first time in several years he saw much of his brother Brooks in Quincy, and was surprised to find him absorbed in the same perplexities. Brooks was then a man of 45 years old, a strong writer and a vigorous thinker who irritated too many Boston conventions ever to suit that atmosphere. But the two brothers could talk to each other without atmosphere, and were used to audiences of one. Brooks had discovered or developed a law of history that civilization followed the exchanges, and having worked it out for the Mediterranean, was working it out for the Atlantic. Everything American, as well as most things European and Asiatic, became unstable by this law, seeking new equilibrium and compelled to find it. Loving paradox, Brooks, with the advantages of 10 years' study, had swept away much rubbish in the effort to build up a new line of thought for himself. But he found that no paradox compared with that of daily events. The facts were constantly outrunning his thoughts. The instability was greater than he calculated. The speed of acceleration passed bounds. Among other general rules, he laid down the paradox that, in the social disequilibrium between capital and labor, the logical outcome was not collectivism but anarchism, and Henry made note of it for study. By the time he got back to Washington on September 19th, the storm having partially blown over, life had taken on a new face, and one so interesting that he set off to Chicago to study the Exposition again, and stayed there a fortnight absorbed in it. He found matter of study to fill 100 years, and his education spread over chaos. Indeed, it seemed to him as though this year education went mad. The silver question, thorny as it was, fell into relations as simple as words of one syllable, compared with the problems of credit and exchange that came to complicate it. And when one sought rest at Chicago, educational games started like rabbits from every building, and ran out of sight among thousands of its kind before one could mark its burrow. The Exposition itself defied philosophy. One might find fault till the last gate closed. One could still explain nothing that needed explanation. As a scenic display, Paris had never approached it, but the inconceivable scenic display consisted in its being there at all, more surprising as it was than anything else on the continent, Niagara Falls, the Yellowstone geysers, and the whole railway system thrown in, since they were all natural products in their place, while, since Noah's Ark, no such babel of loose and ill-joined, such vague and ill-defined and unrelated thoughts and half-thoughts and experimental outcries as the Exposition had ever ruffled the surface of the lakes. The first astonishment became greater every day. That the Exposition should be a natural growth and product of the Northwest offered a step in evolution to startle Darwin, but that it should be anything else seemed an idea more startling still, and even granting it were not, admitting it to be a sort of industrial, speculative growth and product of the Beaux-Arts, artistically induced to pass the summer on the shore of Lake Michigan, could it be made to seem at home there? Was the American made to seem at home in it? Honestly, he had the air of enjoying it as though it were all his own. He felt it was good. He was proud of it. For the most part, he acted as though he had passed his life in landscape gardening and architectural decoration. If he had not done it himself, he had known how to get it done to suit him, as he knew how to get his wives and daughters dressed at Worth's or Paquin's. Perhaps he could not do it again. The next time he would want to do it himself, and would show his own faults. But for the moment he seemed to have leapt directly from Corinth and Syracuse and Venice, over the heads of London and New York, to impose classical standards on plastic Chicago. Critics had no trouble in criticizing the classicism, but all trading cities had always shown trader's taste, and, to the stern purist of religious faith, no art was thinner than Venetian Gothic. All traders' taste smelt of bric-a-brac. Chicago tried at least to give her taste a look of unity. One sat down to ponder on the steps beneath Richard Hunt's dome almost as deeply as on the steps of Aracoeli, and much to the same purpose. Here was a breach of continuity, a rupture in historical sequence. Was it real or only apparent? One's personal universe hung on the answer, for if the rupture was real, and the new American world could take this sharp and conscious twist toward ideals, one's personal friends would come in at last as winners in the great American chariot race for fame. If the people of the Northwest actually knew what was good when they saw it, would they some day talk about Hunt and Richardson, Lafarge and St. Gaudens, Burnham and McKim and Stanford White, when their politicians and millionaires were otherwise forgotten? The artists and architects who had done the work offered little encouragement to hope it. They talked freely enough, but not in terms that one cared to quote, and to them the Northwest refused to look artistic. They talked as though they worked only for themselves, as though art to the Western people was a stage decoration, a diamond shirt-stud, a paper collar. But possibly the architects of Paestum and Girgenti had talked in the same way, and the Greek had said the same thing of Semitic Carthage 2,000 years ago. Jostled by these hopes and doubts, one turned to the exhibits for help, and found it. The industrial schools tried to teach so much and so quickly that the instruction ran to waste. Some millions of other people felt the same helplessness, but few of them were seeking education, and to them helplessness seemed natural and normal, for they had grown up in the habit of thinking a steam engine or a dynamo as natural as the sun, and expected to understand one as little as the other. For the historian alone the Exposition made a serious effort. Historical exhibits were common, but they never went far enough. None were thoroughly worked out. One of the best was that of the Cunard steamers, but still a student hungry for results found himself obliged to waste a pencil and several sheets of paper trying to calculate exactly when, according to the given increase of power, tonnage, and speed, the growth of the ocean steamer would reach its limits. His figures brought him, he thought, to the year 1927. Another generation to spare before force, space, and time should meet. The ocean steamer ran the surest line of triangulation into the future, because it was the nearest of man's products to a unity. Railroads taught less, because they seemed already finished except for mere increase in number. Explosives taught most, but needed a tribe of chemists, physicists, and mathematicians to explain. The dynamo taught least, because it had barely reached infancy, and if its progress was to be constant at the rate of the last 10 years, it would result in infinite costless energy within a generation. One lingered long among the dynamos, for they were new, and they gave to history a new phase. Men of science could never understand the ignorance and naivete of the historian, who, when he came suddenly on a new power, asked naturally what it was. Did it pull or did it push? Was it a screw or a thrust? Did it flow or vibrate? Was it a wire or a mathematical line? And a score of such questions to which he expected answers, and was astonished to get none. Education ran riot at Chicago, at least for retarded minds which had never faced in concrete form so many matters of which they were ignorant. Men who knew nothing whatever, who had never run a steam engine, the simplest of forces, who had never put their hands on a lever, had never touched an electric battery, never talked through a telephone, and had not the shadow of a notion what amount of force was meant by a watt, or an ampere, or an erg, or any other term of measurement introduced within 100 years, had no choice but to sit down on the steps and brood as they had never brooded on the benches of Harvard College, either as a student or professor, aghast at what they had said and done in all these years, and still more ashamed of the childlike ignorance and babbling futility of the society that let them say and do it. The historical mind can think only in historical processes, and probably this was the first time since historians existed that any of them had sat down helpless before a mechanical sequence. Before a metaphysical or a theological or a political sequence most historians had felt helpless, but the single clue to which they had hitherto trusted was the unity of natural force. Did he himself quite know what he meant? Certainly not. If he had known enough to state his problem, his education would have been complete at once. Chicago asked, in 1893, for the first time, the question whether the American people knew what they were driving. Adams answered, for one, that he did not know, but would try to find out. On reflecting sufficiently deeply under the shadow of Richard Hunt's architecture, he decided that the American people probably knew no more than he did, but that they might still be driving or drifting unconsciously to some point in thought, as their solar system was said to be drifting toward some point in space, and that possibly, if relations enough could be observed, this point might be fixed. Chicago was the first expression of American thought as a unity. One must start there. Washington was the second. When he got back there, he fell headlong into the extra session of Congress called to repeal the Silver Act. The Silver minority made an obstinate attempt to prevent it, and most of the majority had little heart in the creation of a single gold standard. The banks alone, and the dealers in exchange, insisted upon it. The political parties divided according to capitalistic geographical lines, Senator Cameron offering almost the only exception. But they mixed with unusual good temper, and made liberal allowance for each other's actions and motives. The struggle was rather less irritable than such struggles generally were, and it ended like a comedy. On the evening of the final vote, Senator Cameron came back from the Capitol with Senator Bryce, Senator Jones, Senator Lodge, and Morton Fruin, all in the gayest of humors, as though they were rid of a heavy responsibility. Adams, too, in a bystander's spirit, felt light in mind. He had stood up for his 18th century, his Constitution of 1789, his George Washington, his Harvard College, his Quincy, and his Plymouth Pilgrims, as long as anybody would stand up with him. He had said it was hopeless 20 years before, but he had kept on, in the same old attitude, by habit and taste, until he found himself altogether alone. He had hugged his antiquated dislike of bankers and capitalistic society until he had become little better than a crank. He had known for years that he must accept the regime, but he had known a great many other disagreeable certainties, like age, senility, and death, against which one made what little resistance one could. The matter was settled at last by the people. For 100 years, between 1793 and 1893, the American people had hesitated, vacillated, swayed forward and back between two forces, one simply industrial, the other capitalistic, centralizing, and mechanical. In 1893 the issue came on the single gold standard, and the majority at last declared itself, once and for all, in favor of the capitalistic system, with all its necessary machinery. All one's friends, all one's best citizens, reformers, churches, colleges, educated classes, had joined the banks to force submission to capitalism, a submission long foreseen by the mere law of mass. Of all forms of society or government, this was the one he liked least, but his likes or dislikes were as antiquated as the rebel doctrine of states' rights. A capitalistic system had been adopted, and if it were to be run at all, it must be run by capital and by capitalistic methods, for nothing could surpass the nonsensity of trying to run so complex and so concentrated a machine by Southern and Western farmers in grotesque alliance with city day laborers, as had been tried in 1800 and 1828, and had failed even under simple conditions. There education and domestic politics stopped. The rest was question of gear, of running machinery, of economy, and involved no disputed principle. Once admitted that the machine must be efficient, society might dispute in what social interest it should be run, but in any case it must work concentration. Such great revolutions commonly leave some bitterness behind, but nothing in politics ever surprised Henry Adams more than the ease with which he and the Silver Friends slipped across this chasm, and alighted on the single gold standard, and the capitalistic system with its methods, the protective tariff, the corporations and trusts, the trade unions and socialistic paternalism, which necessarily made their complement, the whole mechanical consolidation of force which ruthlessly stamped out the life of the class into which Adams was born, but created monopolies capable of controlling the new energies that America adored. Society rested after sweeping into the ash-heap these cinders of a misdirected education. After this vigorous impulse, nothing remained for a historian but to ask, how long and how far? End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Education of Henry Adams by Henry Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. Silence. 1894 to 1898. The convulsion of 1893 left its victims in dead water and closed much education. While the country braced itself up to an effort such as no one had thought within its powers, the individual crawled as best he could through the wreck, and found many values of life upset. But for connecting the 19th and 20th centuries, the 4 years, 1893 to 1897, had no value in the drama of education, and might be left out. Much that had made life pleasant between 1870 and 1890 perished in the ruin, and among the earliest wreckage had been the fortunes of Clarence King. The lesson taught whatever the bystander chose to read in it, but to Adams it seemed singularly full of moral, if he could but understand it. In 1871 he had thought King's education ideal and his personal fitness unrivalled. No other young American approached him for the combination of chances, physical energy, social standing, mental scope and training, wit, geniality, and science, that seemed superlatively American and irresistibly strong. His nearest rival was Alexander Agassiz, and as far as their friends knew, no one else could be classed with them in the running. The result of 20 years' effort proved that the theory of scientific education failed where most theory fails, for want of money. Even Henry Adams, who kept himself, as he thought, quite outside of every possible financial risk, had been caught in the cogs, and held for months over the gulf of bankruptcy, saved only by the chance that the whole class of millionaires were more or less bankrupt too, and the banks were forced to let the mice escape with the rats. But in sum, education without capital could always be taken by the throat and forced to disgorge its gains, nor was it helped by the knowledge that no one intended it, but that all alike suffered. Whether voluntary or mechanical, the result for education was the same. The failure of the scientific scheme, without money to back it, was flagrant. The scientific scheme in theory was alone sound, for science should be equivalent to money. In practice, science was helpless without money. The weak holder was, in his own language, sure to be frozen out. Education must fit the complex conditions for a new society, always accelerating its movement, and its fitness could only be known from success. One looked about for examples of success among the educated of one's time, the men born in the 30s and trained to professions. Within one's immediate acquaintance 3 were typical: John Hay, Whitelaw Reid, and William C. Whitney, all of whom owed their free hand to marriage, education serving only for ornament, but among whom, in 1893, William C. Whitney was far and away the most popular type. Newspapers might prate about wealth till commonplace print was exhausted, but as matter of habit, few Americans envied the very rich for anything the most of them got out of their money. New York might occasionally fear them, but more often laughed or sneered at them, and never showed them respect. Scarcely one of the very rich men held any position in society by virtue of his wealth, or could have been elected to an office, or even into a good club. Setting aside the few like Pierpont Morgan, whose social position had little to do with greater or less wealth, riches were in New York no object of envy on account of the joys they brought in their train. and Whitney was not even one of the very rich, yet in his case the envy was palpable. There was reason for it. Already in 1893 Whitney had finished with politics after having gratified every ambition and swung the country almost at his will. He had thrown away the usual objects for political ambition like the ashes of smoked cigarettes, had turned to other amusements, satiated every taste, gorged every appetite, won every object that New York afforded, and, not yet satisfied, had carried his field of activity abroad until New York no longer knew what most to envy, his horses or his houses. He had succeeded precisely where Clarence King had failed. Barely 40 years had passed since all these men started in a bunch to race for power, and the results were fixed beyond reversal, but one knew no better in 1894 than in 1854 what an American education ought to be in order to count as success. Even granting that it counted as money, its value could not be called general. America contained scores of men worth $5 millions or upwards, whose lives were no more worth living than those of their cooks, and to whom the task of making money equivalent to education offered more difficulties than to Adams the task of making education equivalent to money. Social position seemed to have value still, while education counted for nothing. A mathematician, linguist, chemist, electrician, engineer, if fortunate, might average a value of $10 a day in the open market. An administrator, organizer, manager, with medieval qualities of energy and will, but no education beyond his special branch, would probably be worth at least 10 times as much. Society had failed to discover what sort of education suited it best. Wealth valued social position, and classical education as highly as either of these valued wealth, and the women still tended to keep the scales even. For anything Adams could see, he was himself as contented as though he had been educated, while Clarence King, whose education was exactly suited to theory, had failed, and Whitney, who was no better educated than Adams, had achieved phenomenal success. Had Adams in 1894 been starting in life as he did in 1854, he must have repeated that all he asked of education was the facile use of the 4 old tools: mathematics, French, German, and Spanish. With these he could still make his way to any object within his vision, and would have a decisive advantage over 9 rivals in 10. Statesman or lawyer, chemist or electrician, priest or professor, native or foreign, he would fear none. King's breakdown, physical as well as financial, brought the indirect gain to Adams that, on recovering strength, King induced him to go to Cuba, where in January 1894 they drifted into the little town of Santiago. The picturesque Cuban society, which King knew well, was more amusing than any other that one had yet discovered in the whole broad world, but made no profession of teaching anything unless it were Cuban Spanish or the danza, and neither on his own nor on King's account did the visitor ask any loftier study than that of the buzzards floating on the trade wind down the valley to Dos Bocas, or the colors of sea and shore at sunrise from the height of the Gran Pietra. But as though they were still 20 years old, and revolution were as young as they, the decaying fabric, which had never been solid, fell on their heads and drew them with it into an ocean of mischief. In the half-century between 1850 and 1900, the empires were always falling on one's head, and of all lessons these constant political convulsions taught least. Since the time of Ramses, revolutions have raised more doubts than they solved, but they have sometimes the merit of changing one's point of view, and the Cuban rebellion served to sever the last tie that attached Adams to a democratic administration. He thought that President Cleveland should have settled the Cuban question without war had he chosen to do his duty, and this feeling, generally held by the Democratic party, joined with the stress of economical needs and the gold standard to break into bits the old organization and to leave no choice between parties. The new American, whether consciously or not, had turned his back on the 19th century before he was done with it. The gold standard, the protective system, and the laws of mass could have no other outcome, and, as so often before, the movement, once accelerated by attempting to impede it, had the additional brutal consequence of crushing equally the good and the bad that stood in its way. The lesson was old, so old that it became tedious. One had studied nothing else since childhood and wearied of it. For yet another year Adams lingered on these outskirts of the vortex, among the picturesque, primitive types of a world which had never been fairly involved in the general motion, and were the more amusing for their torpor. After passing the winter with King in the West Indies, he passed the summer with Hay in the Yellowstone, and found there little to study. The geysers were an old story. The Snake River posed no vital statistics except in its fordings. Even the Tetons were as calm as they were lovely, while the Wapiti and Bear, innocent of strikes and corners, laid no traps. In return the party treated them with affection. Never did a band less bloody or bloodthirsty wander over the roof of the continent. Hay loved as little as Adams did the labor of skinning and butchering big game. He had even outgrown the sedate, middle-aged, meditative joy of duck-shooting, and found the trout of the Yellowstone too easy a prey. Hallett Phillips himself, who managed the party, loved to play Indian hunter without hunting so much as a field mouse. Iddings, the geologist, was reduced to shooting only for the table, and the guileless prattle of Billy Hoffer alone taught the simple life. Compared with the Rockies of 1871, the sense of wildness had vanished. One saw no possible adventures except to break one's neck, as in chasing an aniseed fox. Only the more intelligent ponies scented an occasional friendly and sociable bear. When the party came out of the Yellowstone, Adams went on alone to Seattle and Vancouver to inspect the last American railway systems yet untried. They, too, offered little new learning, and no sooner had he finished this debauch of northwestern geography than, with desperate thirst for exhausting the American field, he set out for Mexico and the Gulf, making a sweep of the Caribbean, and cleaning up, in these 6 or 8 months, at least 20,000 miles of American land and water. He was beginning to think, when he got back to Washington in April 1895, that he knew enough about the edges of life, tropical islands, mountain solitudes, archaic law, and retrograde types. Infinitely more amusing and incomparably more picturesque than civilization, they educated only artists, and, as one's 60th year approached, the artist began to die. Only a certain intense cerebral restlessness survived, which no longer responded to sensual stimulants. One was driven from beauty to beauty as though art were a trotting match. For this one was in some degrees prepared, for the old man had been a stage type since drama began, but one felt some perplexity to account for failure on the opposite or mechanical side, where nothing but cerebral action was needed. Taking for granted that the alternative to art was arithmetic, he plunged deep into statistics, fancying that education would find the surest bottom there. And the study proved the easiest he had ever approached. Even the government volunteered unlimited statistics, endless columns of figures, bottomless averages, merely for the asking. At the Statistical Bureau, Worthington Ford supplied any material that curiosity could imagine for filling the vast gaps of ignorance, and methods for applying the plasters of fact. One seemed for a while to be winning ground, and one's averages projected themselves as laws into the future. Perhaps the most perplexing part of the study lay in the attitude of the statisticians, who showed no enthusiastic confidence in their own figures. They should have reached certainty, but they talked like other men who knew less. The method did not result in faith. Indeed, every increase of mass, of volume and velocity, seemed to bring in new elements, and at last a scholar, fresh in arithmetic and ignorant of algebra, fell into a superstitious terror of complexity as the sink of facts. Nothing came out as it should. In principle, according to figures, anyone could set up or pull down a society. One could frame no sort of satisfactory answer to the constructive doctrines of Adam Smith, or to the destructive criticisms of Karl Marx, or to the anarchistic imprecations of Elisée Reclus. One revelled at will in the ruin of every society in the past, and rejoiced in proving the prospective overthrow of every society that seemed possible in the future. But meanwhile these societies, which violated every law, moral, arithmetical, and economical, not only propagated each other, but produced also fresh complexities with every propagation, and developed mass with every complexity. The human factor was worse still. Since the stupefying discovery of Pteraspis in 1867, nothing had so confused the student as the conduct of mankind in the fin de siècle. No one seemed very much concerned about this world or the future, unless it might be the anarchists, and they only because they disliked the present. Adams disliked the present as much as they did, and his interest in future society was becoming slight. Yet he was kept alive by irritation at finding his life so thin and fruitless. Meanwhile he watched mankind march on like a train of pack-horses on the Snake River, tumbling from one morass into another, and at short intervals, for no reason but temper, falling to butchery like Cain. Since 1850 massacres had become so common that society scarcely noticed them unless they summed up hundreds of thousands, as in Armenia. Wars had been almost continuous, and were beginning again in Cuba, threatening in South Africa, and possible in Manchuria. Yet impartial judges thought them all not merely unnecessary, but foolish, induced by greed of the coarsest class, as though the Pharaohs or the Romans were still robbing their neighbors. The robbery might be natural and inevitable, but the murder seemed altogether archaic. At one moment of perplexity to account for the trait of Pteraspis, or shark, which seemed to have survived every moral improvement of society, he took to study of the religious press. Possibly growth in human nature might show itself there. He found no need to speak unkindly of it, but as an agent of motion he preferred on the whole the vigor of the shark, with its chances of betterment, and he very gravely doubted, from his aching consciousness of religious void, whether any large fraction of society cared for a future life, or even for the present one, 30 years hence. Not an act or an expression or an image showed depths of faith or hope. The object of education, therefore, was changed. For many years it had lost itself in studying what the world had ceased to care for. If it were to begin again, it must try to find out what the mass of mankind did care for, and why. Religion, politics, statistics, travel had thus far led to nothing. Even the Chicago Fair had only confused the roads. Accidental education could go no further, for one's mind was already littered and stuffed beyond hope with the millions of chance images stored away without order in the memory. One might as well try to educate a gravel pit. The task was futile, which disturbed a student less than the discovery that, in pursuing it, he was becoming himself ridiculous. Nothing is more tiresome than a superannuated pedagogue. For the moment he was rescued, as often before, by a woman. Toward midsummer 1895, Mrs. Cabot Lodge bade him follow her to Europe with the senator and her 2 sons. The study of history is useful to the historian by teaching him his ignorance of women, and the mass of this ignorance crushes one who is familiar enough with what are called historical sources to realize how few women have ever been known. The woman who is known only through a man is known wrong, and excepting 1 or 2, like Madame de Sévigné, no woman has pictured herself. The American woman of the 19th century will live only as the men saw her. Probably she will be less known than the woman of the 18th. None of the female descendants of Abigail Adams can be ever nearly so familiar as her letters have made her, and all this is pure loss to history, for the American woman of the 19th century was much better company than the American man. She was probably much better company than her grandmothers. With Mrs. Lodge and her husband, senator since 1893, Adams's relations had been those of elder brother or uncle since 1871, when Cabot Lodge had left his examination papers on Assistant Professor Adams's desk and crossed the street to Christ Church in Cambridge to get married. With Lodge himself, as scholar, fellow instructor, co-editor of the North American Review, and political reformer from 1873 to 1878, he had worked intimately. But with him afterwards as politician he had not much relation. And since Lodge had suffered what Adams thought the misfortune of becoming not only a senator, but a senator from Massachusetts, a singular social relation which Adams had known only as fatal to friends, a superstitious student, intimate with the laws of historical fatality, would rather have recognized him only as an enemy. But apart from this accident he valued Lodge highly, and in the waste places of average humanity had been greatly dependent on his house. Senators can never be approached with safety, but a senator who has a very superior wife and several superior children, who feel no deference for senators as such, may be approached at times with relative impunity, while they keep him under restraint. Where Mrs. Lodge summoned, one followed with gratitude, and so it chanced that in August one found oneself for the first time at Caen, Coutances, and Mont Saint-Michel in Normandy. If history had a chapter with which he thought himself familiar, it was the 12th and 13th centuries. Yet so little has labor to do with knowledge that these bare playgrounds of the lecture system turned into green and verdurous virgin forests, merely through the medium of younger eyes and fresher minds. His German bias must have given his youth a terrible twist, for the Lodges saw at a glance what he had thought unessential because un-German. They breathed native air in the Normandy of 1200, a compliment which would have seemed to the senator lacking in taste or even in sense when addressed to one of a class of men who passed life in trying to persuade themselves and the public that they breathed nothing less American than a blizzard. But this atmosphere, in the touch of a real emotion, betrayed the unconscious humor of the senatorial mind. In the 13th century, by an unusual chance, even a senator became natural, simple, interested, cultivated, artistic, liberal, genial. Through the large eyes, the old problem became new and personal. It threw off all association with the German lecture-room. One could not at first see what this novelty meant. It had the air of mere antiquarian emotion, like Wenlock Abbey and Taraspis. But it expelled archaic law and antiquarianism once for all, without seeming conscious of it, and Adams drifted back to Washington with a new sense of history. Again he wandered south, and in April returned to Mexico with the Camerons to study the charms of pulque and Churrigueresque architecture. In May he ran through Europe again with Hay as far south as Ravenna. There came the end of the passage. After thus covering once more, in 1896, many thousand miles of the old trails, Adams went home in October with everybody else, to elect McKinley president and to start the world anew. For the old world of public men and measures since 1870, Adams wept no tears. Within or without, during or after it, as partisan or historian, he never saw anything to admire in it or anything he wanted to save, and in this respect he reflected only the public mind which balanced itself so exactly between the unpopularity of both parties as to express no sympathy with either. Even among the most powerful men of that generation he knew none who had a good word to say for it. No period so thoroughly ordinary had been known in American politics since Christopher Columbus first disturbed the balance of American society. But the natural result of such lack of interest in public affairs, in a small society like that of Washington, led an idle bystander to depend abjectly on intimacy of private relation. One dragged oneself down the long vista of Pennsylvania Avenue by leaning heavily on one's friends and avoiding to look at anything else. Thus life had grown narrow with years, more and more concentrated on the circle of houses round Lafayette Square, which had no direct or personal share in power except in the case of Mr. Blaine, whose tumultuous struggle for existence held him apart. Suddenly Mr. McKinley entered the White House and laid his hand heavily on this special group. In a moment the whole nest, so slowly constructed, was torn to pieces and scattered over the world. Adams found himself alone. John Hay took his orders for London, Rockhill departed to Athens, Cecil Spring Rice had been buried in Persia. Cameron refused to remain in public life either at home or abroad, and broke up his house on the square. Only the Lodges and Roosevelts remained, but even they were at once absorbed into the interests of power. Since 1861 no such social convulsion had occurred. Even this was not quite the worst. To one whose interests lay chiefly in foreign affairs, and who, at this moment, felt most strongly the nightmare of Cuban, Hawaiian, and Nicaraguan chaos, the man in the State Department seemed more important than the man in the White House. Adams knew no one in the United States fit to manage these matters in the face of a hostile Europe, and had no candidate to propose. But he was shocked beyond all restraints of expression to learn that the President meant to put Senator John Sherman in the State Department in order to make a place for Mr. Hanna in the Senate. Grant himself had done nothing that seemed so bad as this to one who had lived long enough to distinguish between the ways of presidential jobbery, if not between the jobs. John Sherman, otherwise admirably fitted for the place, a friendly influence for nearly 40 years, was notoriously feeble and quite senile, so that the intrigue seemed to Adams the betrayal of an old friend as well as of the State Department. One might have shrugged one's shoulders had the President named Mr. Hanna his Secretary of State. But Mr. Hanna was a man of force, if not of experience, and selections much worse than this had often turned out well enough. But John Sherman must inevitably and tragically break down. The prospect for once was not less vile than the men. One can bear coldly the jobbery of enemies, but not that of friends, and to Adams this kind of jobbery seemed always infinitely worse than all the petty money bribes ever exploited by the newspapers. Nor was the matter improved by hints that the President might call John Hay to the department whenever John Sherman should retire. Indeed, had Hay been ever unconsciously party to such an intrigue, he would have put an end, once for all, to further concern in public affairs on his friend's part. But even without this last disaster, one felt that Washington had become no longer habitable. Nothing was left there but solitary contemplation of Mr. McKinley's ways, which were not likely to be more amusing than the ways of his predecessors, or of senatorial ways, which offered no novelty of what the French language expressively calls embêtement, or of poor Mr. Sherman's ways, which would surely cause anguish to his friends. Once more, one must go. Nothing was easier. On and off, one had done the same thing since the year 1858, at frequent intervals, and had now reached the month of March, 1897. Yet, as the whole result of 6 years' dogged effort to begin a new education, one could not recommend it to the young. The outlook lacked hope. The object of travel had become more and more dim ever since the gibbering ghost of the Civil Law had been locked in its dark closet as far back as 1860. Noah's dove had not searched the earth for resting-places so carefully, or with so little success. Any spot on land or water satisfies a dove who wants and finds rest, but no perch suits a dove of 60 years old, alone and uneducated, who has lost his taste even for olives. To this also the young may be driven, as education, and the lesson fails in humor. But it may be worth knowing, to some of them, that the planet offers hardly a dozen places where an elderly man can pass a week alone without ennui, and none at all where he can pass a year. Irritated by such complaints, the world naturally answers that no man of 60 should live, which is doubtless true, though not original. The man of 60, with a certain irritability proper to his years, retorts that the world has no business to throw on him the task of removing its carrion, and that while he remains he has a right to require amusement, or at least education, since this costs nothing to anyone, and that a world which cannot educate will not amuse, and is ugly besides, has even less right to exist than he. Both views seem sound, but the world wearily objects to be called by epithets, what society always admits in practice, for none likes to be told that he is a bore, or ignorant, or even ugly, and have nothing to say in its defence. It rejoins that whatever license is pardonable in youth, the man of 60 who wishes consideration had better hold his tongue. This truth also has the defect of being too true. The rule holds equally for men of half that age. Only the very young have the right to betray their ignorance or ill-breeding. Elderly people commonly know enough not to betray themselves. Exceptions are plenty on both sides, as the Senate knew to its acute suffering, but young or old, women or men, seemed agreed on one point with singular unanimity. Each praised silence in the others. Of all characteristics in human nature, this has been one of the most abiding. Mere superficial gleaning of what, in the long history of human expression, has been said by the fool or unsaid by the wise, shows that for once no difference of opinion has ever existed on this. Even a fool, says the wisest of men, when he holdeth his peace, is counted wise. And, still more often, the wisest of men, when he spoke the highest wisdom, has been counted a fool. They agreed only on the merits of silence in others. Sophocles made remarks in its favour which should have struck the Athenians as new to them, but of late the repetition had grown tiresome. Thomas Carlyle vociferated his admiration of it. Matthew Arnold thought it the best form of expression, and Adams thought Matthew Arnold the best form of expression in his time. Algernon Swinburne called it the most noble to the end. Alfred de Vigny's dying wolf remarked, "When one thinks what one leaves in the world when one dies, only silence is strong. All the rest is but lies." Even Byron, whom a more brilliant era of genius seemed to have decided to be but an indifferent poet, had ventured to affirm that the Alps' snow summit nearer heaven is seen than the volcano's fierce eruptive crest, with other verses to the effect that words are but a temporary torturing flame, of which no one knew more than himself. The evidence of the poets could not be more emphatic. Silent while years engrave the brow, silent the best years are now. Although none of these great geniuses had shown faith in silence as a cure for their own ills or ignorance, all of them, and all philosophy after them, affirmed that no man, even at 60, has ever been known to attain knowledge, but that a very few were believed to have attained ignorance, which was in result the same. More than this, in every society worth the name, the man of 60 has been encouraged to ride this hobby, the pursuit of ignorance in silence, as though it were the easiest way to get rid of him. In America the silence was more oppressive than the ignorance, but perhaps elsewhere the world might still hide some haunt of futilitarian silence where content reigned, although long search had not revealed it. And so the pilgrimage began anew. The first step led to London, where John Hay was to be established. One had seen so many American ministers received in London that the Lord Chamberlain himself scarcely knew more about it. Education could not be expected there. But Adams arrived, April 21st, 1897, as though 36 years were so many days, for Queen Victoria still reigned, and one saw little change in St. James's Street. True, Carlton House Terrace, like the streets of Rome, actually squeaked and gibbered with ghosts, till one felt like Odysseus before the press of shadows, daunted by a bloodless fear. But in spring London is pleasant, and it was more cheery than ever in May 1897, when everyone was welcoming the return of life after the long winter since 1893. One's fortunes, or one's friends' fortunes, were again in flood. This amusement could not be prolonged, for one found oneself the oldest Englishman in England, much too familiar with family jars better forgotten, and old traditions better unknown. No wrinkled Tannhauser returning to the Wartburg needed a wrinkled Venus to show him that he was no longer at home, and that even penitence was a sort of impertinence. He slipped away to Paris and set up a household at Saint-Germain, where he taught and learned French history for nieces who swarmed under the venerable cedars of the Pavilion d'Angoulême, and rode among the green forest alleys of Saint-Germain and Marly. From time to time Hay wrote humorous laments, but nothing occurred to break the summer peace of the stranded Tannhauser, who slowly began to feel at home in France, as in other countries he had thought more homelike. At length, like other dead Americans, he went to Paris because he could go nowhere else, and lingered there till the Hays came by in January 1898, and Mrs. Hay, who had been a staunch and strong ally for 20 years, bade him to go with them to Egypt. Adams cared little to see Egypt again, but he was glad to see Hay, and readily drifted after him to the Nile. What they saw and what they said had as little to do with education as possible, until one evening, as they were looking at the sunset across the Nile from Aswan, Spencer Eddy brought them a telegram to announce the sinking of the Maine in Havana harbor. This was the greatest stride in education since 1865, but what did it teach? One leant on a fragment of column in the great hall at Karnak, and watched a jackal creep down the debris of ruin. The jackal's ancestors had surely crept up the same wall when it was building. What was his view about the value of silence? One lay in the sands and watched the expression of the Sphinx. Brooks Adams had taught him that the relation between civilizations was that of trade. Henry wandered, or was storm-driven, down the coast. He tried to trace out the ancient harbor of Ephesus. He went over to Athens, picked up Rockhill, and searched for the harbor of Tiryns. Together they went on to Constantinople and studied the great walls of Constantine and the greater domes of Justinian. His hobby had turned into a camel, and he hoped, if he rode long enough in silence, that at last he might come on a city of thought along the great highways of exchange. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Education of Henry Adams by Henry Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Indian Summer, 1898 to 1899. The summer of the Spanish War began the Indian summer of life to one who had reached 60 years of age, and cared only to reap in peace such harvest as these 60 years had yielded. He had reason to be more than content with it. Since 1864 he had felt no such sense of power and momentum, and had seen no such number of personal friends wielding it. The sense of solidarity counts for much in one's contentment, but the sense of winning one's game counts for more. And in London, in 1898, the scene was singularly interesting to the last survivor of the legation of 1861. He thought himself perhaps the only person living who could get full enjoyment of the drama. He carried every scene of it, in a century and a half since the Stamp Act, quite alive in his mind, all the interminable disputes of his disputatious ancestors as far back as the year 1750, as well as his own insignificance in the Civil War, every step in which had the object of bringing England into an American system. For this they had written libraries of argument and remonstrance, and had piled war on war, losing their tempers for life, and souring the gentle, patient Puritan nature of their descendants, until even their private secretaries at times used language almost intemperate. And suddenly, by pure chance, the blessing fell on Hay. After 200 years of stupid and greedy blundering, which no argument and no violence affected, the people of England learned their lesson just at the moment when Hay would otherwise have faced a flood of the old anxieties. Hay himself scarcely knew how grateful he should be, for to him the change came almost of course. He saw only the necessary stages that had led to it, and to him they seemed natural. But to Adams, still living in the atmosphere of Palmerston and John Russell, the sudden appearance of Germany as the grisly terror, which in 20 years effected what Adamses had tried for 200 in vain, frightened England into America's arms, seemed as melodramatic as any plot of Napoleon the Great. He could feel only the sense of satisfaction at seeing the diplomatic triumph of all his family since the breed existed, at last realized under his own eyes for the advantage of his oldest and closest ally. This was history, not education, yet it taught something exceedingly serious, if not ultimate, could one trust the lesson. For the first time in his life he felt a sense of possible purpose working itself out in history. Probably no one else on this earthly planet, not even Hay, could have come out on precisely such extreme personal satisfaction. But as he sat at Hay's table, listening to any member of the British cabinet, for all were alike now, discuss the Philippines as a question of balance of power in the East, he could see that the family work of 150 years fell at once into the grand perspective of true empire-building, which Hay's work set off with artistic skill. The roughness of the archaic foundations looked stronger and larger in scale for the refinement and certainty of the arcade. In the long list of famous American ministers in London, none could have given the work quite the completeness, the harmony, the perfect ease of Hay. Never before had Adams been able to discern the working of law in history, which was the reason of his failure in teaching it, for chaos cannot be taught. But he thought he had a personal property by inheritance in this proof of sequence and intelligence in the affairs of man, a property which no one else had right to dispute. And this personal triumph left him a little cold toward the other diplomatic results of the war. He knew that Puerto Rico must be taken, but he would have been glad to escape the Philippines. Apart from too intimate an acquaintance with the value of islands in the South Seas, he knew the West Indies well enough to be assured that, whatever the American people might think or say about it, they would sooner or later have to police those islands, not against Europe, but for Europe, and America too. Education on the outskirts of civilized life teaches not very much, but it taught this, and one felt no call to shoulder the load of archipelagos in the Antipodes when one was trying painfully to pluck up courage to face the labor of shouldering archipelagos at home. The country decided otherwise, and one acquiesced readily enough, since the matter concerned only the public willingness to carry loads. In London the balance of power in the East came alone into discussion, and in every point of view one had as much reason to be gratified with the result as though one had shared in the danger, instead of being vigorously employed in looking on from a great distance. After all, friends had done the work, if not oneself, and he too serves a certain purpose who only stands and cheers. In June, at the crisis of interest, the Camerons came over and took the fine old house of Surrenden, Dering, in Kent, which they made a sort of country house to the embassy. Kent has charms rivaling those of Shropshire, and even compared with the many beautiful places scattered along the Welsh border, few are nobler or more genial than Surrenden, with its unbroken descent from the Saxons, its avenues, its terraces, its deer park, its large repose on the Kentish hillside, and its broad outlook over what was once the forest of Anderida. Filled with a constant stream of guests, the house seemed to wait for the chance to show its charms to the American, with whose activity the whole world was resounding, and never since the Battle of Hastings could the little telegraph office of the Kentish village have done such work. There, on a hot July 4th, 1898, to an expectant group under the shady trees, came the telegram announcing the destruction of the Spanish Armada, as it might have come to Queen Elizabeth in 1588. And there, later in the season, came the order summoning Hay to the State Department. Hay had no wish to be Secretary of State. He much preferred to remain ambassador, and his friends were quite as cold about it as he. No one knew so well what sort of strain falls on Secretaries of State, or how little strength he had in reserve against it. Even at Surrenden he showed none too much endurance, and he would gladly have found a valid excuse for refusing. The discussion on both sides was earnest, but the decided voice of the conclave was that, though if he were a mere office-seeker he might certainly decline promotion, if he were a member of the government he could not. No serious statesman could accept a favour and refuse a service. Doubtless he might refuse, but in that case he must resign. The amusement of making presidents has keen fascination for idle American hands, but these black arts have the old drawback of all deviltry. One must serve the spirit one evokes, even though the service were perdition to body and soul. For him, no doubt, the service, though hard, might bring some share of profit, but for the friends who gave this unselfish decision, all would prove loss. For one, Adams on that subject had become a little daft. No one in his experience had ever passed unscathed through that malarious marsh. In his fancy, office was poison. It killed body and soul, physically and socially. Office was more poisonous than priestcraft or pedagogy, in proportion as it held more power. But the poison he complained of was not ambition. He shared none of Cardinal Wolsey's belated penitence for the healthy stimulant, as he had shared none of the fruits. His poison was that of the will, the distortion of sight, the warping of mind, the degradation of tissue, the coarsening of taste, the narrowing of sympathy to the emotions of a caged rat. Hay needed no office in order to wield influence. For him, influence lay about the streets, waiting for him to stoop to it. He enjoyed more than enough power without office. No one of his position, wealth, and political experience, living at the centre of politics in contact with the active party managers, could escape influence. His only ambition was to escape annoyance, and no one knew better than he that at 60 years of age, sensitive to physical strain, still more sensitive to brutality, vindictiveness, or betrayal, he took office at cost of life. Neither he nor any of the Surrenden circle made pretence of gladness at the new dignity, for with all his gaiety of manner and lightness of wit he took dark views of himself, none the lighter for their humour, and his obedience to the President's order was the gloomiest acquiescence he had ever smiled. Adams took dark views too, not so much on Hay's account as on his own, for while Hay had at least the honours of office, his friends would share only the ennuis of it. But, as usual with Hay, nothing was gained by taking such matters solemnly, and old habits of the Civil War left their mark of military drill on everyone who lived through it. He shouldered his pack and started for home. Adams had no mind to lose his friend without a struggle, though he had never known such sort of struggle to avail. The chance was desperate, but he could not afford to throw it away, so, as soon as the Surrenden establishment broke up, on October 17th he prepared for return home, and on November 13th, none too gladly, found himself again gazing into Lafayette Square. He had made another false start and lost 2 years of more education, nor had he excuse, for this time neither politics nor society drew him away from his trail. He had nothing to do with Hay's politics at home or abroad, and never affected agreement with his views or his methods. Nor did Hay care whether his friends agreed or disagreed. They all united in trying to help each other to get along the best way they could, and all they tried to save was the personal relation. Even there, Adams would have been beaten had he not been helped by Mrs. Hay, who saw the necessity of distraction, and led her husband into the habit of stopping every afternoon to take his friend off for an hour's walk, followed by a cup of tea with Mrs. Hay afterwards, and a chat with anyone who called. For the moment, therefore, the situation was saved, at least in outward appearance, and Adams could go back to his own pursuits, which were slowly taking a direction. Perhaps they had no right to be called pursuits, for, in truth, one consciously pursued nothing, but drifted as attraction offered itself. The short session broke up the Washington circle, so that on March 22nd Adams was able to sail with the lodges for Europe, and to pass April in Sicily and Rome. With the lodges, education always began afresh. 40 years had left little of the Palermo that Garibaldi had shown to the boy of 1860. But Sicily, in all ages, seemed to have taught only catastrophe and violence, running riot on that theme ever since Ulysses began its study on the Eye of Cyclops. For a lesson in anarchy without a shade of sequence, Sicily stands alone and defies evolution. Syracuse teaches more than Rome, yet even Rome was not mute, and the church of Ara Coeli seemed more and more to draw all the threads of thought to a centre, for every new journey fed back to its steps. Karnak, Ephesus, Delphi, Mycenae, Constantinople, Syracuse, all lying on the road to the capital. What they had to bring by way of intellectual riches could not yet be discerned, but they carried camel-loads of moral, and New York sent most of all, for in 40 years America had made so vast a stride to empire that the world of 1860 stood already on a distant horizon, somewhere on the same plane with the Republic of Brutus and Cato, while schoolboys read of Abraham Lincoln as they did of Julius Caesar. Vast swarms of Americans knew the Civil War only by school history, as they knew the story of Cromwell or Cicero, and were as familiar with political assassination as though they had lived under Nero. The climax of empire could be seen approaching year after year, as though Sulla were a president or McKinley a consul. Nothing annoyed Americans more than to be told this simple and obvious, in no way unpleasant truth. Therefore one sat silent as ever on the Capitol. But by way of completing the lesson, the lodges added a pilgrimage to Assisi and an interview with St. Francis, whose solution of historical riddles seemed the most satisfactory, or sufficient, ever offered, worth fully 40 years more study, and better worth it than Gibbon himself, or even St. Augustine, St. Ambrose, or St. Jerome. The most bewildering effect of all these fresh cross-lights on the old assistant professor of 1874 was due to the astonishing contrast between what he had taught then and what he found himself confusedly trying to learn 25 years afterwards, between the 12th century of his 30th and that of his 60th years. At Harvard College, weary of spirit in the wastes of Anglo-Saxon law, he had occasionally given way to outbursts of derision at shedding his life-blood for the sublime truths of sack and sock. Hic jacet homunculus scriptor, Doctor Barbaricus, Enricus Adams, Adae filius et Evae, primo explicuit socnam. The Latin was as 12th century as the law, and he meant, as satire, the claim that he had been first to explain the legal meaning of sack and sock, although any German professor would have scorned it as a shameless and presumptuous bid for immortality. For the whole point of view had vanished in 1900. Not he, but Sir Henry Maine and Rudolf Sohm were the parents or creators of sack and sock. Convinced that the clue of religion led to nothing, and that politics led to chaos, one had turned to the law, as one's scholars turned to the law school, because one could see no other path to a profession. The law had proved as futile as politics or religion, or any other single thread spun by the human spider. It offered no more continuity than architecture or coinage, and no more force of its own. St. Francis expressed supreme contempt for them all, and solved the whole problem by rejecting it altogether. Adams returned to Paris with a broken and contrite spirit, prepared to admit that his life had no meaning, and conscious that in any case it no longer mattered. He passed a summer of solitude contrasting sadly with the last at Surrenden, but the solitude did what the society did not. It forced and drove him into the study of his ignorance and silence. Here at last he encountered the practice of his final profession. Hunted by ennui, he could no longer escape, and, by way of a summer school, he began a methodical survey, a triangulation of the 12th century. The pursuit had a singular French charm which France had long lost, a calmness, lucidity, simplicity of expression, vigor of action, complexity of local color, that made Paris flat. In the long summer days one found a sort of saturated green pleasure in the forests and grey infinity of rest in the little 12th-century churches that lined them, as unassuming as their own mosses, and as sure of their purpose as their round arches. But churches were many, and summer was short, so that he was at last driven back to the quays and photographs. For weeks he lived in silence. His solitude was broken in November by the chance arrival of John Lafarge. At that moment contact with Lafarge had a new value. Of all the men who had deeply affected their friends since 1850, John Lafarge was certainly the foremost, and for Henry Adams, who had sat at his feet since 1872, the question how much he owed to Lafarge could be answered only by admitting that he had no standard to measure it by. Of all his friends, Lafarge alone owned a mind complex enough to contrast against the commonplaces of American uniformity, and in the process had vastly perplexed most Americans who came in contact with it. The American mind, the Bostonian as well as the Southern or Western, likes to walk straight up to its object and assert or deny something that it takes for a fact. It has a conventional approach, a conventional analysis, and a conventional conclusion, as well as a conventional expression, all the time loudly asserting its unconventionality. The most disconcerting trait of John Lafarge was his reversal of the process. His approach was quiet and indirect. He moved round an object and never separated it from its surroundings. He prided himself on faithfulness to tradition and convention. He was never abrupt and abhorred dispute. His manners and attitude toward the universe were the same, whether tossing in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, sketching the trade wind from a whaleboat in the blast of seasickness, or drinking the cha-no-yu and the formal rites of Japan, or sipping his coconut cup of kava in the ceremonial of Samoan chiefs, or reflecting under the sacred bow-tree at Anuradhapura. One was never quite sure of his whole meaning until too late to respond, for he had no difficulty in carrying different shades of contradiction in his mind. As he said of his friend Okakura, his thought ran as a stream runs through the grass, hidden perhaps, but always there, and one felt often uncertain in what direction it flowed, for even a contradiction was to him only a shade of difference, a complementary color, about which no intelligent artist would dispute. Constantly he repulsed argument. "Adams, you reason too much," was one of his standing reproaches, even in the mild discussion of rice and mangoes in the warm night of Tahiti dinners. He should have blamed Adams for being born in Boston. The mind resorts to reason for want of training, and Adams had never met a perfectly trained mind. To Lafarge, eccentricity meant convention. A mind really eccentric never betrayed it. True eccentricity was a tone, a shade, a nuance, and the finer the tone, the truer the eccentricity. Of course, all artists hold more or less the same point of view in their art, but few carry it into daily life, and often the contrast is excessive between the art and their talk. One evening, Humphreys Johnston, who was devoted to Lafarge, asked him to meet Whistler at dinner. Lafarge was ill, more ill than usual even for him, but he admired and liked Whistler, and insisted on going. By chance Adams was so placed as to overhear the conversation of both, and had no choice but to hear that of Whistler, which engrossed the table. At that moment the Boer War was raging, and, as everyone knows, on that subject Whistler raged worse than the Boers. For 2 hours he declaimed against England, witty, declamatory, extravagant, bitter, amusing, and noisy. But in substance what he said was not merely commonplace, it was true. That is to say, his hearers, including Adams and, as far as he knew, Lafarge, agreed with it all, and mostly as a matter of course. Yet Lafarge was silent, and this difference of expression was a difference of art. Whistler, in his art, carried the sense of nuance and tone far beyond any point reached by Lafarge, or even attempted. But in talk he showed, above or below his color instinct, a willingness to seem eccentric where no real eccentricity, unless perhaps of temper, existed. This vehemence, which Whistler never betrayed in his painting, Lafarge seemed to lavish on his glass. With the relative value of Lafarge's glass in the history of glass decoration, Adams was too ignorant to meddle, and, as a rule, artists were, if possible, more ignorant than he. But whatever it was, it led him back to the 12th century, and to Chartres, where Lafarge not only felt at home, but felt a sort of ownership. No other American had a right there, unless he too were a member of the church and worked in glass. Adams himself was an interloper, but long habit led Lafarge to resign himself to Adams as one who meant well, though deplorably Bostonian; while Adams, though nearly 60 years old before he knew anything either of glass or of Chartres, asked no better than to learn, and only Lafarge could help him, for he knew enough at least to see that Lafarge alone could use glass like a 13th-century artist. In Europe the art had been dead for centuries, and modern glass was pitiable. Even Lafarge felt the early glass rather as a document than as a historical emotion, and in hundreds of windows at Chartres and Bourges and Paris, Adams knew barely one or two that were meant to hold their own against a color scheme so strong as his. In conversation Lafarge's mind was opaline with infinite shades and refractions of light, and with color toned down to the finest gradations. In glass it was insubordinate, it was Renaissance; it asserted his personal force with depth and vehemence of tone never before seen. He seemed bent on crushing rivalry. Even the gloom of a Paris December at the Élysée Palace Hotel was somewhat relieved by this companionship, and education made a step backward toward Chartres. But Lafarge's health became more and more alarming, and Adams was glad to get him safely back to New York, January 15, 1900, while he himself went at once to Washington to find out what had become of Hay. Nothing good could be hoped, for Hay's troubles had begun, and were quite as great as he had foreseen. Adams saw as little encouragement as Hay himself did, though he dared not say so. He doubted Hay's endurance, the President's firmness in supporting him, and the loyalty of his party friends. But all this worry on Hay's account fretted him not nearly so much as the Boer War did on his own. Here was a problem in his political education that passed all experience since the treason winter of 1860–61. Much to his astonishment, very few Americans seemed to share his point of view. Their hostility to England seemed mere temper, but to Adams the war became almost a personal outrage. He had been taught from childhood, even in England, that his forebears and their associates in 1776 had settled once and for all the liberties of the British free colonies, and he very strongly objected to being thrown on the defensive again, and forced to sit down 150 years after John Adams had begun the task, to prove by appeal to law and fact that George Washington was not a felon, whatever might be the case with George III. For reasons still more personal, he declined peremptorily to entertain question of the felony of John Adams. He felt obliged to go even further, and avow the opinion that if at any time England should take toward Canada the position she took toward her Boer colonies, the United States would be bound by their record to interpose, and to insist on the application of the principles of 1776. To him the attitude of Mr. Chamberlain and his colleagues seemed exceedingly un-American, and terribly embarrassing to Hay. Trained early in the stress of civil war to hold his tongue, and to help make the political machine run somehow, since it could never be made to run well, he would not bother Hay with theoretical objections, which were every day fretting him in practical forms. Hay's chance lay in patience and good temper till the luck should return, and to him the only object was time. But as political education the point seemed vital to Adams, who never liked shutting his eyes or denying an evident fact. Practical politics consists in ignoring facts, but education and politics are two different and often contradictory things. In this case the contradiction seemed crude. With Hay's politics, at home or abroad, Adams had nothing whatever to do. Hay belonged to the New York school, like Abram Hewitt, Evarts, W.C. Whitney, Samuel J. Tilden, men who played the game for ambition or amusement, and played it as a rule much better than the professionals, but whose aims were considerably larger than those of the usual player, and who felt no great love for the cheap drudgery of the work. In return, the professionals felt no great love for them, and set them aside when they could. Only their control of money made them inevitable, and even this did not always carry their points. The story of Abram Hewitt would offer one type of this statesman series, and that of Hay another. President Cleveland set aside the one, President Harrison set aside the other. There is no politics in it, was his comment on Hay's appointment to office. Hay held a different opinion, and turned to McKinley, whose judgment of men was finer than common in presidents. Mr. McKinley brought to the problem of American government a solution which lay very far outside of Henry Adams's education, but which seemed to be at least practical and American. He undertook to pool interests in a general trust into which every interest should be taken, more or less at its own valuation, and whose mass should, under his management, create efficiency. He achieved very remarkable results. How much they cost was another matter. If the public is ever driven to its last resources and the usual remedies of chaos, the result will probably cost more. Himself a marvelous manager of men, McKinley found several manipulators to help him, almost as remarkable as himself, one of whom was Hay. But unfortunately Hay's strength was weakest and his task hardest. At home, interests could be easily combined by simply paying their price, but abroad whatever helped on one side hurt him on another. Hay thought England must be brought first into the combine, but at that time Germany, Russia, and France were combining against England, and the Boer War helped them. For the moment Hay had no ally, abroad or at home, except Pauncefote, and Adams always maintained that Pauncefote alone pulled him through. Yet the difficulty abroad was far less troublesome than the obstacles at home. The Senate had grown more and more unmanageable, even since the time of Andrew Johnson, and this was less the fault of the Senate than of the system. A treaty of peace in any normal state of things, said Hay, ought to be ratified with unanimity in 24 hours. They wasted 6 weeks in wrangling over this one, and ratified it with 1 vote to spare. We have 5 or 6 matters now demanding settlement. I can settle them all, honorably and advantageously, to our own side, and I am assured by leading men in the Senate that not one of these treaties, if negotiated, will pass the Senate. I should have a majority in every case, but a malcontent third would certainly dish every one of them. To such monstrous shape has the original mistake of the Constitution grown in the evolution of our politics. You must understand, it is not merely my solution the Senate will reject. They will reject, for instance, any treaty whatever on any subject with England. I doubt if they would accept any treaty of consequence with Russia or Germany. The recalcitrant third would be differently composed, but it would be on hand. So the real duties of a Secretary of State seem to be 3: to fight claims upon us by other states, to press more or less fraudulent claims of our own citizens upon other countries, to find offices for the friends of senators when there are none. Is it worth while for me to keep up this useless labor? To Adams, who, like Hay, had seen a dozen acquaintances struggling with the same enemies, the question had scarcely the interest of a new study. He had said all he had to say about it in a dozen or more volumes relating to the politics of 100 years before. To him the spectacle was so familiar as to be humorous. The intrigue was too open to be interesting. The inference of the German and Russian legations and of Clanna Gael with the press and the Senate was innocently undisguised. The charming Russian minister, Count Cassini, the ideal of diplomatic manners and training, let few days pass without appealing through the press to the public against the government. The German minister, von Hohenzollern, more cautiously did the same thing, and of course every whisper of theirs was brought instantly to the department. These 3 forces, acting with the regular opposition and the natural obstructionists, could always stop action in the Senate. The Fathers had intended to neutralize the energy of government and had succeeded, but their machine was never meant to do the work of a 20-million-horsepower society in the 20th century, where much work needed to be quickly and efficiently done. The only defense of the system was that, as government did nothing well, it had best do nothing. But the government in truth did perfectly well all it was given to do, and even if the charge were true, it applied equally to human society altogether, if one chose to treat mankind from that point of view. As a matter of mechanics, so much work must be done. Bad machinery merely added to friction. Always unselfish, generous, easy, patient, and loyal, Hay had treated the world as something to be taken in block without pulling it to pieces to get rid of its defects. He liked it all. He laughed and accepted. He had never known unhappiness, and would have gladly lived his entire life over again exactly as it happened. In the whole New York school one met a similar dash of humor and cynicism, more or less pronounced, but seldom bitter. Yet even the gayest of tempers succumbs at last to constant friction. The old friend was rapidly fading. The habit remained, but the easy intimacy, the careless gaiety, the casual humor, the equality of indifference, were sinking into the routine of office. The mind lingered in the department. The thought failed to react. The wit and humor shrank within the blank walls of politics, and the irritations multiplied. To a head of bureau, the result seemed ennobling. Although as education this branch of study was more familiar and older than the 12th century, the task of bringing the two periods into a common relation was new. Ignorance required that these political and social and scientific values of the 12th and 20th centuries should be correlated in some relation of movement that could be expressed in mathematics. Nor did one care in the least that all the world said it could not be done, or that one knew not enough mathematics even to figure a formula beyond the schoolboy S equals gt²/2. If Kepler and Newton could take liberties with the sun and moon, an obscure person in a remote wilderness like Lafayette Square could take liberties with Congress, and venture to multiply half its attraction into the square of its time. He had only to find a value, even infinitesimal, for its attraction at any given time. A historical formula that should satisfy the conditions of the stellar universe weighed heavily on his mind, but a trifling matter like this was one in which he could look for no help from anybody. He could only look for derision at best. All his associates in history condemned such an attempt as futile and almost immoral, certainly hostile to sound historical system. Adams tried it only because of its hostility to all that he had taught for history, since he started afresh from that new point that whatever was right, all that he had ever taught was wrong. He had pursued ignorance thus far with success, and had swept his mind clear of knowledge. In beginning again from the starting point of Sir Isaac Newton, he looked about him in vain for a teacher. Few men in Washington cared to overstep the school conventions, and the most distinguished of them, Simon Newcomb, was too sound a mathematician to treat such a scheme seriously. The greatest of Americans, judged by his rank in science, Willard Gibbs, never came to Washington, and Adams never enjoyed a chance to meet him. After Gibbs, one of the most distinguished was Langley of the Smithsonian, who was more accessible, to whom Adams had been much in the habit of turning whenever he wanted an outlet for his vast reservoirs of ignorance. Langley listened with outward patience to his disputatious questionings, but he too nourished a scientific passion for doubt, and sentimental attachment for its avowal. He had the physicist's heinous fault of professing to know nothing between flashes of intense perception. Like so many other great observers, Langley was not a mathematician, and, like most physicists, he believed in physics. Rigidly denying himself the amusement of philosophy, which consists chiefly in suggesting unintelligible answers to insoluble problems, he still knew the problems, and liked to wander past them in a courteous temper, even bowing to them distantly as though recognizing their existence, though doubting their respectability. He generously let others doubt what he felt obliged to affirm, and early put into Adams's hands the Concepts of Modern Science, a volume by Judge Stallo, which had been treated for a dozen years by the schools with a conspiracy of silence such as inevitably meets every revolutionary work that upsets the stock and machinery of instruction. Adams read, and failed to understand. Then he asked questions and failed to get answers. Probably this was education. Probably it was the only scientific education open to a 60-year-old student, who asked to be as ignorant as an astronomer. For him the details of science meant nothing. He wanted to know its mass. Solar heat was not enough, or was too much. Kinetic atoms led only to motion, never to direction or progress. History had no use for multiplicity. It needed unity. It could study only motion, direction, attraction, relation. Everything must be made to move together. One must seek new worlds to measure, and so, like Rasselas, Adams set out once more, and found himself, on May 12th, settled in rooms at the very door of the Trocadero. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of The Education of Henry Adams, by Henry Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. The Dynamo and the Virgin, 1900. Until the Great Exposition of 1900 closed its doors in November, Adams haunted it, aching to absorb knowledge and helpless to find it. He would have liked to know how much of it could have been grasped by the best-informed man in the world. While he was thus meditating chaos, Langley came by and showed it to him. At Langley's behest, the exhibition dropped its superfluous rags and stripped itself to the skin, for Langley knew what to study, and why, and how, while Adams might as well have stood outside in the night staring at the Milky Way. Yet Langley said nothing new, and taught nothing that one might not have learned from Lord Bacon 300 years before. But though one should have known the advancement of science as well as one knew the comedy of errors, the literary knowledge counted for nothing until some teacher should show how to apply it. Bacon took a vast deal of trouble in teaching King James I and his subjects, American or other, toward the year 1620, that true science was the development or economy of forces. Yet an elderly American in 1900 knew neither the formula nor the forces, or even so much as to say to himself that his historical business in the exposition concerned only the economies or developments of force since 1893, when he began the study at Chicago. Nothing in education is so astonishing as the amount of ignorance it accumulates in the form of inert facts. Adams had looked at most of the accumulations of art in the storehouses called art museums, yet he did not know how to look at the art exhibits of 1900. He had studied Karl Marx and his doctrines of history with profound attention, yet he could not apply them at Paris. Langley, with the ease of a great master of experiment, threw out of the field every exhibit that did not reveal a new application of force, and naturally threw out, to begin with, almost the whole art exhibit. Equally, he ignored almost the whole industrial exhibit. He led his pupil directly to the forces. His chief interest was in new motors to make his airship feasible, and he taught Adams the astonishing complexities of the new Daimler motor, and of the automobile, which, since 1893, had become a nightmare at 100 kilometers an hour, almost as destructive as the electric tram, which was only 10 years older, and threatening to become as terrible as the locomotive steam engine itself, which was almost exactly Adams's own age. Then he showed his scholar the great hall of dynamos, and explained how little he knew about electricity or force of any kind, even of his own special sun, which spouted heat in inconceivable volume, but which, as far as he knew, might spout less or more at any time for all the certainty he felt in it. To him the dynamo itself was but an ingenious channel for conveying somewhere the heat latent in a few tons of poor coal hidden in a dirty engine-house carefully kept out of sight. But to Adams the dynamo became a symbol of infinity. As he grew accustomed to the great gallery of machines, he began to feel the 40-foot dynamos as a moral force, much as the early Christians felt the cross. The planet itself seemed less impressive in its old-fashioned, deliberate, annual or daily revolution than this huge wheel revolving within arm's length at some vertiginous speed, and barely murmuring, scarcely humming an audible warning to stand a hair's breadth further for respect of power, while it would not wake the baby lying close against its frame. Before the end one began to pray to it. Inherited instinct taught the natural expression of man before silence and infinite force. Among the thousand symbols of ultimate energy, the dynamo was not so human as some, but it was the most expressive. Yet the dynamo, next to the steam engine, was the most familiar of exhibits. For Adams's objects, its value lay chiefly in its occult mechanism. Between the dynamo in the gallery of machines and the engine-house outside, the break of continuity amounted to abysmal fracture for a historian's objects. No more relation could he discover between the steam and the electric current than between the cross and the cathedral. The forces were interchangeable, if not reversible, but he could see only an absolute fiat in electricity as in faith. Langley could not help him. Indeed, Langley seemed to be worried by the same trouble, for he constantly repeated that the new forces were anarchical, and especially that he was not responsible for the new rays, that were little short of parricidal in their wicked spirit toward science. His own rays, with which he had doubled the solar spectrum, were altogether harmless and beneficent, but radium denied its God, or, what was to Langley the same thing, denied the truths of his science. The force was wholly new. A historian who asked only to learn enough to be as futile as Langley or Kelvin made rapid progress under this teaching, and mixed himself up in the tangle of ideas until he achieved a sort of paradise of ignorance, vastly consoling to his fatigued senses. He wrapped himself in vibrations and rays which were new, and he would have hugged Marconi and Branly had he met them, as he hugged the Dynamo, while he lost his arithmetic in trying to figure out the equation between the discoveries and the economies of force. The economies, like the discoveries, were absolute, supersensual, occult, incapable of expression in horsepower. What mathematical equivalent could he suggest as the value of a Branly coherer? Frozen air, or the electric furnace, had some scale of measurement, no doubt, if somebody could invent a thermometer adequate to the purpose, but X-rays had played no part whatever in man's consciousness, and the atom itself had figured only as a fiction of thought. In these 7 years man had translated himself into a new universe which had no common scale of measurement with the old. He had entered a supersensual world, in which he could measure nothing except by chance collisions of movements imperceptible to his senses, perhaps even imperceptible to his instruments, but perceptible to each other, and so to some known ray at the end of the scale. Langley seemed prepared for anything, even for an indeterminable number of universes interfused. Physics stark mad in metaphysics. Historians undertake to arrange sequences, called stories or histories, assuming in silence a relation of cause and effect. These assumptions, hidden in the depths of dusty libraries, have been astounding, but commonly unconscious and childlike. So much so that if any captious critic were to drag them to light, historians would probably reply with one voice that they had never supposed themselves required to know what they were talking about. Adams, for one, had toiled in vain to find out what he meant. He had even published a dozen volumes of American history for no other purpose than to satisfy himself whether, by the severest process of stating, with the least possible comment, such facts as seemed sure, in such order as seemed rigorously consequent, he could fix for a familiar moment a necessary sequence of human movement. The result had satisfied him as little as at Harvard College. Where he saw sequence, other men saw something quite different, and no one saw the same unit of measure. He cared little about his experiments and less about his statesmen, who seemed to him quite as ignorant as himself, and, as a rule, no more honest. But he insisted on a relation of sequence, and if he could not reach it by one method, he would try as many methods as science knew. Satisfied that the sequence of men led to nothing, and that the sequence of their society could lead no further, while the mere sequence of time was artificial and the sequence of thought was chaos, he turned at last to the sequence of force. And thus it happened that after 10 years' pursuit he found himself lying in the gallery of machines at the great exposition of 1900, with his historical neck broken by the sudden eruption of forces totally new. Since no one else showed much concern, an elderly person without other cares had no need to betray alarm. The year 1900 was not the first to upset schoolmasters. Copernicus and Galileo had broken many professorial necks about 1600. Columbus had stood the world on its head toward 1500. But the nearest approach to the revolution of 1900 was that of 310, when Constantine set up the cross. The rays that Langley disowned, as well as those which he fathered, were occult, supersensual, irrational. They were a revelation of mysterious energy like that of the cross. They were what, in terms of medieval science, were called immediate modes of the divine substance. The historian was thus reduced to his last resources. Clearly, if he was bound to reduce all these forces to a common value, this common value could have no measure but that of their attraction on his own mind. He must treat them as they had been felt, as convertible, reversible, interchangeable attractions on thought. He made up his mind to venture it. He would risk translating rays into faith. Such a reversible process would vastly amuse a chemist, but the chemist could not deny that he, or some of his fellow physicists, could feel the force of both. When Adams was a boy in Boston, the best chemist in the place had probably never heard of Venus except by way of scandal, or of the Virgin except as idolatry. Neither had he heard of dynamos or automobiles or radium. Yet his mind was ready to feel the force of all, though the Rays were unborn and the women were dead. Here opened another totally new education, which promised to be by far the most hazardous of all. The knife-edge along which he must crawl, like Sir Lancelot in the 12th century, divided two kingdoms of force which had nothing in common but attraction. They were as different as a magnet is from gravitation, supposing one knew what a magnet was, or gravitation, or love. The force of the Virgin was still felt at Lourdes, and seemed to be as potent as X-rays, but in America neither Venus nor Virgin ever had value as force, at most as sentiment. No American had ever been truly afraid of either. This problem in dynamics gravely perplexed an American historian. The woman had once been supreme. In France she still seemed potent, not merely as a sentiment, but as a force. Why was she unknown in America? For evidently America was ashamed of her, and she was ashamed of herself. Otherwise they would not have strewn fig-leaves so profusely all over her. When she was a true force, she was ignorant of fig-leaves, but the monthly magazine-made American female had not a feature that would have been recognized by Adam. The trait was notorious and often humorous, but anyone brought up among Puritans knew that sex was sin. In any previous age, sex was strength. Neither art nor beauty was needed. Everyone, even among Puritans, knew that neither Diana of the Ephesians nor any of the Oriental goddesses was worshipped for her beauty. She was goddess because of her force. She was the animated dynamo. She was reproduction, the greatest and most mysterious of all energies. All she needed was to be fecund. Singularly enough, not one of Adams's many schools of education had ever drawn his attention to the opening lines of Lucretius, though they were perhaps the finest in all Latin literature, where the poet invoked Venus exactly as Dante invoked the Virgin. Quae quoniam rerum naturalem sola gubernas. The Venus of Epicurean philosophy survived in the Virgin of the schools. Donna, sei tanto grande, tanto vale. Che qual vuol grazia, a te non ricorre. Sua disianza vuol volar senz'ali. All this was to American thought as though it had never existed. The true American knew something of the facts, but nothing of the feelings. He read the letter, but he never felt the law. Before this historical chasm, a mind like that of Adams felt itself helpless. He turned from the Virgin to the dynamo as though he were a Branly coherer. On one side, at the Louvre and at Chartres, as he knew by the record of work actually done, and still before his eyes, was the highest energy ever known to man, the creator of 4/5 of his noblest art, exercising vastly more attraction over the human mind than all the steam engines and dynamos ever dreamed of. And yet this energy was unknown to the American mind. An American Virgin would never dare command. An American Venus would never dare exist. The question, which to any plain American of the 19th century seemed as remote as it did to Adams, drew him almost violently to study once it was posed. And on this point Langleys were as useless as though they were Herbert Spencers, or dynamos. The idea survived only as art. There one turned as naturally as though the artist were himself a woman. Adams began to ponder, asking himself whether he knew of any American artist who had ever insisted on the power of sex, as every classic had always done. But he could think only of Walt Whitman, Bret Harte as far as the magazines would let him venture, and one or two painters for the flesh tones. All the rest had used sex for sentiment, never for force. To them Eve was a tender flower, and Herodias an unfeminine horror. American art, like the American language and American education, was, as far as possible, sexless. Society regarded this victory over sex as its greatest triumph, and the historian readily admitted it, since the moral issue for the moment did not concern one who was studying the relations of unmoral force. He cared nothing for the sex of the dynamo until he could measure its energy. Vaguely seeking a clue, he wandered before the art exhibit, and in his stroll stopped almost every day before St. Gaudens's General Sherman, which had been given the central post of honor. St. Gaudens himself was in Paris, putting on the work of his usual interminable last touches. and listening to the usual contradictory suggestions of brother sculptors. Of all the American artists who gave to American art whatever life it breathed in the 70s, St. Gaudens was perhaps the most sympathetic, but certainly the most inarticulate. General Grant or Don Cameron had scarcely less instinct of rhetoric than he. All the others, the Hunts, Richardson, John Lafarge, Stanford White, were exuberant. Only St. Gaudens could never discuss or dilate on an emotion, or suggest artistic arguments for giving to his work the forms that he felt. He never laid down the law, or affected the despot, or become brutalized, like Whistler, by the brutalities of his world. He required no incense, he was no egoist. His simplicity of thought was excessive. He could not imitate, or give any form but his own to the creations of his hand. No one felt more strongly than he the strength of other men, but the idea that they could affect him never stirred an image in his mind. This summer his health was poor, and his spirits were low. For such a temper, Adams was not the best companion, since his own gaiety was not full, but he risked going now and then to the studio on Montparnasse to draw him out for a stroll in the Bois de Boulogne, or dinner as pleased his moods, and in return St. Gaudens sometimes let Adams go about in his company. Once St. Gaudens took him down to Amiens with a party of Frenchmen to see the cathedral. Not until they found themselves actually studying the sculpture of the western portal did it dawn on Adams's mind that, for his purposes, St. Gaudens on that spot had more interest to him than the cathedral itself. Great men before great monuments express great truths, provided they are not taken too solemnly. Adams never tired of quoting the supreme phrase of his idol Gibbon before the Gothic cathedrals. "I darted a contemptuous look on the stately monuments of superstition." Even in the footnotes of his history, Gibbon had never inserted a bit of humor more human than this, and one would have paid largely for a photograph of the fat little historian, on the background of Notre Dame of Amiens, trying to persuade his readers, perhaps himself, that he was darting a contemptuous look on the stately monument, for which he felt, in fact, the respect which every man of his vast study and active mind always feels before objects worthy of it. But besides the humor, one felt also the relation. Gibbon ignored the Virgin because in 1789 religious monuments were out of fashion. In 1900 his remarks sounded fresh and simple as the green fields to ears that had heard 100 years of other remarks, mostly no more fresh and certainly less simple. Without malice, one might find it more instructive than a whole lecture of Ruskin. One sees what one brings, and at that moment Gibbon brought the French Revolution. Ruskin brought reaction against the Revolution. St. Gaudens had passed beyond all. He liked the stately monuments much more than he liked Gibbon or Ruskin. He loved their dignity, their unity, their scale, their lines, their lights and shadows, their decorative sculpture. But he was even less conscious than they of the force that created it all, the Virgin, the woman, by whose genius these stately monuments of superstition were built, through which she was expressed. He would have seen more meaning in Isis with the cow's horns at Edfu, who expressed the same thought. The art remained, but the energy was lost, even upon the artist. Yet in mind and in person St. Gaudens was a survival of the 1500s. He bore the stamp of the Renaissance, and should have carried an image of the Virgin round his neck, or stuck in his hat like Louis XI. In mere time he was a lost soul that had strayed by chance into the 20th century and forgotten where it came from. He writhed and cursed at his ignorance, much as Adams did at his own, but in the opposite sense. St. Gaudens was a child of Benvenuto Cellini, smothered in an American cradle. Adams was a quintessence of Boston, devoured by curiosity to think like Benvenuto. St. Gaudens's art was starved from birth, and Adams's instinct was blighted from babyhood. Each had but half of a nature, and when they came together before the Virgin of Amiens, they ought both to have felt in her the force that made them one, but it was not so. To Adams she became more than ever a channel of force. To St. Gaudens she remained, as before, a channel of taste. For a symbol of power, St. Gaudens instinctively preferred the horse, as was plain in his Horse and Victory of the Sherman monument. Doubtless Sherman also felt it so. The attitude was so American that for at least 40 years Adams had never realized that any other could be in sound taste. How many years had he taken to admit a notion of what Michelangelo and Rubens were driving at? He could not say, but he knew that only since 1895 had he begun to feel the Virgin or Venus as force, and not everywhere even so. At Chartres, perhaps at Lourdes, possibly at Knidos, if one could still find there the divinely naked Aphrodite of Praxiteles. But otherwise one must look for force to the goddesses of Indian mythology. The idea died out long ago in the German and English stock. St. Gaudens at Amiens was hardly less sensitive to the force of the female energy than Matthew Arnold at the Grande Chartreuse. Neither of them felt goddesses as power, only as reflected emotion, human expression, beauty, purity, taste, scarcely even as sympathy. They felt a railway train as power, yet they and all the other artists constantly complained that the power embodied in a railway train could never be embodied in art. All the steam in the world could not, like the Virgin, build Chartres. Yet in mechanics, whatever the mechanicians might think, both energies acted as interchangeable forces on man, and by action on man all known force may be measured. Indeed, few men of science measured force in any other way. After once admitting that a straight line was the shortest distance between 2 points, no serious mathematician cared to deny anything that suited his convenience, and rejected no symbol, unproved or unprovable, that helped him to accomplish work. The symbol was force, as a compass needle or a triangle was force, as the mechanist might prove by losing it, and nothing could be gained by ignoring their value. Symbol or energy, the Virgin had acted as the greatest force the Western world ever felt, and had drawn man's activities to herself more strongly than any other power, natural or supernatural, had ever done. The historian's business was to follow the track of the energy, to find where it came from and where it went to, its complex source and shifting channels, its values, equivalents, conversions. It could scarcely be more complex than radium. It could hardly be deflected, diverted, polarized, absorbed more perplexingly than other radiant matter. Adams knew nothing about any of them, but as a mathematical problem of influence on human progress, though all were occult, all reacted on his mind, and he rather inclined to think the Virgin easiest to handle. The pursuit turned out to be long and tortuous, leading at last into the vast forests of scholastic science. From Zeno to Descartes, hand in hand with Thomas Aquinas, Montaigne, and Pascal, one stumbled as stupidly as though one were still a German student of 1860. Only with the instinct of despair could one force oneself into this old thicket of ignorance, after having been repulsed at a score of entrances more promising and more popular. Thus far no path had led anywhere, unless perhaps to an exceedingly modest living. 45 years of study had proved to be quite futile for the purpose of power. One controlled no more force in 1900 than in 1850, although the amount of force controlled by society had enormously increased. The secret of education still hid itself somewhere behind ignorance, and one fumbled over it as feebly as ever. In such labyrinths, the staff is a force almost more necessary than the legs. The pen becomes a sort of blind man's dog, to keep him from falling into the gutters. The pen works for itself and acts like a hand, modeling the plastic material over and over again to the form that suits it best. The form is never arbitrary, but is a sort of growth like crystallization, as any artist knows too well. For often the pencil or pen runs into the side paths and shapelessness, loses its relations, stops, or is bogged. Then it has to return on its trail and recover, if it can, its line of force. The result of a year's work depends more on what is struck out than on what is left in, on the sequence of the main lines of thought than on their play or variety. Compelled once more to lean heavily on this support, Adams covered more thousands of pages with figures as formal as though they were algebra, laboriously striking out, altering, burning, experimenting, until the year expired. The exposition had long been closed, and, winter drawing to its end, before he sailed from Cherbourg on January 19th, 1901, for home. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Education of Henry Adams, by Henry Adams. Chapter 26 Twilight, 1901. While the world that thought itself frivolous, and submitted meekly to hearing itself decried as vain, fluttered through the Paris Exposition, jogging the futilities of St. Gaudens, Rodin, and Bernard, the world that thought itself serious, and showed other infallible marks of coming mental paroxysm, was engaged in weird doings at Peking and elsewhere, such as startled even itself. Of all branches of education, the science of gauging people and events by their relative importance defies study most insolently. For 3 or 4 generations, society has united in withering with contempt and opprobrium the shameless futility of Madame de Pompadour and Madame du Barry. Yet if one bid at an auction for some object that had been approved by the taste of either lady, one quickly found that it were better to buy half a dozen Napoleons or Fredericks or Maria Theresas, or all the philosophy and science of their time, than to bid for a cane-bottomed chair that either of these 2 ladies had adorned. The same thing might be said, in a different sense, of Voltaire. While, as everyone knows, the money value of any hand-stroke of Watteau or Hogarth, Nattier or Sir Joshua, is out of all proportion to the importance of the men. Society seemed to delight in talking with solemn conviction about serious values, and in paying fantastic prices for nothing but the most futile. The drama acted at Peking in the summer of 1900 was, in the eyes of a student, the most serious that could be offered for his study, since it brought him suddenly to the inevitable struggle for the control of China, which in his view must decide the control of the world. Yet, as a money value, the fall of China was chiefly studied in Paris and London as a calamity to Chinese porcelain. The value of a Ming vase was more serious than universal war. The drama of the legations interested the public much, as though it were a novel of Alexandre Dumas, but the bearing of the drama on future history offered an interest vastly greater. Adams knew no more about it than though he were the best informed statesman in Europe. Like them all, he took for granted that the legations were massacred, and that John Hay, who alone championed China's administrative entity, would be massacred too, since he must henceforth look on in impotence while Russia and Germany dismembered China and shut up America at home. 9 statesmen out of 10 in Europe accepted this result in advance, seeing no way to prevent it. Adams saw none, and laughed at Hay for his helplessness. When Hay suddenly ignored European leadership, took the lead himself, rescued the legations, and saved China, Adams looked on, as incredulous as Europe, though not quite so stupid, since on that branch of education he knew enough for his purpose. Nothing so meteoric had ever been done in American diplomacy. On returning to Washington, January 30th, 1901, he found most of the world as astonished as himself, but less stupid than usual. For a moment, indeed, the world had been struck dumb at seeing Hay put Europe aside, and set the Washington government at the head of civilization so quietly that civilization submitted, by mere instinct of docility, to receive and obey his orders. But after the first shock of silence, society felt the force of the stroke through its fineness, and burst into almost tumultuous applause. Instantly the diplomacy of the 19th century, with all its painful scuffles and struggles, was forgotten, and the American blushed to be told of his submissions in the past. History broke in halves. Hay was too good an artist not to feel the artistic skill of his own work, and the success reacted on his health, giving him fresh life, for with him, as with most men, success was a tonic, and depression a specific poison. But as usual his troubles nested at home. Success doubles strain. President McKinley's diplomatic corps had become the largest in the world, and the diplomatic relations required far more work than ever before, while the staff of the department was little more efficient, and the friction in the Senate had become coagulated. Hay took to studying the diary of John Quincy Adams 80 years before, and calculated that the resistance had increased about 10 times, as measured by waste of days and increase of effort, although Secretary of State J.Q. Adams thought himself very hardly treated. Hay cheerfully noted that it was killing him, and proved it, for the effort of the afternoon walk became sometimes painful. For the moment things were going fairly well, and Hay's unruly team were less fidgety, but Pauncefote still pulled the whole load, and turned the dangerous corners safely, while Cassini and Hohenben helped the Senate to make what trouble they could, without serious offence, and the Irish, after the genial Celtic nature, obstructed even themselves. The fortunate Irish, thanks to their sympathetic qualities, never made lasting enmities, but the Germans seemed in a fair way to rouse ill will and even ugly temper in the spirit of politics, which was by no means a part of Hay's plans. He had as much as he could do to overcome domestic friction, and felt no wish to alienate foreign powers. Yet so much could be said in favor of the foreigners that they commonly knew why they made trouble, and were steady to a motive. Cassini had for years pursued, in Peking as in Washington, a policy of his own, never disguised, and as little in harmony with his chief as with Hay. He made his opposition on fixed lines for notorious objects, but senators could seldom give a reason for obstruction. In every 100 men a certain number obstruct by instinct, and try to invent reasons to explain it afterwards. The Senate was no worse than the board of a university, but the incorporators, as a rule, have not made this class of men dictators on purpose to prevent action. In the Senate a single vote commonly stopped legislation, or, in committee, stifled discussion. Hay's policy of removing, one after another, all irritations, and closing all discussions with foreign countries, roused incessant obstruction, which could be overcome only by patience and bargaining and executive patronage, if indeed it could be overcome at all. The price actually paid was not very great, except in the physical exhaustion of Hay and Pauncefote, Root and McKinley. No serious bargaining of equivalents could be attempted. Senators would not sacrifice $5 in their own states to gain 500,000 in another. But whenever a foreign country was willing to surrender an advantage without an equivalent, Hay had a chance to offer the Senate a treaty. In all such cases the price paid for the treaty was paid wholly to the Senate, and amounted to nothing very serious except in waste of time and wear of strength. "Life is so gay and horrid," laughed Hay. "The Major will have promised all the consulates in the service. The senators will all come to me and refuse to believe me disconsolate, and I shall see all my treaties slaughtered one by the 34% of kickers and strikers. The only mitigation I can foresee is being sick a good part of the time. I am nearing my grand climacteric, and the great culbut is approaching." He was thinking of his friend Blaine, and might have thought of all his predecessors, for all had suffered alike, and to Adams as historian their sufferings had been a long delight. The solitary picturesque and tragic elements in politics, incidentally requiring character studies, like Aaron Burr and William B. Giles, Calhoun and Webster and Sumner, with Sir Forcible Feebles, like James M. Mason, and stage exaggerations like Roscoe Conkling. The Senate took the place of Shakespeare, and offered real Brutuses and Bolingbroks, Jack Cadys, Falstaffs, and Malvolios. Endless varieties of human nature nowhere else to be studied, and none the less amusing because they killed, or because they were like schoolboys in their simplicity. Life is so gay and horrid. Hay still felt the humor, though more and more rarely, but what he felt most was the enormous complexity and friction of the vast mass he was trying to guide. He bitterly complained that it had made him a bore, of all things the most senatorial, and to him the most obnoxious. The old friend was lost, and only the teacher remained, driven to madness by the complexities and multiplicities of his new world. To one who, at past 60 years old, is still passionately seeking education, these small or large annoyances had no great value except as measures of mass and motion. For him, the practical interest and the practical man were such as looked forward to the next election, or perhaps in corporations 5 or 10 years. Scarcely half a dozen men in America could be named who were known to have looked a dozen years ahead, while any historian who means to keep his alignment with past and future must cover a horizon of 2 generations at least. If he seeks to align himself with the future, he must assume a condition of some sort for a world 50 years beyond his own. Every historian, sometimes unconsciously, but always inevitably, must have put to himself the question, how long could such or such an outworn system last? He can never give himself less than 1 generation to show the full effects of a changed condition. His object is to triangulate from the widest possible base to the furthest point he thinks he can see, which is always far beyond the curvature of the horizon. To the practical man such an attempt is idiotic, and probably the practical man is in the right today. But whichever is right, if the question of right or wrong enters at all into the matter, The historian has no choice but to go on alone. Even in his own profession few companions offer help, and his walk soon becomes solitary, leading further and further into a wilderness where twilight is short and the shadows are dense. Already Hay literally staggered in his tracks for weariness. More worn than he, Clarence King dropped. One day in the spring he stopped an hour in Washington to bid good-bye, cheerily and simply telling how his doctors had condemned him to Arizona for his lungs. All three friends knew that they were nearing the end, and that if it were not the one it would be the other, but the affectation of readiness for death is a stage role, and stoicism is a stupid resource, though the only one. Non dolet paete. One is ashamed of it, even in the acting. The sunshine of life had not been so dazzling of late, but that a share of it flickered out for Adams and Hay when King disappeared from their lives. But Hay still had his family and ambition, while Adams could only blunder back alone, helplessly, wearily, his eyes rather dim with tears, to his vague trail across the darkening prairie of education, without a motive, big or small, except curiosity to reach, before he too should drop, some point that would give him a far look ahead. He was morbidly curious to see some light at the end of the passage, as though 30 years were a shadow, and he were again to fall into King's arms at the door of the last and only log cabin left in life. Time had become terribly short, and the sense of knowing so little when others knew so much crushed out hope. He knew not in what new direction to turn, and sat at his desk, idly pulling threads out of the tangled skein of science to see whether or why they aligned themselves. The commonest and oldest toy he knew was the child's magnet, with which he had played since babyhood, the most familiar of puzzles. He covered his desk with magnets, and mapped out their lines of force by compass. Then he read all the books he could find, and tried in vain to make his lines of force agree with theirs. The books confounded him. He could not credit his own understanding. Here was literally the most concrete fact in nature, next to gravitation, which it defied. A force which must have radiated lines of energy without stop since time began, if not longer, and which might probably go on radiating after the sun should fall into the earth, since no one knew why or how or what it radiated, or even whether it radiated at all. Perhaps the earliest known of all natural forces after the solar energies, it seemed to have suggested no idea to anyone until some mariner bethought himself that it might serve for a pointer. Another 1,000 years passed when it taught some other intelligent man to use it as a pump, supply pipe, sieve, or reservoir for collecting electricity, still without knowing how it worked or what it was. For a historian, the story of Faraday's experiments and the invention of the dynamo passed belief. It revealed a condition of human ignorance and helplessness before the commonest forces, such as his mind refused to credit. He could not conceive but that someone somewhere could tell him all about the magnet, if one could but find the book, although he had been forced to admit the same helplessness in the face of gravitation, phosphorescence, and odors, and he could imagine no reason why society should treat radium as revolutionary in science when every infant for ages past had seen the magnet doing what radium did. For surely the kind of radiation mattered nothing compared with the energy that radiated and the matter supplied for radiation. He dared not venture into the complexities of chemistry or microbes so long as this child's toy offered complexities that befogged his mind beyond X-rays, and turned the atom into an endless variety of pumps endlessly pumping an endless variety of ethers. He wanted to ask Madame Curie to invent a motor attachable to her salt of radium and pump its forces through it, as Faraday did with a magnet. He figured the human mind itself as another radiating matter through which man had always pumped a subtler fluid. In all this futility it was not the magnet or the rays or the microbes that troubled him, or even his helplessness before the forces. To that he was used from childhood. The magnet in its new relations staggered his new education by its evidence of growing complexity and multiplicity, and even contradiction, in life. He could not escape it. Politics or science, the lesson was the same, and at every step it blocked his path whichever way he turned. He found it in politics, he ran against it in science, he struck it in everyday life, as though he were still Adam in the Garden of Eden, between God, who was unity, and Satan, who was complexity, with no means of deciding which was truth. The problem was the same for McKinley as for Adam, and for the Senate as for Satan. Hay was going to wreck on it, like King and Adams. All one's life one had struggled for unity, and unity had always won. The national government and the national unity had overcome every resistance, and the Darwinian evolutionists were triumphant over all the curates. Yet the greater the unity and the momentum, the worse became the complexity and the friction. One had in vain bowed one's neck to railways, banks, corporations, trusts, and even to the popular will as far as one could understand it, or even further, the multiplicity of unity had steadily increased, was increasing, and threatened to increase beyond reason. He had surrendered all his favorite prejudices and forsworn even the forms of criticism, except for his pet amusement, the Senate, which was a tonic or stimulant necessary to healthy life. He had accepted uniformity and Pteraspis and Ice Age and tramways and telephones, and now, just when he was ready to hang the crowning garland on the brow of a completed education, science itself warned him to begin it again from the beginning. Maundering among the magnets, he bethought himself that once, a full generation earlier, he had begun active life by writing a confession of geological faith at the bidding of Sir Charles Lyell, and that it might be worth looking at, if only to steady his vision. He read it again and thought it better than he could do at 63, but elderly minds always work loose. He saw his doubts grow larger, and became curious to know what had been said about them since 1870. The Geological Survey supplied stacks of volumes, and reading for steady months, while the longer he read, the more he wondered, pondered, doubted what his delightful old friend Sir Charles Lyell would have said about it. Truly, the animal that is to be trained to unity must be caught young. Unity is vision. It must have been part of the process of learning to see. The older the mind, the older its complexities, and the further it looks, the more it sees, until even the stars resolve themselves into multiples. Yet the child will always see but one. Adams asked whether geology, since 1867, had drifted toward unity or multiplicity, and he felt that the drift would depend on the age of the man who drifted. Seeking some impersonal point for measure, he turned to see what had happened to his oldest friend and cousin, the ganoid fish, the Pteraspis of Ludlow and Wenlock, with whom he had sported when geological life was young, as though they had all remained together in time to act the Mask of Comus at Ludlow Castle, and repeat, "How charming is divine philosophy!" He felt almost aggrieved to find Walcott so vigorously acting the part of Comus as to have flung the ganoid all the way off to Colorado and far back into the lower Trenton limestone, making the Pteraspis as modern as a Mississippi garpike by spawning an ancestry for him, infinitely more remote in the dawn of known organic life. A few thousand feet more or less of limestone were the liveliest amusement to the ganoid, but they buried the uniformitarian alive under the weight of his own uniformity. Not for all the ganoid fish that ever swam would a discreet historian dare to hazard, even in secret, an opinion about the value of natural selection by minute changes under uniform conditions, for he could know no more about it than most of his neighbors who knew nothing. But natural selection that did not select, evolution finished before it began, minute changes that refused to change anything during the whole geological record, survival of the highest order in a fauna which had no origin, uniformity under conditions which had disturbed everything else in creation, to an honest-meaning though ignorant student who needed to prove natural selection and not assume it, such sequence brought no peace. He wished to be shown that changes in form caused evolution in force, that chemical or mechanical energy had by natural selection and minute changes under uniform conditions converted itself into thought. The ganoid fish seemed to prove, to him, that it had selected neither new form nor new force, but that the curates were right in thinking that force could be increased in volume or raised in intensity only by help of outside force. To him the ganoid was a huge perplexity, none the less because neither he nor the ganoid troubled Darwinians, but the more because it helped to reveal that Darwinism seemed to survive only in England. In vain he asked what sort of evolution had taken its place. Almost any doctrine seemed orthodox. Even sudden conversions due to mere vital force acting on its own lines quite beyond mechanical explanation had cropped up again. A little more, and he would be driven back on old independence of species. What the ontologist thought about it was his own affair, like the theologist's views on theology, for complexity was nothing to them. But to the historian, who sought only the direction of thought and had begun as the confident child of Darwin and Lyell in 1867, the matter of direction seemed vital. Then he had entered gaily the door of the glacial epoch, and had surveyed a universe of unities and uniformities. In 1900 he entered a far vaster universe, where all the old roads ran about in every direction, overrunning, dividing, subdividing, stopping abruptly, vanishing slowly, with side paths that led nowhere, and sequences that could not be proved. The active geologists had mostly become specialists dealing with complexities far too technical for an amateur, but the old formulas still seemed to serve for beginners, as they had served when new. So the cause of the glacial epoch remained at the mercy of Lyell and Kroll, although Geikie had split up the period into half a dozen intermittent chills in recent geology, and in the northern hemisphere alone, while no geologist had ventured to assert that the glaciation of the southern hemisphere could possibly be referred to a horizon more remote. Continents still rose wildly and wildly sank, though Professor Suess of Vienna had written an epoch-making work showing that continents were anchored like crystals, and only oceans rose and sank. Lyell's genial uniformity seemed genial still, for nothing had taken its place, though in the interval granite had grown young, nothing had been explained, and a bewildering system of huge overthrusts had upset geological mechanics. The textbooks refused even to discuss theories, frankly throwing up their hands and avowing that progress depended on studying each rock as a law unto itself. Adams had no more to do with the correctness of the science than the garpike or the Port Jackson shark, for its correctness in no way concerned him, and only impertinence could lead him to dispute or discuss the principles of any science. But the history of the mind concerned the historian alone, and the historian had no vital concern in anything else, for he found no change to record in the body. In thought, the schools, like the Church, raised ignorance to a faith and degraded dogma to heresy. Evolution survived like the trilobites, without evolving, and yet the evolutionists held the whole field, and had even plucked up the courage to rebel against the Cossack ukase of Lord Kelvin, forbidding them to ask more than 20 million years for their experiments. No doubt the geologists had always submitted sadly to this last and utmost violence inflicted on them by the pontiff of physical religion, in the effort to force unification of the universe. They had protested with mild conviction that they could not state the geological record in terms of time. They had murmured ignoramus under their breath, but they had never dared to assert the ignorabimus that lay on the tips of their tongues. Yet the admission seemed close at hand. Evolution was becoming change of form broken by freaks of force, and warped at times by attractions affecting intelligence, twisted and tortured at other times by sheer violence, cosmic, chemical, solar, supersensual, electrolytic, who knew what, defying science if not denying known law, and the wisest of men could but imitate the Church and invoke a larger synthesis to unify the anarchy again. Historians have got into far too much trouble by following schools of theology in their efforts to enlarge their synthesis, that they should willingly repeat the process in science. For human purposes, a point must always be reached soon where larger synthesis is suicide. Politics and geology pointed alike to the larger synthesis of rapidly increasing complexity, but still an elderly man knew that the change might only be in himself. The admission cost nothing. Any student of any age, thinking only of a thought and not of his thought, should delight in turning about and trying the opposite motion, as he delights in the spring which brings even to a tired and irritated statesman the larger synthesis of peach blooms, cherry blossoms, and dogwood, to prove the folly of fret. Every schoolboy knows that this sum of all knowledge never saved him from whipping. Mere years help nothing. King and Hay and Adams could neither of them escape floundering through the corridors of chaos that opened as they passed to the end. But they could at least float with the stream if they only knew which way the current ran. Adams would have liked to begin afresh with the Limulus and the Lepidosteius in the waters of Braintree, side by side with Adamses and Quincy's and Harvard College, all unchanged and unchangeable since archaic time. But what purpose would it serve? A seeker of truth or illusion would be none the less restless, though a shark. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Education of Henry Adams, by Henry Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27. Teufelsdrockh, 1901. Inevitable Paris beckoned, and resistance became more and more futile as the store of years grew less, for the world contains no other spot than Paris where education can be pursued from every side. Even more vigorously than in the 12th century, Paris taught in the 20th, with no other school approaching it for variety of direction and energy of mind. Of the teaching in detail, a man who knew only what accident had taught him in the 19th century could know next to nothing, since science had got quite beyond his horizon, and mathematics had become the only necessary language of thought. But one could play with the toys of childhood, including Ming porcelain, salons of painting, operas and theatres, beaux-arts and Gothic architecture, theology and anarchy, in any jumble of time, or totter about with Joe Stickney talking Greek philosophy or recent poetry, or studying Louise at the Opéra Comique, or discussing the charm of youth and the Seine with Bay Lodge and his exquisite young wife. Paris remained Parisian in spite of change, mistress of herself, though China fell. Scores of artists, sculptors and painters, poets and dramatists, workers in gems and metals, designers in stuffs and furniture, hundreds of chemists, physicists, even philosophers, philologists, physicians, and historians were at work, 1,000 times as actively as ever before, and the mass and originality of their product would have swamped any previous age, as it very nearly swamped its own. But the effect was one of chaos, and Adams stood as helpless before it as before the chaos of New York. His single thought was to keep in front of the movement, and, if necessary, lead it to chaos, but never fall behind. Only the young have time to linger in the rear. The amusements of youth had to be abandoned, for not even pugilism needs more staying power than the labours of the pale-faced student of the Latin Quarter in the haunts of Montparnasse or Montmartre, where one must feel no fatigue at 2 o'clock in the morning in a beer-garden, even after 4 hours of Mounet Soulier at the Théâtre Français. In those branches education might be called closed. Fashion, too, could no longer teach anything worth knowing to a man who, holding open the door into the next world, regarded himself as merely looking round to take a last glance of this. The glance was more amusing than any he had known in his active life, but it was more, infinitely more, chaotic and complex. Still, something remained to be done for education beyond the chaos, and, as usual, the women helped. For 30 years or thereabouts he had been repeating that he really must go to Bayreuth. Suddenly Mrs. Lodge appeared on the horizon and bade him come. He joined them, parents and children, alert and eager and appreciative as ever, at the little old town of Rothenburg on the Taube, and they went on to the Bayreuth festival together. 30 years earlier a Bayreuth festival would have made an immense stride in education, and the spirit of the master would have opened a vast new world. In 1901 the effect was altogether different from the spirit of the master. In 1876 the rococo setting of Bayreuth seemed the correct atmosphere for Siegfried and Brunhilde, perhaps even for Parsifal. Bayreuth was out of the world, calm, contemplative, and remote. In 1901 the world had altogether changed, and Wagner had become a part of it, as familiar as Shakespeare or Bret Harte. The rococo element jarred. Even the Hudson and the Susquehanna, perhaps the Potomac itself, had often risen to drown out the gods of Valhalla, and one could hardly listen to the Gotterdammerung in New York, among throngs of intense young enthusiasts, without paroxysms of nervous excitement that toned down to musical Philistinism at Bayreuth, as though the gods were Bavarian composers. New York or Paris might be whatever one pleased, venal, sordid, vulgar, but society nursed there, in the rottenness of its decay, certain anarchistic ferments, and thought them proof of art. Perhaps they were, and at all events Wagner was chiefly responsible for them as artistic emotion. New York knew better than Bayreuth what Wagner meant, and the frivolities of Paris had more than once included the rising of the Seine to drown out the Étoile or Montmartre, as well as the sorcery of ambition that casts spells of enchantment on the hero. Paris still felt a subtle flattery in the thought that the last great tragedy of gods and men would surely happen there, while no one could conceive of its happening at Bayreuth, or would care if it did. Paris coquetted with catastrophe as though it were an old mistress, faced it almost gaily as she had often done, for they were acquainted since Rome began to ravage Europe, while New York met it with a glow of fascinated horror, like an inevitable earthquake, and heard Ternina announce it with conviction that made nerves quiver and thrill, as they had long ceased to do under the accents of popular oratory proclaiming popular virtue, Flattery had lost its charm, but the Fluchmotiv went home. Adams had been carried with the tide till Brunhilde had become a habit and Turnina an ally. He, too, had played with anarchy, though not with socialism, which, to young men who nourished artistic emotions under the dome of the Pantheon, seemed hopelessly bourgeois and lowest middle class. Bay Lodge and Joe Stickney had given birth to the wholly new and original party of conservative Christian anarchists, to restore true poetry under the inspiration of the Gotterdammerung. Such a party saw no inspiration in Bayreuth, where landscape, history, and audience were relatively stodgy, and where the only emotion was a musical dilettantism that the master had abhorred. Yet Bayreuth still amused even a conservative Christian anarchist who cared as little as Gran mein Ross whether the singers sang false, and who came only to learn what Wagner had supposed himself to mean. This end attained, as pleased Frau Wagner and the Heiliger Geist, he was ready to go on, and the senator, yearning for sterner study, pointed to a haven at Moscow. For years Adams had taught American youth never to travel without a senator who was useful even in America at times, but indispensable in Russia, where in 1901 anarchists, even though conservative and Christian, were ill seen. The wing of the anarchistic party consisted rigorously of but two members, Adams and Bay Lodge. The conservative Christian anarchist, as a party, drew life from Hegel and Schopenhauer, rightly understood. By the necessity of their philosophical descent, each member of the fraternity denounced the other as unequal to his lofty task and inadequate to grasp it. Of course, no third member could be so much as considered, since the great principle of contradiction could be expressed only by opposites, and no agreement could be conceived, because anarchy, by definition, must be chaos and collision, as in the kinetic theory of a perfect gas. Doubtless this law of contradiction was itself agreement, a restriction of personal liberty inconsistent with freedom. But the larger synthesis admitted a limited agreement, provided it were strictly confined to the end of larger contradiction. Thus the great end of all philosophy, the larger synthesis, was attained, but the process was arduous, and while Adams, as the older member, assumed to declare the principle, Lodge necessarily denied both the assumption and the principle in order to assure its truth. Adams proclaimed that in the last synthesis order and anarchy were one, but that the unity was chaos. As anarchist, conservative, and Christian, he had no motive or duty but to attain the end, and to hasten it he was bound to accelerate progress, to concentrate energy, to accumulate power, to multiply and intensify forces, to reduce friction, increase velocity, and magnify momentum, partly because this was the mechanical law of the universe as science explained it, but partly also in order to get done with the present which artists and some others complained of. And finally, and chiefly, because a rigorous philosophy required it in order to penetrate the beyond and satisfy man's destiny by reaching the largest synthesis in its ultimate contradiction. Of course, the untaught critic instantly objected that this scheme was neither conservative, Christian, nor anarchic, but such objection meant only that the critic should begin his education in any infant school in order to learn that anarchy, which should be logical, would cease to be anarchic. To the conservative Christian anarchist, the amiable doctrines of Kropotkin were sentimental ideas of Russian mental inertia, covered with the name of anarchy, merely to disguise their innocence, and the outpourings of Elisée Reclus were ideals of the French ouvrier, diluted with absinthe, resulting in a bourgeois dream of order and inertia. Neither made a pretense of anarchy except as a momentary stage toward order and unity. Neither of them had formed any other conception of the universe than what they had inherited from the priestly class to which their minds obviously belonged. With them, as with the socialist, communist, or collectivist, the mind that followed nature had no relation. If anarchists needed order, they must go back to the 12th century, where their thought had enjoyed its 1,000 years of reign. The conservative Christian anarchist could have no associate, no object, no faith except the nature of nature itself, and his larger synthesis had only the fault of being so supremely true that even the highest obligation of duty could scarcely oblige Lodge to deny it in order to prove it. Only the self-evident truth that no philosophy of order except the Church had ever satisfied the philosopher reconciled the conservative Christian anarchist to prove his own. Naturally, these ideas were so far in advance of the age that hardly more people could understand them than understood Wagner or Hegel, or, for that matter, since the time of Socrates, wise men have been mostly shy of claiming to understand anything, but such refinements were Greek or German, and affected the practical American but little. He admitted that, for the moment, the darkness was dense. He could not affirm with confidence even to himself that his largest synthesis would certainly turn out to be chaos, since he would be equally obliged to deny the chaos. The poet groped blindly for an emotion. The play of thought for thought's sake had mostly ceased. The throb of 50 or 100 million steam horsepower, doubling every 10 years, and already more despotic than all the horses that ever lived, and all the riders they ever carried, drowned rhyme and reason. No one was to blame, for all were equally servants of the power, and worked merely to increase it. But the conservative Christian anarchist saw light. Thus the student of Hegel prepared himself for a visit to Russia in order to enlarge his synthesis, and much he needed it. In America all were conservative Christian anarchists. The faith was national, racial, geographic. The true American had never seen such supreme virtue in any of the innumerable shades between social anarchy and social order as to mark it for exclusively human and his own. He never had known a complete union either in church or state or thought, and had never seen any need for it. The freedom gave him courage to meet any contradiction, and intelligence enough to ignore it. Exactly the opposite condition had marked Russian growth. The Tsar's empire was a phase of conservative Christian anarchy more interesting to history than all the complex variety of American newspapers, schools, trusts, sects, frauds, and congressmen. These were nature, pure and anarchic as the conservative Christian anarchist saw nature, active, vibrating, mostly unconscious, and quickly reacting on force. But from the first glimpse one caught from the sleeping car window, in the early morning, of the Polish Jew at the accidental railway station, in all his weird horror, to the last vision of the Russian peasant lighting his candle and kissing his icon before the railway virgin in the station at St. Petersburg, all was logical, conservative, Christian, and anarchic. Russia had nothing in common with any ancient or modern world that history knew. She had been the oldest source of all civilization in Europe, and had kept none for herself. Neither Europe nor Asia had ever known such a phase, which seemed to fall into no line of evolution whatever, and was as wonderful to the student of Gothic architecture in the 12th century as to the student of the Dynamo in the 20th. Studied in the dry light of conservative Christian anarchy, Russia became luminous like the salt of radium, but with a negative luminosity, as though she were a substance whose energies had been sucked out, an inert residuum, with movement of pure inertia. From the car window one seemed to float past undulations of nomad life, herders deserted by their leaders and herds, wandering waves stopped in their wandering, waiting for their winds or warriors to return and lead them westward, tribes that had camped like the Kirghiz for the season and had lost the means of motion without acquiring the habit of permanence. They waited and suffered. As they stood, they were out of place, and could never have been normal. Their country acted as a sink of energy like the Caspian Sea, and its surface kept the uniformity of ice and snow. One Russian peasant kissing an icon on a saint's day in the Kremlin served for 100 million. The student had no need to study Wallace, or reread Tolstoy or Turgenev or Dostoevsky to refresh his memory of the most poignant analysis of human inertia ever put into words. Gorky was more than enough. Kropotkin answered every purpose. The Russian people could never have changed. Could they ever be changed? Could inertia of race on such a scale be broken up or take new form? Even in America, on an infinitely smaller scale, the question was old and unanswered. All the so-called primitive races, and some nearer survivals, had raised doubts which persisted against the most obstinate convictions of evolution. The senator himself shook his head, and after surveying Warsaw and Moscow to his content, went on to St. Petersburg to ask questions of Mr. de Witt and Prince Khilkoff. Their conversation added new doubts, for their efforts had been immense, their expenditure enormous, and their results on the people seemed to be uncertain as yet, even to themselves. 10 or 15 years of violent stimulus seemed resulting in nothing, for since 1898 Russia lagged. The tourist student, having duly reflected, asked the senator whether he should allow 3 generations or more to swing the Russian people into the Western movement. The senator seemed disposed to ask for more. The student had nothing to say. For him, all opinion founded on fact must be error, because the facts can never be complete, and their relations must always be infinite. Very likely Russia would instantly become the most brilliant constellation of human progress through all the ordered stages of good, but meanwhile one might give a value as movement of inertia to the mass, and assume a slow acceleration that would, at the end of a generation, leave the gap between East and West relatively the same. This result reached, the lodges through their moral improvement required a visit to Berlin. But 40 years of varied emotions had not deadened Adams's memories of Berlin, and he preferred at any cost to escape new ones. When the lodges started for Germany, Adams took steamer for Sweden and landed happily in a day or two at Stockholm. Until the student is fairly sure that his problem is soluble, he gains little by obstinately insisting on solving it. One might doubt whether Mr. de Witt himself, or Prince Khilkoff, or any Grand Duke, or the Emperor, knew much more about it than their neighbours, and Adams was quite sure that even in America he should listen with uncertain confidence to the views of any Secretary of the Treasury, or Railway President, or President of the United States whom he had ever known, that should concern the America of the next generation. The mere fact that any man should dare to offer them would prove his incompetence to judge. Yet Russia was too vast a force to be treated as an object of unconcern. As inertia, if in no other way, she represented 3/4 of the human race, and her movement might be the true movement of the future, against the hasty and unsure acceleration of America. No one could yet know what would best suit humanity, and the tourist who carried his La Fontaine in mind caught himself talking as bear or as monkey according to the mirror he held before him. "Am I satisfied?" he asked. "Moi? Pourquoi non? N'ai-je pas 4 pieds aussi bien que les autres? Mon portrait jusqu'ici ne m'a rien reproché. Mais pour mon frère alors, on ne l'a qu'ébauché. Jamais, s'il me veut croire, il ne se fera peindre." Granting that his brother the bear lacked perfection in details, his own figure as monkey was not necessarily ideal or decorative, nor was he in the least sure what form it might take, even in one generation. He had himself never ventured to dream of 3. No man could guess what the Daimler motor and X-rays would do to him, but so much was sure: the monkey and motor were terribly afraid of the bear. How much, only a man close to their foreign departments knew. As the monkey looked back across the Baltic from the safe battlements of Stockholm, Russia looked more portentous than from the Kremlin. The image was that of the retreating ice cap, a wall of archaic glacier as fixed, as ancient, as eternal as the wall of archaic ice that blocked the ocean a few hundred miles to the northward, and more likely to advance. Scandinavia had been ever at its mercy. Europe had never changed. The imaginary line that crossed the level continent from the Baltic to the Black Sea merely extended the northern barrier line. The Hungarians and Poles on one side still struggled against the Russian inertia of race, and retained their own energies under the same conditions that caused inertia across the frontier. Race ruled the conditions. Conditions hardly affected race, and yet no one could tell the patient tourist what race was, or how it should be known. History offered a feeble and delusive smile at the sound of the word. Evolutionists and ethnologists disputed its very existence. No one knew what to make of it. Yet, without the clue, history was a nursery tale. The Germans, Scandinavians, Poles, and Hungarians, energetic as they were, had never held their own against the heterogeneous mass of inertia called Russia, and trembled with terror whenever Russia moved. From Stockholm, one looked back on it as though it were an ice sheet, and so had Stockholm watched it for centuries. In contrast with the dreary forests of Russia and the stern streets of St. Petersburg, Stockholm seemed a southern vision, and Sweden lured the tourist on. Through a cheerful New England landscape and bright autumn he rambled northwards till he found himself at Trondheim and discovered Norway. Education crowded upon him in immense masses as he triangulated these vast surfaces of history about which he had lectured and read for a lifetime. When the historian fully realizes his ignorance, which sometimes happens to Americans, he becomes even more tiresome to himself than to others, because his naivete is irrepressible. Adams could not get over his astonishment, though he had preached the Norse doctrine all his life against the stupid and beer-swilling Saxon boors whom Freeman loved, and who, to the despair of science, produced Shakespeare. Mere contact with Norway started voyages of thought, and under their illusions he took the mail steamer to the north, and on September 14th reached Hammerfest. Frivolous amusement was hardly what one saw, through the equinoctial twilight, peering at the flying tourist down the deep fjords from dim patches of snow, where the last Lapps and reindeer were watching the mail steamer thread the intricate channels outside, as their ancestors had watched the first Norse fishermen learn them in the succession of time. But it was not the Lapps or the snow or the Arctic gloom that impressed the tourist, so much as the lights of an electromagnetic civilization, and the stupefying contrast with Russia, which more and more insisted on taking the first place in historical interest. Nowhere had the new forces so vigorously corrected the errors of the old, or so effectively redressed the balance of the ecliptic. As one approached the end, the spot where, 70 years before, a futile Carlylean Teufelsdrockh had stopped to ask futile questions of the silent infinite, the infinite seemed to have become loquacious, not to say familiar chattering gossip in one's ear. An installation of electric lighting and telephones led tourists close up to the polar ice cap, beyond the level of the magnetic pole, and there the newer Teufelsdrockh sat dumb with surprise, and glared at the permanent electric lights of Hammerfest. He had good reason, better than the Teufelsdrockh of 1830 in his liveliest Scotch imagination ever dreamed, or mortal man had ever told. At best, a week in these dim northern seas, without means of speech, within the Arctic Circle, at the equinox, led itself to gravity, if not to gloom. But only a week before, breakfasting in the restaurant at Stockholm, his eye had caught, across the neighbouring table, a headline in a Swedish newspaper, announcing an attempt on the life of President McKinley, and from Stockholm to Trondheim, and so up the coast to Hammerfest, day after day the news came, telling of the President's condition and the doings and sayings of Hay and Roosevelt, until at last a little journal was cried on reaching some dim haven, announcing the President's death a few hours before. To Adams the death of McKinley and the advent of Roosevelt was not wholly void of personal emotion. But this was little in comparison with his depth of wonder at hearing hourly reports from his most intimate friends, sent to him far within the realm of night, not to please him, but to correct the faults of the solar system. The electro-dynamo social universe worked better than the sun. No such strange chance had ever happened to a historian before, and it upset, for the moment, his whole philosophy of conservative anarchy. The acceleration was marvellous and wholly in the lines of unity. To recover his grasp of chaos, he must look back across the gulf to Russia, and the gap seemed to have suddenly become an abyss. Russia was infinitely distant. Yet the nightmare of the glacial ice cap still pressed down on him from the hills in full vision, and no one could look out on the dusky and oily sea that lapped these spectral islands without consciousness that only a day's steaming to the northward would bring him to the ice barrier, ready at any moment to advance, which obliged tourists to stop where Lapps and reindeer and Norse fishermen had stopped so long ago that memory of their very origin was lost. Adams had never before met a ne plus ultra, and knew not what to make of it. But he felt at least the emotion of his Norwegian fishermen ancestors, doubtless numbering hundreds of thousands, jammed with their faces to the sea, the ice on the north, the ice cap of Russian inertia pressing from behind, and the ice a trifling danger compared with the inertia. From the day they first followed the retreating ice cap round the North Cape down to the present moment, their problem was the same. The new Teufelsdrockh, though considerably older than the old one, saw no clearer into past or future, but he was fully as much perplexed. From the archaic ice barrier to the Caspian Sea, a long line of division, permanent since ice and inertia first took possession, divided his lines of force, with no relation to climate or geography or soil. The less a tourist knows, the fewer mistakes he need make, for he will not expect himself to explain ignorance. A century ago he carried letters and sought knowledge. Today he knows that no one knows. He needs too much, and ignorance is learning. He wandered south again, and came out at Kiel, Hamburg, Bremen, and Cologne. A mere glance showed him that here was a Germany new to mankind. Hamburg was almost as American as St. Louis. In 40 years the green rusticity of Dusseldorf had taken on the sooty grime of Birmingham. The Rhine in 1900 resembled the Rhine of 1858, much as it had resembled the Rhine of the Salic Franks. Cologne was a railway centre that had completed its cathedral, which bore an absent-minded air of a cathedral of Chicago. The 13th century, carefully strained off, catalogued, and locked up, was visible to tourists as a kind of Neanderthal cave-dwelling curiosity. The Rhine was more modern than the Hudson, as might well be, since it produced far more coal, but all this counted for little beside the radical change in the lines of force. In 1858 the whole plain of northern Europe, as well as the Danube in the south, bore evident marks of being still the prehistoric highway between Asia and the ocean. The trade route followed the old routes of invasion, and Cologne was a resting place between Warsaw and Flanders. Throughout northern Germany, Russia was felt even more powerfully than France. In 1901 Russia had vanished, and not even France was felt, hardly England or America. Coal alone was felt. Its stamp alone pervaded the Rhine district and persisted to Picardy, and the stamp was the same as that of Birmingham and Pittsburgh. The Rhine produced the same power, and the power produced the same people, the same mind, the same impulse. For a man 63 years old who had no hope of earning a living, these 3 months of education were the most arduous he ever attempted, and Russia was the most indigestible morsel he had ever met. But the sum of it, viewed from Cologne, seemed reasonable. From Hammerfest to Cherbourg, on one shore of the ocean, from Halifax to Norfolk on the other, one great empire was ruled by one great emperor. Coal. Political and human jealousies might tear it apart or divide it, but the power and the empire were one. Unity had gained that ground. Beyond lay Russia, and there an older, perhaps a surer power, resting on the eternal law of inertia, held its own. As a personal matter, the relative values of the two powers became more interesting every year, for the mass of Russian inertia was moving irresistibly over China, and John Hay stood in its path. As long as de Witt ruled, Hay was safe. Should de Witt fall, Hay would totter. One could only sit down and watch the doings of Mr. de Witt and Mr. de Plehve. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Education of Henry Adams by Henry Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. The Height of Knowledge, 1902. America has always taken tragedy lightly. Too busy to stop the activity of their 20-million horsepower society, Americans ignore tragic motives that would have overshadowed the Middle Ages, and the world learns to regard assassination as a form of hysteria, and death as neurosis, to be treated by a rest cure. 3 hideous political murders that would have fattened the Eumenides with horror have thrown scarcely a shadow on the White House. The year 1901 was a year of tragedy that seemed to Hay to center on himself. First came, in summer, the accidental death of his son, Del Hay. Close on the tragedy of his son followed that of his chief, all the more hideous that we were so sure of his recovery. The world turned suddenly into a graveyard. I have acquired the funeral habit. Nicolay is dying. I went to see him yesterday, and he did not know me. Among the letters of condolence showered upon him was one from Clarence King at Pasadena, heart-breaking in grace and tenderness, the old King manner, and King himself simply waiting till nature and the foe have done their struggle. The tragedy of King impressed him intensely. There you have it in the face, he said. The best and brightest man of his generation, with talents immeasurably beyond any of his contemporaries, with industry that has often sickened me to witness it, with everything in his favor but blind luck, hounded by disaster from his cradle, with none of the joy of life to which he was entitled, dying at last, with nameless suffering, alone and uncared for, in a California tavern. Ça vous amuse, la vie. The first summons that met Adams, before he had even landed on the pier at New York, December 29th, was to Clarence King's funeral, and from the funeral service he had no gayer road to travel than that which led to Washington, where a revolution had occurred that must in any case have made the men of his age instantly old, but which, besides hurrying to the front of the generation that till then he had regarded as boys, could not fail to break the social ties that had till then held them all together. Ça vous amuse, la vie. Honestly, the lessons of education were becoming too trite. Hay himself, probably for the first time, felt half glad that Roosevelt should want him to stay in office, if only to save himself the trouble of quitting, but to Adams all was pure loss. On that side his education had been finished at school. His friends in power were lost, and he knew life too well to risk total wreck by trying to save them. As far as concerned Roosevelt, the chance was hopeless. To them at 63, Roosevelt at 43 could not be taken seriously in his old character, and could not be recovered in his new one. Power, when wielded by abnormal energy, is the most serious of facts, and all Roosevelt's friends know that his restless and combative energy was more than abnormal. Roosevelt, more than any other man living within the range of notoriety, showed the singular primitive quality that belongs to ultimate matter, the quality that medieval theology assigned to God. He was pure act. With him wielding unmeasured power with immeasurable energy, in the White House, the relation of age to youth, of teacher to pupil, was altogether out of place, and no other was possible. Even Hay's relation was a false one, while Adams's ceased of itself. History's truths are little valuable now, but human nature retains a few of its archaic proverbial laws, and the wisest courtier that ever lived, Lucius Seneca himself, must have remained in some shade of doubt what advantage he should get from the power of his friend and pupil Nero Claudius, until, as a gentleman past 60, he received Nero's filial invitation to kill himself. Seneca closed the vast circle of his knowledge by learning that a friend in power was a friend lost, a fact very much worth insisting upon. While the grey-headed moth that had fluttered through the many moth administrations and had singed his wings more or less in them all, though he now slept 9 months out of 12, acquired an instinct of self-preservation that kept him to the north side of Lafayette Square, and after a sufficient habitude of presidents and senators deterred him from hovering between them. Those who seek education in the paths of duty are always deceived by the illusion that power in the hands of friends is an advantage to them. As far as Adams could teach experience, he was bound to warn them that he had found it an invariable disaster. Power is poison. Its effects on presidents had always been tragic, chiefly as an almost insane excitement at first, and a worse reaction afterwards, but also because no mind is so well balanced as to bear the strain of seizing unlimited force without habit or knowledge of it, and finding it disputed with him by hungry packs of wolves and hounds whose lives depend on snatching the carrion. Roosevelt enjoyed a singularly direct nature and honest intent, but he lived naturally in restless agitation that would have worn out most tempers in a month, and his first year of presidency showed chronic excitement that made a friend tremble. The effect of unlimited power on limited mind is worth noting in presidents, because it must represent the same process in society, and the power of self-control must have limits somewhere in face of the control of the infinite. Here education seemed to see its first and last lesson, but this is a matter of psychology which lies far down in the depths of history and of science. It will recur in other forms. The personal lesson is different. Roosevelt was lost, but this seemed no reason why Hay and Lodge should also be lost, yet the result was mathematically certain. With Hay it was only the steady decline of strength and the necessary economy of force, but with Lodge it was the law of politics. He could not help himself, for his position as the President's friend and independent statesman at once was false, and he must be unsure in both relations. To a student the importance of Cabot Lodge was great, much greater than that of the usual senator, but it hung on his position in Massachusetts rather than on his control of executive patronage, and his standing in Massachusetts was highly insecure. Nowhere in America was society so complex or change so rapid. No doubt the Bostonian had always been noted for a certain chronic irritability, a sort of Bostonitis, which, in its primitive Puritan forms, seemed due to knowing too much of his neighbors and thinking too much of himself. Many years earlier, William M. Evarts had pointed out to Adams the impossibility of uniting New England behind a New England leader. The trait led to good ends, such as admiration of Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, but the virtue was exacting, for New England standards were various, scarcely reconcilable with each other, and constantly multiplying in number, until balance between them threatened to become impossible. The old ones were quite difficult enough. State Street and the banks exacted one stamp, the old Congregational clergy another. Harvard College, poor in votes but rich in social influence, a third. The foreign element, especially the Irish, held aloof and seldom consented to approve anyone. The new socialist class, rapidly growing, promised to become more exclusive than the Irish. New power was disintegrating society and setting independent centers of force to work until money had all it could do to hold the machine together. No one could represent it faithfully as a whole. Naturally, Adams's sympathies lay strongly with Lodge, but the task of appreciation was much more difficult in his case than in that of his chief friend and scholar, the President. As a type for study, or a standard for education, Lodge was the more interesting of the two. Roosevelts are born and never can be taught, but Lodge was a creature of teaching, Boston incarnate, the child of his local parentage, and while his ambition led him to be more, the intent, though virtuous, was, as Adams admitted in his own case, restless. An excellent talker, a voracious reader, a ready wit, an accomplished orator, with a clear mind and a powerful memory, he could never feel perfectly at ease whatever leg he stood on, but shifted, sometimes with painful strain of temper, from one sensitive muscle to another, uncertain whether to pose as an uncompromising Yankee, or a pure American, or a patriot in the still purer atmosphere of Irish, Germans, or Jews, or a scholar and historian of Harvard College. English to the last fibre of his thought, saturated with English literature, English tradition, English taste, revolted by every vice and by most virtues of Frenchmen and Germans, or any other continental standards, but at home and happy among the vices and extravagances of Shakespeare, standing first on the social, then on the political foot, now worshipping, now banning, shocked by the wanton display of immorality, but practising the license of political usage, sometimes bitter, often genial, always intelligent. Lodge had the singular merit of interesting. The usual statesmen flocked in swarms like crows, black and monotonous. Lodge's plumage was varied, and, like his flight, harked back to race. He betrayed the consciousness that he and his people had a past, if they dared but avow it, and might have a future, if they could but divine it. Adams, too, was Bostonian, and the Bostonian's uncertainty of attitude was as natural to him as to Lodge. Only Bostonians can understand Bostonians and thoroughly sympathize with the inconsequences of the Boston mind. His theory and practice were also at variance. He professed in theory equal distrust of English thought, and called it a huge rag-bag of bric-a-brac, sometimes precious but never sure. For him only the Greek, the Italian, or the French standards had claims to respect, and the barbarism of Shakespeare was as flagrant as to Voltaire. But his theory never affected his practice. He knew that his artistic standard was the illusion of his own mind, that English disorder approached nearer to truth, if truth existed, than French measure, or Italian line, or German logic. He read his Shakespeare as the evangel of conservative Christian anarchy, neither very conservative nor very Christian, but stupendously anarchistic. He loved the atrocities of English art and society as he loved Charles Dickens and Miss Austen, not because of their example, but because of their humour. He made no scruple of defying sequence and denying consistency. But he was not a senator. Double standards are inspirational to men of letters, but they are apt to be fatal to politicians. Adams had no reason to care whether his standards were popular or not, and no one else cared more than he, but Roosevelt and Lodge were playing a game in which they were always liable to find the shifty sands of American opinion yield suddenly under their feet. With this game an elderly friend had long before carried acquaintance as far as he wished. There was nothing in it for him but the amusement of the pugilist or acrobat. The larger study was lost in the division of interests and the ambitions of fifth-rate men. But foreign affairs dealt only with large units, and made personal relation possible with Hay, which could not be maintained with Roosevelt or Lodge. As an affair of pure education, the point is worth notice, from young men who are drawn into politics. The work of domestic progress is done by masses of mechanical power, steam, electric, furnace, or other, which have to be controlled by a score or two of individuals who have shown capacity to manage it. The work of internal government has become the task of controlling these men, who are socially as remote as heathen gods, alone worth knowing, but never known, and who could tell nothing of political value if one skinned them alive. Most of them have nothing to tell, but are forces as dumb as their dynamos, absorbed in the development or economy of power. They are trustees for the public, and whenever society assumes the property, it must confer on them that title. But the power will remain as before, whoever manages it, and will then control society without appeal, as it controls its stokers and pitmen. Modern politics is, at bottom, a struggle not of men, but of forces. The men become every year more and more creatures of force, massed about central power-houses. The conflict is no longer between the men, but between the motors that drive the men, and the men tend to succumb to their own motive forces. This is a moral that man strongly objects to admit, especially in medieval pursuits like politics and poetry, nor is it worth while for a teacher to insist upon it. What he insists upon is only that, in domestic politics, everyone works for an immediate object, commonly for some private job, and invariably in a near horizon, while in foreign affairs the outlook is far ahead, over a field as wide as the world. There the merest scholar could see what he was doing. For history, international relations are the only sure standards of movement, the only foundation for a map. For this reason, Adams had always insisted that international relation was the only sure base for a chart of history. He cared little to convince anyone of the correctness of his view, but as teacher he was bound to explain it, and as friend he found it convenient. The Secretary of State has always stood as much alone as the historian. Required to look far ahead and round him, he measures forces unknown to party managers, and has found Congress more or less hostile ever since Congress first sat. The Secretary of State exists only to recognize the existence of a world which Congress would rather ignore, of obligations which Congress repudiates whenever it can, of bargains which Congress distrusts and tries to turn to its advantage or to reject. Since the first day the Senate existed, it has always intrigued against the Secretary of State whenever the Secretary has been obliged to extend his functions beyond the appointment of consuls in senators' service. This is a matter of history which anyone may approve or dispute as he will, but as education it gave new resources to an old scholar, for it made of Hay the best schoolmaster since 1865. Hay had become the most imposing figure ever known in the office. He had an influence that no other Secretary of State ever possessed, as he had a nation behind him such as history had never imagined. He needed to write no state papers, he wanted no help, and he stood far above counsel or advice. But he could instruct an attentive scholar as no other teacher in the world could do, and Adams sought only instruction, wanted only to chart the international channel for 50 years to come, to triangulate the future, to obtain his dimension, and fix the acceleration of movement in politics since the year 1200, as he was trying to fix it in philosophy and physics, in finance and force. Hay had been so long at the head of foreign affairs that at last the stream of events favored him. With infinite effort he had achieved the astonishing diplomatic feat of inducing the Senate, with only 6 negative votes, to permit Great Britain to renounce without equivalent treaty rights which she had for 50 years defended tooth and nail. This unprecedented triumph in his negotiations with the Senate enabled him to carry one step further his measures for general peace. About England the Senate could make no further effective opposition, for England was one, and Canada alone could give trouble. The next difficulty was with France, and there the Senate blocked advance, but England assumed the task, and owing to political changes in France effected the object, a combination which, as late as 1901, had been visionary. The next and far more difficult step was to bring Germany into the combine, while at the end of the vista, most unmanageable of all, Russia remained to be satisfied and disarmed. This was the instinct of what might be named McKinleyism, the system of combinations, consolidations, trusts, realized at home and realizable abroad. With the system, a student nurtured in ideas of the 18th century had nothing to do, and made not the least pretense of meddling, but nothing forbade him to study, and he noticed, to his astonishment, that this capitalistic scheme of combining governments, like railways or furnaces, was in effect precisely the socialist scheme of Chaoter and Babel. That John Hay of all men should adopt a socialist policy seemed an idea more absurd than conservative Christian anarchy, but paradox had become the only orthodoxy in politics as in science. When one saw the field, one realized that Hay could not help himself, nor could Babel. Either Germany must destroy England and France to create the next inevitable unification as a system of continent against continent, or she must pool interests. Both schemes in turn were attributed to the Kaiser. One or the other he would have to choose. Opinion was balanced doubtfully on their merits, but granting both to be feasible, Hay's and McKinley's statesmanship turned on the point of persuading the Kaiser to join what might be called the coal-power combination, rather than build up the only possible alternative, a gun-power combination by merging Germany in Russia. Thus Babel and Jaurès, McKinley and Hay, were partners. The problem was pretty, even fascinating, and, to an old Civil War private soldier in diplomacy, as rigorous as a geometrical demonstration. As the last possible lesson in life, it had all sorts of ultimate values. Unless education marches on both feet, theory and practice, it risks going astray, and Hay was probably the most accomplished master of both then living. He knew not only the forces but also the men, and he had no other thought than his policy. Probably this was the moment of highest knowledge that a scholar could ever reach. He had under his eyes the whole educational staff of the government at a time when the government had just reached the heights of highest activity and influence. Since 1860 education had done its worst, under the greatest masters and at enormous expense to the world, to train these two minds to catch and comprehend every spring of international action, not to mention of personal influence, and the entire machinery of politics in several great countries had little to do but supply the last and best information. Education could be carried no further. With its effects on Hay, Adams had nothing to do, but its effects on himself were grotesque. Never had the proportions of his ignorance looked so appalling. He seemed to know nothing, to be groping in darkness, to be falling forever in space, and the worst depth consisted in the assurance, incredible as it seemed, that no one knew more. He had at least the mechanical assurance of certain values to guide him, like the relative intensities of his coal powers and the relative inertia of his gun powers. But he conceived that had he known, besides the mechanics, every relative value of persons, as well as he knew the inmost thoughts of his own government, had the Tsar and the Kaiser and the Mikado turned schoolmasters, like Hay, and taught him all they knew, he would still have known nothing. They knew nothing themselves. Only by comparison of their ignorance could the student measure his own. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Education of Henry Adams by Henry Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29 The Abyss of Ignorance, 1902. The years hurried past, and gave hardly time to note their work. 3 or 4 months, though big with change, come to an end before the mind can catch up with it. Winter vanished, spring burst into flower, and again Paris opened its arms, though not for long. Mr. Cameron came over and took the castle of Inverlochy for 3 months, which he summoned his friends to garrison. Lochaber seldom laughs, except for its children, such as Camerons, MacDonalds, Campbells, and other products of the mist. But in the spring of 1902 Scotland put on fewer airs of coquetry than usual. Since the terrible harvest of 1879, which one had watched sprouting on its stalks on the Shropshire hillsides, nothing had equalled the gloom. Even when the victims fled to Switzerland, they found the Lake of Geneva and the Rhine not much gayer, and Karlsruhe not much restful than Paris, until at last, in desperation, one drifted back to the avenue of the Bois de Boulogne, and, like the cuckoo, dropped into the nest of a better citizen. Diplomacy has its uses. Reynolds Hitt, transferred to Berlin, abandoned his attic to Adams, and there, for long summers to come, he hid in ignorance and silence. Life at last managed of its own accord to settle itself into a working arrangement. After so many years of effort to find one's drift, the drift found the seeker, and slowly swept him forward and back, with a steady progress oceanwards. Such lessons as summer taught, winter tested, and one had only to watch the apparent movement of the stars in order to guess one's declination. The process is possible only for men who have exhausted auto-motion. Adams never knew why, knowing nothing of Faraday, he began to mimic Faraday's trick of seeing lines of force all about him, where he had always seen lines of will. Perhaps the effect of knowing no mathematics is to leave the mind to imagine figures, images, phantoms. One's mind is a watery mirror at best. But once conceived, the image became rapidly simple, and the lines of force presented themselves as lines of attraction. Repulsions counted only as battles of attractions. By this path the mind stepped into the mechanical theory of the universe before knowing it, and entered a distinct new phase of education. This was the work of the Dynamo and the Virgin of Chartres. Like his masters, since thought began, he was handicapped by the eternal mystery of force, the sink of all science. For thousands of years in history he found that force had been felt as a cult attraction, love of God and lust for power in a future life. After 1500, when this attraction began to decline, philosophers fell back on some vis a tergo, instinct of danger from behind, like Darwin's survival of the fittest, and one of the greatest minds between Descartes and Newton, Pascal, saw the master motion of man in ennui, which was also scientific. Quote, "I have often said that all the troubles of man come from his not knowing how to sit still." End quote. Mere restlessness forces action. Quote, "So passes the whole of life. We combat obstacles in order to get repose, and, when got, the repose is insupportable. for we think either of the troubles we have or of those that threaten us, and even if we felt safe on every side, ennui would, of its own accord, spring up from the depths of the heart where it is rooted by nature, and would fill the mind with its venom." "If goodness lead him not, yet weariness may toss him to my breast." Ennui, like natural selection, accounted for change, but failed to account for direction of change. For that, an attractive force was essential, a force from outside, a shaping influence. Pascal and all the old philosophies called this outside force God, or gods. Caring but little for the name, and fixing only on tracing the force, Adams had gone straight to the Virgin at Chartres, and asked her to show him God, face to face, as she did for St. Bernard. She repeated, kindly as ever, as though she were still the young mother of to-day, with a sort of patient pity for masculine dullness, "My dear outcast, what is it you seek? This is the Church of Christ. If you seek him through me, you are welcome, sinner or saint, but he and I are one. We are love. We have little or nothing to do with God's other energies, which are infinite, and concern us the less because our interest is only in man, and the infinite is not knowable to man. Yet, if you are troubled by your ignorance, you see how I am surrounded by the masters of the schools. Ask them." The answer sounded singularly like the usual answer of British science, which had repeated since Bacon that one must not try to know the unknowable, though one was quite powerless to ignore it. But the Virgin carried more conviction, for her feminine lack of interest in all perfections except her own was honester than the formal phrase of science, since nothing was easier than to follow her advice and turn to Thomas Aquinas, who, unlike modern physicists, answered at once and plainly. "To me," said St. Thomas, "Christ and the Mother are one force, love, simple, single, and sufficient for all human wants. But love is a human interest which acts even on man so partially that you and I, as philosophers, need expect no share in it. Therefore we turn to Christ and the schools who represent all other force. We deal with multiplicity and call it God. After the Virgin has redeemed by her personal force as love all that is redeemable in man, the schools embrace the rest and give it form, unity, and motive." This chart of force was more easily studied than any other possible scheme, for one had but to do what the Church was always promising to do, abolishing in one flash of lightning not only man, but also the Church itself, the earth, the other planets, and the sun, in order to clear the air without affecting medieval science. The student felt warranted in doing what the Church threatened, abolishing his solar system altogether, in order to look at God as actual, continuous movement, universal cause, and interchangeable force. This was pantheism, but the schools were pantheist, at least as pantheistic as the energetic of the Germans, and their deity was the ultimate energy, whose thought and act were one. Rid of man and his mind, the universe of Thomas Aquinas seemed rather more scientific than that of Haeckel or Ernst Mach. Contradiction for contradiction, attraction for attraction, energy for energy, St. Thomas's idea of God had merits. Modern science offered not a vestige of proof, or a theory of connection between its forces, or any scheme of reconciliation between thought and mechanics, while St. Thomas at least linked together the joints of his machine. As far as a superficial student could follow, the 13th century supposed mind to be a mode of force directly derived from the intelligent prime motor, and the cause of all form and sequence in the universe, therefore the only proof of unity. Without thought in the unit there could be no unity. Without unity no orderly sequence or ordered society. Thought alone was form. Mind and unity flourished or perished together. This education startled even a man who had dabbled in 50 educations all over the world, for if he were obliged to insist on a universe, he seemed driven to the Church. Modern science guaranteed no unity. The student seemed to feel himself, like all his predecessors, caught, trapped, meshed in this eternal dragnet of religion. In practice, the student escapes this dilemma in two ways. The first is that of ignoring it, as one escapes most dilemmas. The second is that the Church rejects pantheism as worse than atheism, and will have nothing to do with the pantheist at any price. In wandering through the forests of ignorance, one necessarily fell upon the old famous bear that scared children at play. But even had the animal shown more logic than its victim, one had learned from Socrates to distrust, above all other traps, the trap of logic, the mirror of the mind. Yet the search for a unit of force led into catacombs of thought, where hundreds of thousands of educations had found their end. Generation after generation of painful and honest-minded scholars had been content to stay in these labyrinths forever, pursuing ignorance and silence, in company with the most famous teachers of all time. Not one of them had ever found a logical highroad of escape. Adams cared little whether he escaped or not, but he felt clear that he could not stop there, even to enjoy the society of Spinoza and Thomas Aquinas. True, the Church alone had asserted unity with any conviction, and the historian alone knew what oceans of blood and treasure the assertion had cost. But the only honest alternative to affirming unity was to deny it, and the denial would require a new education. At 65 years old, a new education promised hardly more than the old. Possibly the modern legislator or magistrate might no longer know enough to treat, as the Church did, the man who denied unity, unless the denial took the form of a bomb. But no teacher would know how to explain what he thought he meant by denying unity. Society would certainly punish the denial if anyone ever learned enough to understand it. Philosophers, as a rule, cared little what principles society affirmed or denied, since the philosopher commonly held that though he might sometimes be right by good luck on some point, no complex of individual opinions could possibly be anything but wrong. Yet, supposing society to be ignored, the philosopher was no further forward. Nihilism had no bottom. For thousands of years every philosopher had stood on the shore of this sunless sea, diving for pearls and never finding them. All had seen that since they could not find the bottom, they must assume it. The Church claimed to have found it, but since 1450 motives for agreeing on some new assumption of unity, broader and deeper than that of the Church, had doubled in force until even the universities and schools, like the Church and State, seemed about to be driven into an attempt to educate, though specially forbidden to do it. Like most of his generation, Adams had taken the word of science that the new unit was as good as found. It would not be an intelligence, probably not even a consciousness, but it would serve. He passed 60 years waiting for it, and at the end of that time, on reviewing the ground, he was led to think that the final synthesis of science and its ultimate triumph was the kinetic theory of gases, which seemed to cover all motion in space and to furnish the measure of time. So far as he understood it, the theory asserted that any portion of space is occupied by molecules of gas, flying in right lines at velocities varying up to a mile in a second, and colliding with each other at intervals varying up to 17,750,000 times in a second. To this analysis, if one understood it right, all matter whatever was reducible, and the only difference of opinion in science regarded the doubt whether a still deeper analysis would reduce the atom of gas to pure motion. Thus, unless one mistook the meaning of motion, which might well be, the scientific synthesis commonly called unity was the scientific analysis commonly called multiplicity. The two things were the same, all forms being shifting phases of motion. Granting this ocean of colliding atoms the last hope of humanity, what happened if one dropped the sounder into the abyss, let it go, frankly gave up unity altogether? What was unity? Why was one to be forced to affirm it? Here everybody flatly refused help. Science seemed content with its old phrase of larger synthesis, which was well enough for science, but meant chaos for man. One would have been glad to stop and ask no more, but the anarchist bomb bade one go on, and the bomb is a powerful persuader. One could not stop, even to enjoy the charms of a perfect gas colliding 17 million times in a second, much like an automobile in Paris. Science itself had been crowded so close to the edge of the abyss that its attempts to escape were as metaphysical as the leap, while an ignorant old man felt no motive for trying to escape, seeing that the only escape possible lay in the form of vis Inertiae, commonly called death. He got out his Descartes again, dipped into his Hume and Berkeley, wrestled anew with his Kant, pondered solemnly over his Hegel and Schopenhauer and Hartmann, strayed gaily away with his Greeks, all merely to ask what unity meant, and what happened when one denied it. Apparently one never denied it. Every philosopher, whether sane or insane, naturally affirmed it. The utmost flight of anarchy seemed to have stopped with the assertion of two principles, and even these fitted into each other, like good and evil, light and darkness. Pessimism itself, black as it might be painted, had been content to turn the universe of contradictions into the human thought as one will, and treat it as representation. Metaphysics insisted on treating the universe as one thought, or treating thought as one universe, and philosophers agreed, like a kinetic gas, that the universe could be known only as a motion of mind, and therefore as unity. One could know it only as oneself. It was psychology. Of all forms of pessimism, the metaphysical form was, for a historian, the least enticing. Of all studies, the one he would rather have avoided was that of his own mind. He knew no tragedy so heart-rending as introspection, and the more because, as Mephistopheles said of Marguerite, he was not the first. Nearly all the highest intelligence known to history had drowned itself in the reflection of its own thought, and the bovine survivors had rudely told the truth about it, without affecting the intelligent. One's own time had not been exempt. Even since 1870, friends by scores had fallen victims to it. Within 25 years, a new library had grown out of it. Harvard College was a focus of the study. France supported hospitals for it. England published magazines of it. Nothing was easier than to take one's mind in one's hand and ask one's psychological friends what they made of it, and the more because it mattered so little to either party, since their minds, whatever they were, had pretty nearly ceased to reflect, and, let them do what they liked with the smallest remnant, they could scarcely do anything very new with it. All one asked was to learn what they hoped to do. Unfortunately, the pursuit of ignorance and silence had by this time led the weary pilgrim to such mountains of ignorance that he could no longer see any path whatever, and could not even understand a signpost. He failed to fathom the depths of the new psychology, which proved to him that on that side, as on the mathematical side, his power of thought was atrophied, if indeed it ever existed. Since he could not fathom the science, he could only ask the simplest of questions. Did the new psychology hold that the soul, or mind, was or was not a unit? He gathered from the books that the psychologists had, in a few cases, distinguished several personalities in the same mind, each conscious and constant, individual and exclusive. The fact seemed scarcely surprising, since it had been a habit of mind from earliest recorded time, and equally familiar to that last acquaintance who had taken a drug or caught a fever or eaten a Welsh rarebit before bed. For surely no one could follow the action of a vivid dream, and still need to be told that the actors evoked by his mind were not himself, but quite unknown to all he had ever recognized as self. The new psychology went further, and seemed convinced that it had actually split personality not only into dualism, but also into complex groups, like telephonic centres and systems, that might be isolated and called up at will, and whose physical action might be occult in the sense of strangeness to any known form of force. Dualism seemed to have become as common as binary stars. Alternating personalities turned up constantly, even among one's friends. The facts seemed certain, or at least as certain as other facts. All they needed was explanation. This was not the business of the searcher of ignorance, who felt himself in no way responsible for causes. To his mind, the compound soul, or mind, took at once the form of a bicycle rider mechanically balancing himself by inhibiting all his inferior personalities, and surely to fall into the subconscious chaos below if one of his inferior personalities got on top. The only absolute truth was the subconscious chaos below, which everyone could feel when he sought it. Whether the psychologists admitted it or not mattered little to the student, who, by the law of his profession, was engaged in studying his own mind. On him the effect was surprising. He woke up with a shudder, as though he had himself fallen off his bicycle. If his mind were really this sort of magnet, mechanically dispersing its lines of force when it went to sleep, and mechanically orienting them when it woke up, which was normal, the dispersion or orientation? The mind, like the body, kept its unity, unless it happened to lose balance. But the professor of physics, who slipped on a pavement and hurt himself, knew no more than an idiot what knocked him down, though he did know, what the idiot could hardly do, that his normal condition was idiocy or want of balance, and that his sanity was unstable artifice. His normal thought was dispersion, sleep, dream, inconsequence, the simultaneous action of different thought centres without central control. His artificial balance was acquired habit. He was an acrobat with a dwarf on his back, crossing a chasm on a slack rope, and commonly breaking his neck. By that path of newest science one saw no unity ahead, nothing but a dissolving mind, and the historian felt himself driven back on thought as one continuous force, without race, sex, school, country, or church. This had been always the fate of rigorous thinkers, and has always succeeded in making them famous, as it did Gibbon, Buckle, and Auguste Comte. Their method made what progress the science of history knew, which was little enough, but they did at last fix the law that if history had ever meant to correct the errors she made in detail, she must agree on a scale for the whole. Every local historian might defy this law till history ended, but its necessity would be the same for man as for space or time or force, and without it the historian would always remain a child in science. Any schoolboy could see that man as a force must be measured by motion from a fixed point. Psychology helped here by suggesting a unit, the point in history when man held the highest idea of himself as a unit in a unified universe. 8 or 10 years of study had led Adams to think he might use the century 1150 to 1250, expressed in Amiens Cathedral and the works of Thomas Aquinas, as the unit from which he might measure motion down to his own time, without assuming anything as true or untrue except relation. The movement might be studied at once in philosophy and mechanics. Setting himself to the task, he began a volume which he mentally knew as Mont Saint-Michel and Chartres, a study of 13th-century unity. From that point he proposed to fix a position for himself, which he could label The Education of Henry Adams, a study of 20th-century multiplicity. With the help of these 2 points of relation, he hoped to project his lines forward and backward indefinitely, subject to correction from anyone who should know better. Thereupon he sailed for home. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Education of Henry Adams by Henry Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. Vis Inertiae, 1930. Washington was always amusing, but in 1900, as in 1800, its chief interest lay in its distance from New York. The movement of New York had become planetary, beyond control, while the task of Washington in 1900, as in 1800, was to control it. The success of Washington in the past century promised ill for its success in the next. To a student who had passed the best years of his life in pondering over the political philosophy of Jefferson, Gallatin, and Madison, the problem that Roosevelt took in hand seemed alive with historical interest, but it would need at least another half-century to show its results. As yet one could not measure the forces or their arrangement. The forces had not even aligned themselves except in foreign affairs, and there one turned to seek the channel of wisdom as naturally as though Washington did not exist. The President could do nothing effectual in foreign affairs, but at least he could see something of the field. Hay had reached the summit of his career and saw himself on the edge of wreck. Committed to the task of keeping China open, he saw China about to be shut. Almost alone in the world, he represented the open door, and could not escape being crushed by it. Yet luck had been with him in full tide. Though Sir Julian Pauncefote had died in May 1902, after carrying out tasks that filled an ex-private secretary of 1861 with open-mouthed astonishment, Hay had been helped by the appointment of Michael Herbert as his successor, who counted for double the value of an ordinary diplomat. To reduce friction is the chief use of friendship, and in politics the loss by friction is outrageous. To Herbert and his wife, the small knot of houses that seemed to give a vague unity to foreign affairs opened their doors and their hearts, for the Herberts were already at home there, and this personal sympathy prolonged Hay's life, for it not only eased the effort of endurance, but it also led directly to a revolution in Germany. Down to that moment the Kaiser, rightly or wrongly, had counted as the ally of the Tsar in all matters relating to the East. Holleben and Cassini were taken to be a single force in Eastern affairs, and this supposed alliance gave Hay no little anxiety and some trouble. Suddenly Holleben, who seemed to have had no thought but to obey with almost agonized anxiety the least hint of the Kaiser's will, received a telegram ordering him to pretext illness and come home, which he obeyed within 24 hours. The ways of the German Foreign Office had been always abrupt, not to say ruthless, toward its agents, and yet commonly some discontent had been shown as excuse. But in this case no cause was guessed for Holleben's disgrace, except the Kaiser's wish to have a personal representative at Washington. Breaking down all precedent, he sent Speck von Sternberg to counterbalance Herbert. Welcome as Speck was in the same social intimacy, and valuable as his presence was to Hay, the personal gain was trifling compared with the political. Of Hay's official tasks one knew no more than any newspaper reporter did, but of one's own diplomatic education the successive steps had become strides. The scholar was studying, not on Hay's account, but on his own. He had seen Hay, in 1898, bring England into his combine. He had seen the steady movement which was to bring France back into an Atlantic system. And now he saw suddenly the dramatic swing of Germany toward the west, the movement of all others nearest mathematical certainty. Whether the Kaiser meant it or not, he gave the effect of meaning to assert his independence of Russia, and to Hay this change of front had enormous value. The least was that it seemed to isolate Cassini, and unmask the Russian movement, which became more threatening every month as the Manchurian scheme had to be revealed. Of course, the student saw whole continents of study opened to him by the Kaiser's coup d'état. Carefully as he had tried to follow the Kaiser's career, he had never suspected such refinement of policy, which raised his opinion of the Kaiser's ability to the highest point, and altogether upset the centre of statesmanship. That Germany could be so quickly detached from separate objects and brought into an Atlantic system seemed a paradox more paradoxical than any that one's education had yet offered, though it had offered little but paradox. If Germany could be held there, a century of friction would be saved. No price would be too great for such an object, although no price could probably be wrung out of Congress as equivalent for it. The Kaiser, by one personal act of energy, freed Hay's hands so completely that he saw his problem simplified to Russia alone. Naturally, Russia was a problem 10 times as difficult. The history of Europe for 200 years had accomplished little but to state one or two sides of the Russian problem. One's year of Berlin in youth, though it taught no civil law, had opened one's eyes to the Russian enigma, and both German and French historians had labored over its proportions with a sort of fascinated horror. Germany, of all countries, was most vitally concerned in it, but even a cave-dweller in Lafayette Square, seeking only a measure of motion since the Crusades, saw before his eyes, in the spring of 1903, a survey of future order or anarchy that would exhaust the power of his telescopes and defy the accuracy of his theodolites. The drama had become passionately interesting and grew every day more Byzantine, for the Russian government itself showed clear signs of dislocation, and the orders of Lambsdorff and de Witt were reversed when applied in Manchuria. Historians and students should have no sympathies or antipathies, but Adams had private reasons for wishing well to the Tsar and his people. At much length, in several labored chapters of history, he had told how the personal friendliness of the Tsar Alexander I in 1810 saved the fortunes of J.Q. Adams, and opened to him the brilliant diplomatic career that ended in the White House. Even in his own effaced existence he had reasons, not altogether trivial, for gratitude to the Tsar Alexander II, whose firm neutrality had saved him some terribly anxious days and nights in 1862, while he had seen enough of Russia to sympathize warmly with Prince Khilkoff's railways and de Witt's industries. The last and highest triumph of history would, to his mind, be the bringing of Russia into the Atlantic combine, and the just and fair allotment of the whole world among the regulated activities of the universe. At the rate of unification since 1840, this end should be possible within another 60 years, and in foresight of that point, Adams could already finish, provisionally, his chart of international unity. But for the moment the gravest doubts and ignorance covered the whole field. No one, Tsar or diplomat, Kaiser or Mikado, seemed to know anything. Through individual Russians one could always see with ease, for their diplomacy never suggested depth, and perhaps Hay protected Cassini for the very reason that Cassini could not disguise an emotion, and never failed to betray that, in setting the enormous bulk of Russian inertia to roll over China, he regretted infinitely that he should have to roll it over Hay too. He would almost rather have rolled it over de Witt and Lambsdorff. His political philosophy, like that of all Russians, seemed fixed in the single idea that Russia must fatally roll, must, by her irresistible inertia, crush whatever stood in her way. For Hay and his pooling policy, inherited from McKinley, the fatalism of Russian inertia meant the failure of American intensity. When Russia rolled over a neighboring people, she absorbed their energies in her own movement of custom and race, which neither Tsar nor peasant could convert, or wish to convert, into any Western equivalent. In 1903 Hay saw Russia knocking away the last blocks that held back the launch of this huge mass into the China Sea. The vast force of inertia known as China was to be united with the huge bulk of Russia in a single mass which no amount of new force could henceforward deflect. Had the Russian government, with the sharpest sense of enlightenment, employed scores of Devitts and Khilkoffs, and borrowed all the resources of Europe, it could not have lifted such a weight, and had no idea of trying. These were the positions charted on the map of political unity by an insect in Washington in the spring of 1903, and they seemed to him fixed. Russia held Europe and America in her grasp, and Cassini held Hay in his. The Siberian Railway offered checkmate to all possible opposition. Japan must make the best terms she could, England must go on receding, America and Germany would look on at the avalanche. The wall of Russian inertia that barred Europe across the Baltic would bar America across the Pacific, and Hay's policy of the open door would infallibly fail. Thus the game seemed lost, in spite of the Kaiser's brilliant stroke, and the movement of Russia eastward must drag Germany after it by its mere mass. To the humble student the loss of Hay's game affected only Hay. For himself the game, not the stakes, was the chief interest, and though want of habit made him object to read his newspapers blackened, since he liked to blacken them himself, he was in any case condemned to pass but a short space of time either in Siberia or in Paris, and could balance his endless columns of calculation equally in either place. The figures, not the facts, concerned his chart, and he mused deeply over his next equation. The Atlantic would have to deal with a vast continental mass of inert motion, like a glacier, which moved, and consciously moved, by mechanical gravitation alone. Russia saw herself so, and so must an American see her. He had no more to do than measure, if he could, the mass. Was volume or intensity the stronger? What and where was the Vis Nova that could hold its own before this prodigious ice cap of Vis Inertiae? What was movement of inertia, and what its laws? Naturally, a student knew nothing about mechanical laws, but he took for granted that he could learn, and went to his books to ask. He found that the force of inertia had troubled wiser men than he. The dictionary said that inertia was a property of matter, by which matter tends, when at rest, to remain so, and when in motion to move on in a straight line. Finding that his mind refused to imagine itself at rest or in a straight line, he was forced, as usual, to let it imagine something else. And since the question concerned the mind and not the matter, he decided from personal experience that his mind was never at rest, but moved, when normal, about something it called a motive, and never moved without motives to move it. So long as these motives were habitual, and their attraction regular, the consequent result might, for convenience, be called movement of inertia, to distinguish it from movement caused by new or higher attraction. But the greater the bulk to move, the greater must be the force to accelerate or deflect it. This seemed simple as running water, but simplicity is the most deceitful mistress that ever betrayed man. For years the student and the professor had gone on complaining that minds were unequally inert. The inequalities amounted to contrasts. One class of minds responded only to habit, another only to novelty. Race classified thought, class lists classified mind. No two men thought alike, and no woman thought like a man. Race inertia seemed to be fairly constant, and made the chief trouble in the Russian future. History looked doubtful when asked whether race inertia had ever been overcome without destroying the race in order to reconstruct it. But surely sex inertia had never been overcome at all. Of all movements of inertia, maternity and reproduction are the most typical, and women's property of moving in a constant line forever is ultimate, uniting history in its only unbroken and unbreakable sequence. Whatever else stops, the woman must go on reproducing, as she did in the Siluria of Pteraspis. Sex is a vital condition, and race only a local one. If the laws of inertia are to be sought anywhere with certainty, it is in the feminine mind. The American always ostentatiously ignored sex, and American history mentioned hardly the name of a woman, while English history handled them as timidly as though they were a new and undescribed species. But if the problem of inertia summed up the difficulties of the race question, it involved that of sex far more deeply, and to Americans vitally. The task of accelerating or deflecting the movement of the American woman had interest infinitely greater than that of any race whatever, Russian or Chinese, Asiatic or African. On this subject, as on the Senate and the banks, Adams was conscious of having been born an 18th-century remainder. As he grew older, he found that early institutions lost their interest, but that early women became a passion. Without understanding movement of sex, history seemed to him mere pedantry. So insistent had he become on this side of his subject that with women he talked of little else, and, because women's thought is mostly subconscious and particularly sensitive to suggestion, he tried tricks and devices to disclose it. The woman seldom knows her own thought. She is as curious to understand herself as the man to understand her, and responds far more quickly than the man to a sudden idea. Sometimes at dinner one might wait till talk flagged, and then, as mildly as possible, ask one's liveliest neighbor whether she could explain why the American woman was a failure. Without an instant's hesitation she was sure to answer, "Because the American man is a failure." She meant it. Adams owed more to the American woman than to all the American men he had ever heard of, and felt not the smallest call to defend his sex, who seemed able to take care of themselves. But, from the point of view of sex, he felt much curiosity to know how far the woman was right, and in pursuing this inquiry he caught the trick of affirming that the woman was the superior. Apart from truth, he owed her at least that compliment. The habit led sometimes to perilous personalities and the sudden give and take of table talk. This spring, just before sailing for Europe in May 1903, he had a message from his sister-in-law, Mrs. Brooks Adams, to say that she and her sister, Mrs. Lodge, and the Senator were coming to dinner by way of farewell. Bay Lodge and his lovely young wife sent word to the same effect. Mrs. Roosevelt joined the party, and Michael Herbert shyly slipped down to escape the solitude of his wife's absence. The party were too intimate for reserve, and they soon fell on Adams's hobby, with derision which stung him to pungent rejoinder. "The American man is a failure? You are all failures," he said. "Has not my sister here more sense than my brother Brooks? Is not Bessie worth 2 of Bay? Wouldn't we all elect Mrs. Lodge senator against Cabot? Would the President have a ghost of a chance if Mrs. Roosevelt ran against him? Do you want to stop at the embassy on your way home and ask which would run it best, Herbert or his wife?" The men laughed a little. Not much. Each probably made allowance for his own wife as an unusually superior woman. Someone afterwards remarked that these half-dozen women were not a fair average. Adams replied that the half-dozen men were above all possible average. He could not lay his hands on another half-dozen their equals. Gay or serious, the question never failed to stir feeling. The cleverer the woman, the less she denied the failure. She was bitter at heart about it. She had failed even to hold the family together, and her children ran away like chickens with their first feathers. The family was extinct, like chivalry. She had failed not only to create a new society that satisfied her, but even to hold her own in the old society of church or state, and was left, for the most part, with no place but the theatre or streets to decorate. She might glitter with historical diamonds and sparkle with wit as brilliant as the gems, in rooms as splendid as any in Rome at its best, but she saw no one except her own sex who knew enough to be worth dazzling, or was competent to pay her intelligent homage. She might have her own way without restraint or limit, but she knew not what to do with herself when free. Never had the world known a more capable or devoted mother, but at 40 her task was over, and she was left with no stage except that of her old duties, or of Washington society, where she had enjoyed for 100 years every advantage, but had created only a medley where 9 men out of 10 refused her request to be civilized, and the 10th bored her. On most subjects one's opinions must defer to science, but on this, the opinion of a senator or a professor, a chairman of a state central committee or a railway president, is worth less than that of any woman on Fifth Avenue. The inferiority of man on this, the most important of all social subjects, is manifest. Adams here had no occasion to deprecate scientific opinion, since no woman in the world would have paid the smallest respect to the opinions of all professors since the serpent. His own object had little to do with theirs. He was studying the laws of motion, and had struck 2 large questions of vital importance to America, inertia of race and inertia of sex. He had seen Mr. de Witt and Prince Khilkoff turn artificial energy to the value of $3,000 million, more or less, upon Russian inertia in the last 20 years, and he needed to get some idea of the effects. He had seen artificial energy to the amount of 20 or 25 million steam horsepower created in America since 1840, and as much more economized, which had been socially turned over to the American woman, she being the chief object of social expenditure, and the household the only considerable object of American extravagance. According to scientific notions of inertia and force, what ought to be the result? In Russia, because of race and bulk, no result had yet shown itself, but in America the results were evident and undisputed. The woman had been set free, volatilized like Clerk Maxwell's perfect gas, almost brought to the point of explosion like steam. One had but to pass a week in Florida, or on any of the 100 huge ocean steamers, or walk through the Place Vendôme, or join a party of Cook's tourists to Jerusalem, to see that the woman had been set free. But these swarms were ephemeral like clouds of butterflies in season, blown away and lost, while the reproductive sources lay hidden. At Washington one saw other swarms as grave gatherings of dames or daughters, taking themselves seriously, or brides fluttering fresh pinions. But all these shifting visions, unknown before 1840, touched the true problem slightly and superficially. Behind them, in every city, town, and farmhouse, were myriads of new types, or typewriters, telephones and telegraph girls, shop clerks, factory hands, running into millions on millions, and as classes unknown to themselves as to historians. Even the schoolmistresses were inarticulate. All these new women had been created since 1840. All were to show their meaning before 1940. Whatever they were not content, as the ephemera proved, and they were hungry for illusions as ever in the 4th century of the Church. But this was probably survival, and gave no hint of the future. The problem remained, to find out whether movement of inertia, inherent in function, could take direction except in lines of inertia. This problem needed to be solved in one generation of American women, and was the most vital of all problems of force. The American woman at her best, like most other women, exerted great charm on the man, but not the charm of a primitive type. She appeared as the result of a long series of discards, and her chief interest lay in what she had discarded. When closely watched, she seemed making a violent effort to follow the man, who had turned his mind and hand to mechanics. The typical American man had his hand on a lever and his eye on a curve in the road. His living depended on keeping up an average speed of 40 miles an hour, tending always to become 60, 80, or 100, and he could not admit emotions or anxieties or subconscious distractions more than he could admit whiskey or drugs without breaking his neck. He could not run his machine and a woman too. He must leave her, even though his wife, to find her own way, and all the world saw her trying to find her way by imitating him. The result was often tragic, but that was no new thing in feminine history. Tragedy had been women's lot since Eve. Her problem had been always one of physical strength, and it was as physical perfection of force that her Venus had governed nature. The woman's force had counted as inertia of rotation, and her axis of rotation had been the cradle and the family. The idea that she was weak revolted all history. It was a paleontological falsehood that even an Eocene female monkey would have laughed at. But it was surely true that if her force were to be diverted from its axis, it must find a new field, and the family must pay for it. So far as she succeeded, she must become sexless, like the bees, and must leave the old energy of inertia to carry on her race. The story was not new. For thousands of years women had rebelled. They had made a fortress of religion, had buried themselves in the cloister, in self-sacrifice, in good works, or even in bad. One's studies in the 12th century, like one's studies in the 4th, as in Homeric and archaic time, showed her always busy in the illusions of heaven or of hell, ambition, intrigue, jealousy, magic. But the American woman had no illusions or ambitions or new resources, and nothing to rebel against except her own maternity. Yet the rebels increased by millions from year to year till they blocked the path of rebellion. Even her field of good works was narrower than in the 12th century. Socialism, communism, collectivism, philosophical anarchism, which promised paradise on earth for every male, cut off the few avenues of escape which capitalism had opened to the woman, and she saw before her the future reserved for machine-made, collectivist females. From the male she could look for no help. His instinct of power was blind. The Church had known more about women than science will ever know, and the historian who studied the sources of Christianity felt sometimes convinced that the Church had been made by women chiefly as her protest against man. At times the historian would have been almost willing to maintain that the man had overthrown the Church chiefly because it was feminine. After the overthrow of the Church, the woman had no refuge except such as the man created for himself. She was free, she had no illusions, she was sexless, she had discarded all that the male disliked. and although she secretly regretted the discard, she knew that she could not go backward. She must, like the man, marry machinery. Already the American man sometimes felt surprise at finding himself regarded as sexless. The American woman was oftener surprised at finding herself regarded as sexual. No honest historian can take part with or against the forces he has to study. To him, even the extinction of the human race should be merely a fact to be grouped with other vital statistics. No doubt everyone in society discussed the subject, impelled by President Roosevelt, if by nothing else, and the surface current of social opinion seemed set as strongly in one direction as the silent undercurrent of social action ran in the other. But the truth lay somewhere unconscious in the woman's breast. An elderly man, trying only to learn the law of social inertia and the limits of social divergence, could not compel the superintendent of the census to ask every young woman whether she wanted children and how many. He could not even require of an octogenarian Senate the passage of a law obliging every woman, married or not, to bear one baby, at the expense of the Treasury, before she was 30 years old, under penalty of solitary confinement for life. Yet these were vital statistics in more senses than all that bore the name, and tended more directly to the foundation of a serious society in the future. He could draw no conclusions whatever except from the birth rate. He could not frankly discuss the matter with the young women themselves, although they would have gladly discussed it, because Faust was helpless in the tragedy of woman. He could suggest nothing. The Marguerite of the future could alone decide whether she were better off than the Marguerite of the past, whether she would rather be victim to a man, a church, or a machine. Between these various forms of inevitable inertia, sex and race, the student of multiplicity felt inclined to admit that, ignorance against ignorance, the Russian problem seemed to him somewhat easier of treatment than the American. Inertia of race and bulk would require an immense force to overcome it, but in time it might perhaps be partially overcome. Inertia of sex could not be overcome without extinguishing the race, yet an immense force, doubling every few years, was working irresistibly to overcome it. One gazed mute before this ocean of darkest ignorance that had already engulfed society. Few centres of great energy lived in illusion more complete or archaic than Washington, with its simple-minded standards of the field and farm, its southern and western habits of life and manners, its assumptions of ethics and history. But even in Washington, society was uneasy enough to need no further fretting. One was almost glad to act the part of horseshoe crab in Quincy Bay, and admit that all was uniform, that nothing ever changed, and that the woman would swim about the ocean of future time as she had swum in the past, with the garfish and the shark, unable to change. End of Chapter 30. Chapter 31 of The Education of Henry Adams by Henry Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 31 The Grammar of Science, 1903. Of all the travels made by man since the voyages of Dante, this new exploration along the shores of multiplicity and complexity promised to be the longest, though as yet it had barely touched two familiar regions, race and sex. Even within these narrow seas the navigator lost his bearings and followed the winds as they blew. By chance it happened that Raphael Pumpelly helped the winds, for being in Washington on his way to Central Asia, he fell to talking with Adams about these matters, and said that Wolcott Gibbs thought he got most help from a book called The Grammar of Science by Karl Pearson. To Adams's vision, Wolcott stood on the same plane with the 3 or 4 greatest minds of his century, the more so because in his ignorance he confounded him with another great mind, his rival, Willard Gibbs. And the idea that a man so incomparably superior should find help anywhere filled him with wonder. He sent for the volume and read it. From the time he sailed for Europe and reached his den on the Avenue de Bois until he took his return steamer at Cherbourg on December 26th, he did little but try to find out what Karl Pearson could have taught Wolcott Gibbs. Here came in more than ever the fatal handicap of ignorance in mathematics. Not so much the actual tool was needed as the right to judge the product of the tool. Ignorant as one was of the finer values of French or German, and often deceived by the intricacies of thought hidden in the muddiness of the medium, one could sometimes catch a tendency to intelligible meaning even in Kant or Hegel, but one had not the right to a suspicion of error where the tool of thought was algebra. Adams could see in such parts of the grammar as he could understand little more than an enlargement of Stallo's book already 20 years old. He never found out what it could have taught a master like Wolcott Gibbs. Yet the book had a historical value out of all proportion to its science. No such stride had any Englishman before taken in the lines of English thought. The progress of science was measured by the success of the grammar when, for 20 years past, Stallo had been deliberately ignored under the usual conspiracy of silence inevitable to all thought which demands new thought machinery. Science needs time to reconstruct its instruments, to follow a revolution in space. A certain lag is inevitable. The most active mind cannot instantly swerve from its path, but such revolutions are portentous, and the fall or rise of half a dozen empires interested a student of history less than the rise of the grammar of science, the more pressingly because, under the silent influence of Langley, he was prepared to expect it. For a number of years Langley had published in his Smithsonian reports the revolutionary papers that foretold the overthrow of 19th-century dogma, and among the first was the famous address of Sir William Crookes on psychical research, followed by a series of papers on Roentgen and Curie, which had steadily driven the scientific lawgivers of unity into the open. But Karl Pearson was the first to pen them up for slaughter in the schools. The phrase is not stronger than that with which the grammar of science challenged the fight. Quote, "Anything more hopelessly illogical than the statements with regard to force and matter current in elementary textbooks of science it is difficult to imagine," end quote, open to Mr. Pearson. And the responsible author of the elementary textbook, as he went on to explain, was Lord Kelvin himself. Pearson shut out of science everything which the 19th century had brought into it. He told his scholars that they must put up with a fraction of the universe, and a very small fraction at that, the circle reached by the senses, where sequence could be taken for granted, much as the deep-sea fish takes for granted the circle of light which he generates. Quote, "Order and reason, beauty and benevolence are characteristics and conceptions which we find solely associated with the mind of man." End quote. The assertion, as a broad truth, left one's mind in some doubt of its bearing, for order and beauty seemed to be associated also with the mind of a crystal, if one's senses were to be admitted as judge. But the historian had no interest in the universal truth of Pearson's or Kelvin's or Newton's laws. He sought only their relative drift or direction. And Pearson went on to say that these conceptions must stop. Quote, "Into the chaos beyond sense impressions we cannot scientifically project them." End quote. We cannot even infer them. Quote, "In the chaos behind sensations, in the beyond of the sense impressions, we cannot infer necessity, order, or routine, for these are concepts formed by the mind of man on this side of sense impressions." End quote. But we must infer chaos. Quote, "Briefly, chaos is all that science can logically assert of the supersensuous." End quote. The kinetic theory of gas is an assertion of ultimate chaos. In plain words, chaos was the law of nature. Order was the dream of man. No one means all he says, and yet very few say all they mean, for words are slippery and thought is viscous. But since Bacon and Newton, English thought had gone on impatiently protesting that no one must try to know the unknowable at the same time that everyone went on thinking about it. The result was as chaotic as kinetic gas, but with the thought a historian had nothing to do. He sought only its direction. For himself, he knew that, in spite of all the Englishmen that ever lived, he would be forced to enter supersensual chaos if he meant to find out what became of British science, or indeed of any other science. From Pythagoras to Herbert Spencer, everyone had done it, although commonly science had explored an ocean which it preferred to regard as unity, or a universe, and called order. Even Hegel, who taught that every notion included its own negation, used the negation only to reach a larger synthesis, till he reached the universal which thinks itself, contradiction and all. The Church alone had constantly protested that anarchy was not order, that Satan was not God, that pantheism was worse than atheism, and that unity could not be proved as a contradiction. Karl Pearson seemed to agree with the Church, but everyone else, including Newton, Darwin, and Clerk Maxwell, had sailed gaily into the supersensual, calling it, quote, "one God, one law, one element, and one far-off divine event to which the whole creation moves." End quote. Suddenly, in 1900, science raised its head, and denied. Yet perhaps, after all, the change had not been so sudden as it seemed. Real and actual it certainly was, and every newspaper betrayed it, but sequence could scarcely be denied by one who had watched its steady approach, thinking the change far more interesting to history than the thought. When he reflected about it, he recalled that the flow of tide had shown itself at least 20 years before, that it had become marked as early as 1893, and that the man of science must have been sleepy indeed who did not jump up from his chair like a scared dog when, in 1898, Madame Curie threw on his desk the metaphysical bomb she called radium. There remained no hole to hide in. Even metaphysics swept back over science with the green water of the deep-sea ocean, and no one could longer hope to bar out the unknowable, for the unknowable was known. The fact was admitted that the uniformitarians of one's youth had wound about their universe a tangle of contradictions meant only for temporary support, to be merged in larger synthesis, and had waited for that larger synthesis in silence and in vain. They had refused to hear Stallo. They had betrayed little interest in Crookes. At last their universe had been wrecked by rays, and Karl Pearson undertook to cut the wreck loose with an axe, leaving science adrift on a sensual raft in the middle of a supersensual chaos. The confusion seemed to a mere passenger worse than that of 1600, when the astronomers upset the world. It resembled rather the convulsion of 310, when the Civitas Dei cut itself loose from the Civitas Romae, and the cross took the place of the legions. But the historian accepted it all alike. He knew that his opinion was worthless, only in this case he found himself on the raft, personally and economically concerned in its drift. English thought had always been chaos and multiplicity itself, in which the new step of Karl Pearson marked only a consistent progress. But German thought had affected system, unity, and abstract truth, to a point that fretted the most patient foreigner, and to Germany the voyager in strange seas of thought alone might resort, with confident hope of renewing his youth. Turning his back on Karl Pearson in England, he plunged into Germany, and had scarcely crossed the Rhine when he fell into libraries of new works bearing the names of Ostwald, Ernst Mach, Ernst Haeckel, and others less familiar, among whom Haeckel was easiest to approach, not only because of being the oldest and clearest and steadiest spokesman of 19th-century mechanical convictions, but also because in 1902 he had published a vehement renewal of his faith. The volume contained only one paragraph that concerned a historian. It was that in which Haeckel sank his voice almost to a religious whisper in avowing with evident effort that the proper essence of substance appeared to him more and more marvelous and enigmatic as he penetrated further into the knowledge of its attributes, matter and energy, and as he learned to know their innumerable phenomena and their evolution. Since Haeckel seemed to have begun the voyage in multiplicity that Pearson had forbidden to Englishmen, he should have been a safe pilot to the point at least of a proper essence of substance in its attributes of matter and energy. But Ernst Mach seemed to go yet one step further, for he rejected matter altogether and admitted but two processes in nature, change of place and interconversion of forms. Matter was motion, motion was matter, the thing moved. A student of history had no need to understand these scientific ideas of very great men. He sought only the relation with the ideas of their grandfathers, and their common direction toward the ideas of their grandsons. He had long ago reached with Hegel the limits of contradiction, and Ernst Mach scarcely added a shade of variety to the identity of opposites. But both of them seemed to be in agreement with Karl Pearson on the facts of the supersensual universe, which could be known only as unknowable. With a deep sigh of relief the traveller turned back to France. There he felt safe. No Frenchman except Rabelais and Montaigne had ever taught anarchy other than as a path to order. Chaos would be unity in Paris even if child of the guillotine. To make this assurance mathematically sure, the highest scientific authority in France was a great mathematician, Monsieur Poincaré of the Institute, who published in 1902 a small volume called La Science et l'Hypothèse, which purported to be relatively readable. Trusting to its external appearance, the traveller timidly bought it and greedily devoured it without understanding a single consecutive page, but catching here and there a period that startled him to the depths of his ignorance, for they seemed to show that Monsieur Poincaré was troubled by the same historical landmarks which guided or deluded Adams himself. "In science we are led," said M. Poincaré, "to act as though a simple law, when other things were equal, must be more probable than a complicated law. Half a century ago one frankly confessed it, and proclaimed that nature loves simplicity. She has since given us, too often, the lie. Today this tendency is no longer avowed, and only as much of it is preserved as is indispensable, so that science shall not become impossible." Here at last was a fixed point beyond the chance of confusion with self-suggestion. History and mathematics agreed. Had M. Poincaré shown anarchistic tastes, his evidence would have weighed less heavily. But he seemed to be the only authority in science who felt what a historian felt so strongly, the need of unity in a universe. Quote, "Considering everything, we have made some approach toward unity. We have not gone as fast as we hoped 50 years ago. We have not always taken the intended road, but definitely we have gained much ground." End quote. This was the most clear and convincing evidence of progress yet offered to the navigator of ignorance. But suddenly he fell on another view which seemed to him quite irreconcilable with the first. Quote, "Doubtless if our means of investigation should become more and more penetrating, we should discover the simple under the complex, then the complex under the simple, then anew the simple under the complex, and so on, without ever being able to foresee the last term." End quote. A mathematical paradise of endless displacement promised eternal bliss to the mathematician, but turned the historian green with horror. Made miserable by the thought that he knew no mathematics, he burned to ask whether M. Poincaré knew any history, since he began by begging the historical question altogether, and assuming that the past showed alternating phases of simple and complex, the precise point that Adams, after 50 years of effort, found himself forced to surrender, and then going on to assume alternating phases of the future, which, for the weary Titan of unity, differed in nothing essential from the kinetic theory of a perfect gas. Since monkeys first began to chatter in trees, neither man nor beast had ever denied or doubted multiplicity, diversity, complexity, anarchy, chaos. Always and everywhere the complex had been true and the contradiction had been certain. Thought started by it. Mathematics itself began by counting 1, 2, 3, then imagining their continuity, which M. Poincaré was still exhausting his wits to explain or defend, and this was his explanation. Quote, "In short, the mind has the faculty of creating symbols, and it is thus that it has constructed mathematical continuity, which is only a particular system of symbols." End quote. With the same light touch, more destructive in its artistic measure than the heaviest-handed brutality of Englishmen or Germans, he went on to upset relative truth itself. Quote, "How should I answer the question whether Euclidean geometry is true? It has no sense. Euclidean geometry is, and will remain, the most convenient." End quote. Chaos was a primary fact even in Paris, especially in Paris, as it was in the book of Genesis. But every thinking being in Paris or out of it had exhausted thought in the effort to prove unity, continuity, purpose, order, law, truth, the universe, God, after having begun by taking it for granted and discovering to their profound dismay that some minds denied it. The direction of mind as a single force of nature had been constant since history began. Its own unity had created a universe the essence of which was abstract truth, the absolute, God. To Thomas Aquinas the universe was still a person, to Spinoza a substance, to Kant truth was the essence of the I. An innate conviction, a categorical imperative, to Poincaré it was a convenience, and to Karl Pearson a medium of exchange. The historian never stopped repeating to himself that he knew nothing about it, that he was a mere instrument of measure, a barometer, pedometer, radiometer, and that his whole share in the matter was restricted to the measurement of thought motion as marked by the accepted thinkers. He took their facts for granted. He knew no more than a firefly about rays, or about race, or sex, or ennui, or a bar of music, or a pang of love, or a grain of musk, or a phosphorus, or conscience, or duty, or the force of Euclidean geometry, or non-Euclidean, or heat, or light, or osmosis, or electrolysis, or the magnet, or ether, or vis inertiae, or gravitation, or cohesion, or elasticity, or surface tension, or capillary attraction, or Brownian motion, or of some scores or thousands or millions of chemical attractions, repulsions, or indifferences which were busy within and without him, or, in brief, of force itself, which, he was credibly informed, bore some dozen definitions in the textbooks, mostly contradictory, and all, as he was assured, beyond his intelligence, but summed up in the dictum of the last and highest science, that motion seems to be matter, and matter seems to be motion. Yet we are probably incapable of discovering what either is. History had no need to ask what either might be. All it needed to know was the admission of ignorance, the mere fact of multiplicity baffling science. Even as to the fact, science disputed, but radium happened to radiate something that seemed to explode the scientific magazine, bringing thought, for the time, to a standstill, though in the line of thought movement in history radium was merely the next position, familiar and inexplicable since Zeno and his arrow, continuous from the beginning of time and discontinuous at each successive point. History set it down on the record, pricked its position on the chart, and waited to be led or misled once more. The historian must not try to know what is truth if he values his honesty, for if he cares for his truths he is certain to falsify his facts. The laws of history only repeat the lines of force or thought. Yet, though his will be iron, he cannot help now and then resuming his humanity or simianity in the face of fear. The motion of thought had the same value as the motion of a cannon-ball seen approaching the observer on a direct line through the air. One could watch its curve for 5,000 years. Its first violent acceleration in historical times had ended in the catastrophe of 310. The next swerve of direction occurred toward 1500. Galileo and Bacon gave a still newer curve to it, which altered its values. But all these changes had never altered the continuity. Only in 1900 the continuity snapped. Vaguely conscious of the cataclysm, the world sometimes dated it from 1893 by the Roentgen rays, or from 1898 by the Curie's radium. But in 1904 Arthur Balfour announced on the part of British science that the human race, without exception, had lived and died in a world of illusion until the last year of the century. The date was convenient, and convenience was truth. The child born in 1900 would, then, be born into a new world, which would not be a unity, but a multiple. Adams tried to imagine it, and an education that would fit it. He found himself in a land where no one had ever penetrated before, where order was an accidental relation obnoxious to nature, artificial compulsion imposed on motion, against which every free energy of the universe revolted, and which, being merely occasional, resolved itself back into anarchy at last. He could not deny that the law of the new multiverse explained much that had been most obscure, especially the persistently fiendish treatment of man by man, the perpetual effort of society to establish law, and the perpetual revolt of society against the law it had established, the perpetual building up of authority by force, and the perpetual appeal to force to overthrow it, the perpetual symbolism of a higher law, and the perpetual relapse to a lower one, the perpetual victory of the principles of freedom and their perpetual conversion into principles of power. But the staggering problem was the outlook ahead into the despotism of artificial order which nature abhorred. The physicists had a phrase for it, unintelligible to the vulgar. All that we win is a battle, lost in advance, with the irreversible phenomena in the background of nature. All that a historian won was a vehement wish to escape. He saw his education complete, and was sorry he ever began it. As a matter of taste, he greatly preferred his 18th-century education, when God was a father and nature a mother, and all was for the best in a scientific universe. He repudiated all share in the world as it was to be, and yet he could not detect the point where his responsibility began or ended. As history unveiled itself in the new order, man's mind had behaved like a young pearl oyster, secreting its universe to suit its conditions, until it had built up a shell of nacre that embodied all its notions of the perfect. Man knew it was true because he made it, and he loved it for the same reason. He sacrificed millions of lives to acquire his unity, but he achieved it, and justly thought it a work of art. The woman especially did great things, creating her deities on a higher level than the male, and in the end compelling the man to accept the Virgin as guardian of the man's God. The man's part in his universe was secondary, but the woman was at home there, and sacrificed herself without limit to make it habitable, when man permitted it, as sometimes happened for brief intervals of war and famine. But she could not provide protection against forces of nature. She did not think of her universe as a raft to which the limpets stuck for life in the surge of a supersensual chaos. She conceived herself and her family as the centre and flower of an ordered universe which she knew to be unity because she had made it after the image of her own fecundity, and this creation of hers was surrounded by beauties and perfections which she knew to be real because she herself had imagined them. Even the masculine philosopher admired and loved and celebrated her triumph, and the greatest of them sang it in the noblest of his verses. Alma Venus, coeli subter labentia signa quae mari navigerum. Quae terras frugiferentes concelebras. Quae quoniam rerum naturam sola gubernas. Nec sine te quidquam dias in luminis horas exoritor, neque fit laetam, neque amabile quidquam. Te sociam studio. Neither man nor woman ever wanted to quit this Eden of their own invention, and could no more have done it of their own accord than the pearl oyster could quit its shell. But although the oyster might perhaps assimilate or embalm a grain of sand forced into its aperture, it could only perish in face of the cyclonic hurricane or the volcanic upheaval of its bed. Her supersensual chaos killed her. Such seemed the theory of history to be imposed by science on the generation born after 1900. For this theory Adams felt himself in no way responsible. Even as historian, he had made it his duty always to speak with respect of everything that had ever been thought respectable, except an occasional statesman. But he had submitted to force all his life, and he meant to accept it for the future as for the past. All his efforts had been turned only to the search for its channel. He never invented his facts. They were furnished him by the only authorities he could find. As for himself, according to Helmholtz, Ernst Mach, and Arthur Balfour, he was henceforth to be a conscious ball of vibrating motions, traversed in every direction by infinite lines of rotation or vibration, rolling at the feet of the Virgin at Chartres, or of Monsieur Poincaré in an attic at Paris, a centre of supersensual chaos. The discovery did not distress him. A solitary man of 65 years or more, alone in a Gothic cathedral or a Paris apartment, need fret himself little about a few illusions, more or less. He should have learned his lesson 50 years earlier. The times had long passed when a student could stop before chaos or order. He had no choice but to march with his world. Nevertheless, he could not pretend that his mind felt flattered by this scientific outlook. Every fabulist has told how the human mind has always struggled like a frightened bird to escape the chaos which caged it, how, appearing suddenly and inexplicably out of some unknown and unimaginable void, passing half its known life in the mental chaos of sleep, victim even when awake, to its own ill-adjustment, to disease, to age, to external suggestion, to nature's compulsion, doubting its sensations, and in the last resort trusting only to instruments and averages. After 60 or 70 years of growing astonishment, the mind wakes to find itself looking blankly into the void of death. That it should profess itself pleased by this performance was all that the highest rules of good breeding could ask, but that it should actually be satisfied would prove that it existed only as idiocy. Satisfied, the future generation could scarcely think itself, for even when the mind existed in a universe of its own creation, it had never been quite at ease. As far as one ventured to interpret actual science, the mind had thus far adjusted itself by an infinite series of infinitely delicate adjustments, forced on it by the infinite motion of an infinite chaos of motion, dragged at one moment into the unknowable and unthinkable, then trying to scramble back within its senses and to bar the chaos out, but always assimilating bits of it, until at last, in 1900, a new avalanche of unknown forces had fallen on it, which required new mental powers to control. If this view was correct, the mind could gain nothing by flight or by fight. It must merge in its supersensual multiverse, or succumb to it. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of The Education of Henry Adams by Henry Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. Vis Nova, 1903 to 1904. Paris after midsummer is a place where only the industrious poor remain, unless they can get away. But Adams knew no spot where history would be better off, and the calm of the Champs-Elysees was so deep that when Mr. de Witt was promoted to a powerless dignity, no one whispered that the promotion was disgrace, while one might have supposed, from the silence, that the Viceroy Alexiev had reoccupied Manchuria as a fulfilment of treaty obligation. For once the conspiracy of silence became crime. Never had so modern and so vital a riddle been put before Western society, but society shut its eyes. Manchuria knew every step into the war, Japan had completed every preparation, Alexiev had collected his army and fleet at Port Arthur, mounting his siege guns and laying in enormous stores, ready for the expected attack. From Yokohama to Irkutsk the whole East was under war conditions, but Europe knew nothing. The banks would not allow disturbance. The press said not a word, and even the embassies were silent. Every anarchist in Europe buzzed excitement and began to collect in groups, but the Hotel Ritz was calm, and the Grand Dukes who swarmed there professed to know directly from the Winter Palace that there would be no war. As usual, Adams felt as ignorant as the best-informed statesman, and although the sense was familiar, for once he could see that the ignorance was assumed. After nearly 50 years of experience, he could not understand how the comedy could be so well acted. Even as late as November, diplomats were gravely asking every passer-by for his opinion, and avowed none of their own except what was directly authorized at St. Petersburg. He could make nothing of it. He found himself in face of his new problem, the workings of Russian inertia, and he could conceive no way of forming an opinion how much was real and how much was comedy had he been in the Winter Palace himself. At times he doubted whether the Grand Dukes or the Tsar knew, but old diplomatic training forbade him to admit such innocence. This was the situation at Christmas when he left Paris. On January 6, 1904, he reached Washington, where the contrast of atmosphere astonished him, for he had never before seen his country think as a world power. No doubt Japanese diplomacy had much to do with this alertness, but the immense superiority of Japanese diplomacy should have been more evident in Europe than in America, and in any case could not account for the total disappearance of Russian diplomacy. A government by inertia greatly disconcerted study. One was led to suspect that Cassini never heard from his government, and that Lambsdorff knew nothing of his own department. Yet no such suspicion could be admitted. Cassini resorted to transparent blague. Quote, "Japan seemed infatuated even to the point of war, but what can the Japanese do? As usual, sit on their heels and pray to Buddha." End quote. One of the oldest and most accomplished diplomatists in the service could never show his hands so empty as this, if he held a card to play, but he never betrayed stronger resource behind. Quote, "If any Japanese succeed in entering Manchuria, they will never get out alive." End quote. The inertia of Cassini, who was naturally the most energetic of diplomatists, deeply interested a student of race inertia, whose mind had lost itself in the attempt to invent scales of force. The air of official Russia seemed most dramatic in the air of the White House, by contrast with the outspoken candor of the President. Reticence had no place there. Everyone in America saw that, whether Russia or Japan were victim, one of the decisive struggles in American history was pending, and any pretense of secrecy or indifference was absurd. Interest was acute and curiosity intense, for no one knew what the Russian government meant or wanted, while war had become a question of days. To an impartial student who gravely doubted whether the Tsar himself acted as a conscious force or an inert weight, the straightforward avowals of Roosevelt had singular value as a standard of measure. By chance it happened that Adams was obliged to take the place of his brother, Brooks, at the diplomatic reception immediately after his return home, and the part of proxy included his supping at the President's table, with Secretary Root on one side, the President opposite, and Miss Chamberlain between them. Naturally, the President talked and the guests listened, which seemed, to one who had just escaped from the European conspiracy of silence, like drawing a free breath after stifling. Roosevelt, as everyone knew, was always an amusing talker, and had the reputation of being indiscreet beyond any other man of great importance in the world, except the Kaiser Wilhelm and Mr. Joseph Chamberlain, the father of his guest at table, and this evening he spared none. With the usual abuse of the quos ego, common to vigorous statesmen, he said all that he thought about Russians and Japanese, as well as about Boers and British, without restraint, in full hearing of 20 people, to the entire satisfaction of his listener, and concluded by declaring that war was imminent, that it ought to be stopped, that it could be stopped. "I could do it myself. I could stop it tomorrow." And he went on to explain his reasons for restraint. That he was right, and that within another generation his successor would do what he would have liked to do, made no shadow of doubt in the mind of his hearer, though it would have been folly when he last supped at the White House in the dynasty of President Hayes. But the listener cared less for the assertion of power than for the vigor of view. The truth was evident enough, ordinary, even commonplace if one liked, but it was not a truth of inertia, nor was the method to be mistaken for inert. Nor could the force of Japan be mistaken for a moment as a force of inertia, although its aggressive was taken as methodically, as mathematically, as a demonstration of Euclid, and Adams thought that, as against any but Russians, it would have lost its opening. Each day counted as a measure of relative energy on the historical scale, and the whole story made a grammar of new science quite as instructive as that of Pearson. The forces thus launched were bound to reach some new equilibrium, which would prove the problem in one sense or another, and the war had no personal value for Adams except that it gave Hay his last great triumph. He had carried on his long contest with Cassini so skilfully that no one knew enough to understand the diplomatic perfection of his work, which contained no error. But such success is complete only when it is invisible, and his victory at last was victory of judgment, not of act. He could do nothing, and the whole country would have sprung on him had he tried. Japan and England saved his open door, and fought his battle. All that remained for him was to make the peace, and Adams set his heart on getting the peace quickly in hand, for Hay's sake as well as for that of Russia. He thought then that it could be done in one campaign, for he knew that, in a military sense, the fall of Port Arthur must lead to negotiation, and everyone felt that Hay would inevitably direct it. But the race was close, and while the war grew every day in proportions, Hay's strength every day declined. St. Gaudens came on to model his head, and Sargent painted his portrait, 2 steps essential to immortality, which he bore with a certain degree of resignation, but he grumbled when the President made him go to St. Louis to address some gathering at the Exposition, and Mrs. Hay bade Adams go with them, for whatever use he could suppose himself to serve. He professed the religion of World's Fairs, without which he held education to be a blind impossibility, and obeyed Mrs. Hay's bidding the more readily because it united his 2 educations in one. But theory and practice were put to equally severe test at St. Louis. 10 years had passed since he had crossed the Mississippi, and he found everything new. In this great region from Pittsburgh through Ohio and Indiana, agriculture had made way for steam. Tall chimneys reeked smoke on every horizon, and dirty suburbs filled with scrap iron, scrap paper, and cinders formed the setting of every town. Evidently cleanliness was not to be the birthmark of the new American, but this matter of discards concerned the measure of force little, while the chimneys and cinders concerned it so much that Adams thought the Secretary of State should have rushed to the platform at every station to ask who were the people, for the American of the prime seemed to be extinct with the Shawnee and the buffalo. The subject grew quickly delicate. History told little about these millions of Germans and Slavs, or whatever their race names, who had overflowed these regions, as though the Rhine and the Danube had turned their floods into the Ohio. John Hay was as strange to the Mississippi River as though he had not been bred on its shores, and the city of St. Louis had turned its back on the noblest work of nature, leaving it bankrupt between its own banks. The new American showed his parentage proudly. He was the child of steam and the brother of the Dynamo, and already, within less than 30 years, this mass of mixed humanities, brought together by steam, was squeezed and welded into approached shape, a product of so much mechanical power, and bearing no distinctive marks but that of its pressure. The new American, like the new European, was the servant of the power-house, as the European of the 12th century was the servant of the Church, and the features would follow the parentage. The St. Louis Exposition was its first creation in the 20th century, and for that reason acutely interesting. One saw here a third-rate town of 500,000 people, without history, education, unity, or art, and with little capital, without even an element of natural interest except the river, which it studiously ignored, but doing what London, Paris, or New York would have shrunk from attempting. This new social conglomerate, with no tie but its steam power, and not much of that, threw away $30 or $40 million on a pageant as ephemeral as a stage flat. The world had never witnessed so marvelous a phantasm. By night Arabia's crimson sands had never returned a glow half so astonishing, as one wandered among long lines of white palaces, exquisitely lighted by thousands on thousands of electric candles, soft, rich, shadowy, palpable in their sensuous depths, all in deep silence, profound solitude, listening for a voice or a footfall or the plash of an oar, as though the Emir Mirza were displaying the beauties of this city of brass, which could show nothing half so beautiful as this illumination, with its vast, white, monumental solitude, bathed in the pure light of setting suns. One enjoyed it with iniquitous rapture, not because of exhibits, but rather because of their want. Here was a paradox like the stellar universe that fitted one's mental faults. Had there been no exhibits at all, and no visitors, one would have enjoyed it only the more. Here education found new forage. That the power was wasted, the art indifferent, the economic failure complete, added just so much to the interest. The chaos of education approached a dream. One asked oneself whether this extravagance reflected the past or imagined the future, whether it was a creation of the old American or a promise of the new one. No prophet could be believed, but a pilgrim of power, without constituency to flatter, might allow himself to hope. The prospect from the exposition was pleasant. One seemed to see almost an adequate motive for power, almost a scheme for progress. In another half-century the people of the Central Valleys should have hundreds of millions to throw away more easily than in 1900 they could throw away tens, and by that time they might know which they wanted. Possibly they might even have learned how to reach it. This was an optimist's hope, shared by few except pilgrims of World's Fairs, and frankly dropped by the multitude, for east of the Mississippi the St. Louis Exposition met a deliberate conspiracy of silence, discouraging, beyond measure, to an optimistic dream of future strength in American expression. The party got back to Washington on May 24th, and before sailing for Europe Adams went over one warm evening to bid good-bye on the garden porch of the White House. He found himself the first person who urged Mrs. Roosevelt to visit the Exposition for its beauty, and as far as he knew, the last. He left St. Louis May 22, 1904, and on Sunday, June 5th, found himself again in the town of Coutances, where the people of Normandy had built, toward the year 1250, an exposition which architects still admired and tourists visited, for it was thought singularly expressive of force as well as of grace in the Virgin. On this Sunday the Norman world was celebrating a pretty church feast, the Fête Dieu, and the streets were filled with altars to the Virgin, covered with flowers and foliage, the pavements strewn with paths of leaves and the spring handiwork of nature, the cathedral densely thronged at Mass. The scene was graceful. The Virgin did not shut her costly exposition on Sunday or any other day, even to American senators who had shut the St. Louis Exposition to her, or for her, and a historical tramp would gladly have offered a candle or even a candlestick in her honor if she would have taught him her relation with the deity of the senators. The power of the Virgin had been plainly one, embracing all human activity, while the power of the Senate or its deity seemed, might one say, to be more or less ashamed of man and his work. The matter had no great interest as far as it concerned the somewhat obscure mental processes of senators, who could probably have given no clearer idea than priests of the deity they supposed themselves to honor, if that was indeed their purpose. But it interested a student of force, curious to measure its manifestations. Apparently the Virgin, or her son, had no longer the force to build expositions that one cared to visit, but had the force to close them. The force was still real, serious, and at St. Louis had been anxiously measured in actual money value. That it was actual and serious in France, as in the Senate chamber at Washington, proved itself at once by forcing Adams to buy an automobile, which was a supreme demonstration, because this was the form of force which Adams most abominated. He had set aside the summer for study of the Virgin, not as a sentiment, but as a motive power, which had left monuments widely scattered and not easily reached. The automobile alone could unite them in any reasonable sequence, and although the force of the automobile, for the purposes of a commercial traveller, seemed to have no relation whatever to the force that inspired a Gothic cathedral, the Virgin in the 12th century would have guided and controlled both bagman and architect, as she controlled the seeker of history. In his mind the problem offered itself as to Newton. It was a matter of mutual attraction, and he knew it, in his own case, to be a formula as precise as S = gt² divided by 2, if he could but experimentally prove it. Of the attraction he needed no proof on his own account. The costs of his automobile were more than sufficient. But as teacher he needed to speak for others than himself. For him the Virgin was an adorable mistress, who led the automobile and its owner where she would, to her wonderful palaces and chateaux, from Chartres to Rouen, and there to Amiens and Laon, and a score of others, kindly receiving, amusing, charming, and dazzling her lover, as though she were Aphrodite herself, worth all else that man ever dreamed. He never doubted her force, since he felt it to the last fibre of his being, and could no more dispute its mastery than he could dispute the force of gravitation, of which he knew nothing but the formula. He was only too glad to yield himself entirely, not to her charm or to any sentimentality of religion, but to her mental and physical energy of creation, which had built up these World's Fairs of 13th-century force that turned Chicago and St. Louis pale. "Both were faiths, and both are gone," said Matthew Arnold of the Greek and Norse divinities, but the business of a student was to ask where they had gone. The Virgin had not even altogether gone. Her fading away had been excessively slow. Her adorer had pursued her too long, too far, and in too many manifestations of her power, to admit that she had any equivalent, either of quantity or kind, in the actual world. But he could still less admit her annihilation as energy. So he went on wooing, happy in the thought that at last he had found a mistress who could see no difference in the age of her lovers. Her own age had no time measure. For years past, incited by John Lafarge, Adams had devoted his summer schooling to the study of her glass at Chartres and elsewhere, and if the automobile had one vitesse more useful than another, it was that of a century a minute, that of passing from one century to another without break. The centuries dropped like autumn leaves in one's road, and one was not fined for running over them too fast. When the 13th lost breath, the 14th caught on, and the 16th ran close ahead. The hunt for the Virgin's glass opened rich preserves. Especially the 16th century ran riot in sensuous worship. Then the ocean of religion, which had flooded France, broke into Shelley's light dissolved in star showers thrown, which had left every remote village strewn with fragments that flashed like jewels and were tossed into hidden clefts of peace and forgetfulness. One dared not pass a parish church in Champagne or Touraine without stopping to look for its windows of fragments, where one's glass discovered the Christ-child in his manger, nursed by the head of a fragmentary donkey, with a Cupid playing into its long ears from the balustrade of a Venetian palace, guarded by a legless Flemish Leibwache, standing on his head with a broken halberd, all invoked in prayer by remnants of the donors and their children that might have been drawn by Fouquet or Pinturicchio, in colours as fresh and living as the day they were burned in, and with feeling that still consoled the faithful for the paradise they had paid for and lost. France abounds in 16th-century glass. Paris alone contains acres of it, and the neighbourhood within 50 miles contains scores of churches where the student may still imagine himself 300 years old, kneeling before the Virgin's window in the silent solitude of an empty faith, crying his culp, beating his breast, confessing his historical sins, weighed down by the rubbish of 66 years' education, and still desperately hoping to understand. He understood a little, though not much. The 16th century had a value of its own, as though the one had become several, and unity had counted more than three, though the multiples still showed modest numbers. The glass had gone back to the Roman Empire and forward to the American continent. It betrayed sympathy with Montaigne and Shakespeare, but the Virgin was still supreme. At Beauvais, in the church of St. Stephen, was a superb tree of Jesse, famous as the work of Engrand le Prince, about 1570 or 1580, in whose branches, among the 14 ancestors of the Virgin, 3/4 bore features of the kings of France, among them Francis I and Henry II, who were hardly more edifying than the kings of Israel, and at least unusual as sources of divine purity. Compared with the still more famous tree of Jesse at Chartres, dating from 1150 or thereabouts, must one declare that Engrand le Prince proved progress? And in what direction? Complexity, multiplicity, even a step toward anarchy, it might suggest. But what step toward perfection? One late afternoon at midsummer, the Virgin's pilgrim was wandering through the streets of Troyes, in close and intimate conversation with Thibaut of Champagne, and his highly intelligent seneschal, the Sieur de Joinville, when he noticed 1 or 2 men looking at a bit of paper stuck in a window. Approaching, he read that Monsieur de Plève, had been assassinated at St. Petersburg. The mad mixture of Russia and the Crusades, of the Hippodrome and the Renaissance, drove him for refuge into the fascinating church of St. Pantaleon near by. Martyrs, murderers, Caesars, saints and assassins, half in glass and half in telegram, chaos of time, place, morals, forces and motive, gave him vertigo. Had one sat all one's life on the steps of Ara Coeli for this? Was assassination forever to be the last word of progress? No one in the street had shown a sign of protest. He himself felt none. The charming church, with its delightful windows, in its exquisite absence of other tourists, took a keener expression of celestial peace than could have been given it by any contrast short of explosive murder. The conservative Christian anarchist had come to his own, but which was he, the murderer or the murdered? The Virgin herself never looked so winning, so won, as in this scandalous failure of her grace. To what purpose had she existed if, after 1900 years, the world was bloodier than when she was born? The stupendous failure of Christianity tortured history. The effort for unity could not be a partial success. Even alternating unity resolved itself into meaningless motion at last. To the tired student, the idea that he must give it up seemed sheer senility. As long as he could whisper, he would go on as he had begun, bluntly refusing to meet his Creator, with the admission that the creation had taught him nothing except that the square of the hypotenuse of a right-angled triangle might, for convenience, be taken as equal to something else. Every man with self-respect enough to become effective, if only as a machine, has had to account to himself, for himself, somehow, and to invent a formula of his own for his universe, if the standard formulas failed. There, whether finished or not, education stopped. The formula, once made, could be but verified. The effort must begin at once, for time pressed. The old formulas had failed, and a new one had to be made, but after all the object was not extravagant or eccentric. One sought no absolute truth. One sought only a spool on which to wind the thread of history without breaking it. Among indefinite possible orbits, one sought the orbit which would best satisfy the observed movement of the runaway star Groombridge, 1838, commonly called Henry Adams. As term of a 19th-century education, one sought a common factor for certain definite historical fractions. Any schoolboy could work out the problem if he were given the right to state it in his own terms. Therefore, when the fogs and frosts stopped his slaughter of the centuries and shut him up again in his garret, he sat down as though he were again a boy at school, to shape, after his own needs, the values of a dynamic theory of history. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of The Education of Henry Adams by Henry Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. A Dynamic Theory of History, 1904. A dynamic theory, like most theories, begins by begging the question. It defines progress as the development and economy of forces. Further, it defines force as anything that does, or helps to do, work. Man is a force. So is the sun. So is a mathematical point, though without dimensions or known existence. Man commonly begs the question again by taking for granted that he captures the forces. A dynamic theory, assigning attractive force to opposing bodies in proportion to the law of mass, takes for granted that the forces of nature capture man. The sum of force attracts. The feeble atom or molecule called man is attracted. He suffers education or growth. He is the sum of the forces that attract him. His body and his thought are alike their product. The movement of the forces controls the progress of his mind, since he can know nothing but the motions which impinge on his senses, whose sum makes education. For convenience, as an image, the theory may liken man to a spider in its web, watching for chance prey. Forces of nature dance like flies before the net, and the spider pounces on them when it can. But it makes many fatal mistakes, though its theory of force is sound. The spider mind acquires a faculty of memory, and with it a singular skill of analysis and synthesis, taking apart and putting together in different relations the meshes of its trap. Man had in the beginning no power of analysis or synthesis approaching that of the spider, or even of the honey-bee, but he had acute sensibility to the higher forces. Fire taught him secrets that no other animal could learn. Running water probably taught him even more, especially in his first lessons of mechanics. The animals helped to educate him, thrusting themselves into his hands merely for the sake of their food, and carrying his burdens or supplying his clothing. The grasses and grains were academies of study. With little or no effort on his part, all these forces formed his thought, induced his action, and even shaped his figure. Long before history began, his education was complete, for the record could not have been started until he had been taught to record. The universe that had formed him took shape in his mind as a reflection of his own unity, containing all forces except himself. Either separately or in groups, or as a whole, these forces never ceased to act on him, enlarging his mind as they enlarged the surface foliage of a vegetable, and the mind needed only to respond, as the forests did, to these attractions. Susceptibility to the highest forces is the highest genius. Selection between them is the highest science. Their mass is the highest educator. Man always made, and still makes, grotesque blunders in selecting and measuring forces, taken at random from the heap, but he never made a mistake in the value he set on the whole, which he symbolized as unity and worshipped as God. To this day his attitude toward it has never changed, though science can no longer give to force a name. Man's function as a force of nature was to assimilate other forces as he assimilated food. He called it the love of power. He felt his own feebleness, and he sought for an ass or a camel, a bow or a sling, to widen his range of power, as he sought a fetish or a planet in the world beyond. He cared little to know its immediate use, but he could afford to throw nothing away which he could conceive to have possible value in this or any other existence. He waited for the object to teach him its use or want of use, and the process was slow. He may have gone on for hundreds of thousands of years, waiting for nature to tell him her secrets, and, to his rivals among the monkeys, nature has taught no more than at their start. But certain lines of force were capable of acting on individual apes, and mechanically selecting types of race or sources of variation. The individual that responded or reacted to lines of new force, then, was possibly the same individual that reacts on it now, and his conception of the unity seems never to have changed in spite of the increasing diversity of forces. But the theory of variation is an affair of other science than history, and matters nothing to dynamics. The individual or the race would be educated on the same lines of illusion, which, according to Arthur Balfour, had not essentially varied down to the year 1900. To the highest attractive energy man gave the name of divine, and for its control he invented the science called religion, a word which meant, and still means, cultivation of occult force, whether in detail or mass. Unable to define force as a unity, man symbolized it and pursued it, both in himself and in the infinite, as philosophy and theology. The mind is itself the subtlest of all known forces, and its self-introspection necessarily created a science which had the singular value of lifting his education, at the start, to the finest, subtlest, and broadest training both in analysis and synthesis, so that, if language is a test, he must have reached his highest powers early in his history, while the mere motive remained as simple an appetite for power as the tribal greed which led him to trap an elephant. Hunger, whether for food or for the infinite, sets in motion multiplicity and infinity of thought, and the sure hope of gaining a share of infinite power in eternal life would lift most minds to the effort. He had reached this completeness 5,000 years ago, and added nothing to his stock of known forces for a very long time. The mass of nature exercised on him so feeble an attraction that one can scarcely account for his apparent motion. Only a historian of very exceptional knowledge would venture to say at what date between 3000 B.C. and 1000 A.D. the momentum of Europe was greatest. But such progress as the world made consisted in economies of energy rather than in its development. It was proved in mathematics, measured by names like Archimedes, Aristarchus, Ptolemy, and Euclid, or in civil law, measured by a number of names which Adams had begun life by failing to learn, or in coinage, which was most beautiful near its beginning and most barbarous at its close, or it was shown in roads, or the size of ships or harbors, or by the use of metals, instruments, and writing, all of them economies of force, sometimes more forceful than the forces they helped. But the roads were still travelled by the horse, the ass, the camel, or the slave. The ships were still propelled by sails or oars. The lever, the spring, and the screw bounded the region of applied mechanics. Even the metals were old. Much the same thing could be said of religious or supernatural forces. Down to the year 300 of the Christian era they were little changed, and in spite of Plato and the sceptics, were more apparently chaotic than ever. The experience of 3,000 years had educated society to feel the vastness of nature, and the infinity of her resources of power. But even this increase of attraction had not yet caused economies in its methods of pursuit. There the Western world stood till the year A.D. 305, when the Emperor Diocletian abdicated, and it was there that Adams broke down on the steps of Ara Coeli, his path blocked by the scandalous failure of civilization at the moment it had achieved complete success. In the year 305 the Empire had solved the problems of Europe more completely than they had ever been solved since. The Pax Romana, the civil law, and free trade should in 400 years have put Europe far in advance of the point reached by modern society in the 400 years since 1500, when conditions were less simple. The efforts to explain or explain away this scandal had been incessant, but none suited Adams unless it were the economic theory of adverse exchanges and exhaustion of minerals. But nations are not ruined beyond a certain point by adverse exchanges, and Rome had by no means exhausted her resources. On the contrary, the empire developed resources and energies quite astounding. No other 400 years of history before A.D. 1800 knew anything like it. And although some of these developments, like the civil law, the roads, aqueducts, and harbors, were rather economies than force, yet in northwestern Europe alone the empire had developed 3 energies, France, England, and Germany, competent to master the world. The trouble seemed rather to be that the empire developed too much energy, and too fast. A dynamic law requires that two masses, nature and man, must go on, reacting upon each other without stop, as the sun and a comet react on each other, and that any appearance of stoppage is illusive. The theory seems to exact excess rather than deficiency of action and reaction to account for the dissolution of the Roman Empire, which should, as a problem of mechanics, have been torn to pieces by acceleration. If the student means to try the experiment of framing a dynamic law, he must assign values to the forces of attraction that caused the trouble, and in this case he has them in plain evidence. With the relentless logic that stamped Roman thought, the empire, which had established unity on earth, could not help establishing unity in heaven. It was induced by its dynamic necessities to economize the gods. The Church has never ceased to protest against the charge that Christianity ruined the empire, and with its usual force has pointed out that its reforms alone saved the state. Any dynamic theory gladly admits it. All it asks is to find and follow the force that attracts. The Church points out this force in the cross, and history needs only to follow it. The empire loudly asserted its motive. Good taste forbids saying that Constantine the Great speculated as audaciously as a modern stockbroker on values of which he knew at the utmost only the volume, or that he merged all uncertain forces into a single trust which he enormously overcapitalized and forced on the market. But this is the substance of what Constantine himself said in his Edict of Milan in the year 313, which admitted Christianity into the trust of state religions. Regarded as an act of Congress, it runs, quote, "We have resolved to grant to Christians, as well as all others, the liberty to practice the religion they prefer, in order that whatever exists of divinity or celestial power may help and favor us and all who are under our government." End quote. The empire pursued power, not merely spiritual but physical, in the sense in which Constantine issued his army order the year before, at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge, in hoc signo vinces, using the cross as a train of artillery, which to his mind it was. Society accepted it in the same character. 80 years afterward, Theodosius marched against his rival Eugene with the cross for physical champion, and Eugene raised the image of Hercules to fight for the pagans, while society on both sides looked on as though it were a boxing match to decide a final test of force between the divine powers. The Church was powerless to raise the ideal. What is now known as religion affected the mind of old society but little. The laity, the people, the million, almost to a man, bet on the gods as they bet on a horse. No doubt the Church did all it could to purify the process, but society was almost wholly pagan in its point of view, and was drawn to the cross because, in its system of physics, the cross had absorbed all the old occult or fetish power. The symbol represented the sum of nature, the energy of modern science, and society believed it to be as real as X-rays. Perhaps it was. The emperors used it like gunpowder in politics. The physicians used it like rays in medicine. The dying clung to it as the quintessence of force, to protect them from the forces of evil on their road to the next life. Throughout these 4 centuries the empire knew that religion disturbed economy, for even the cost of heathen incense affected the exchanges. But no one could afford to buy or construct a costly and complicated machine when he could hire an occult force at trifling expense. Fetish power was cheap and satisfactory, down to a certain point. Turgot and Auguste Comte long ago fixed this stage of economy as a necessary phase of social education, and historians seem now to accept it as the only gain yet made towards scientific history. Great numbers of educated people, perhaps a majority, cling to the method still, and practice it more or less strictly. But until quite recently no other was known. The only occult power at man's disposal was fetish. Against it no mechanical force could compete, except within narrow limits. Outside of occult or fetish power, the Roman world was incredibly poor. It knew but one productive energy resembling a modern machine: the slave. No artificial force of serious value was applied to production or transportation, and when society developed itself so rapidly in political and social lines, it had no other means of keeping its economy on the same level than to extend its slave system and its fetish system to the utmost. The result might have been stated in a mathematical formula as early as the time of Archimedes, 600 years before Rome fell. The economic needs of a violently centralizing society forced the empire to enlarge its slave system until the slave system consumed itself, and the empire too, leaving society no resource but further enlargement of its religious system in order to compensate for the losses and horrors of the failure. For a vicious circle, its mathematical completeness approached perfection. The dynamic law of attraction and reaction needed only a Newton to fix it in algebraic form. At last, in 410, Alaric sacked Rome, and the slave-ridden, agricultural, uncommercial Western Empire, the poorer and less Christianized half, went to pieces. Society, though terribly shocked by the horrors of Alaric's storm, felt still more deeply the disappointment in its new power, the cross, which had failed to protect its church. The outcry against the cross became so loud among Christians that its literary champion, Bishop Augustine of Hippo, a town between Algiers and Tunis, was led to write a famous treatise in defense of the cross, familiar still to every scholar, in which he defended feebly the mechanical value of the symbol, arguing only that pagan symbols equally failed, but insisted on its spiritual value in the Civitas Dei, which had taken the place of the Civitas Romae in human interest. Quote, "Granted that we have lost all we had, have we lost faith? Have we lost piety? Have we lost the wealth of the inner man who is rich before God? These are the wealth of Christians." End quote. The Civitas Dei, in its turn, became the sum of attraction for the Western world, though it also showed the same weakness in mechanics that had wrecked the Civitas Romae. St. Augustine and his people perished at Hippo toward 430, leaving society in appearance dull to new attraction. Yet the attraction remained constant. The delight of experimenting on occult force of every kind is such as to absorb all the free thought of the human race. The gods did their work. History has no quarrel with them. They led, educated, enlarged the mind, taught knowledge, betrayed ignorance, stimulated effort. So little is known about the mind, whether social, racial, sexual, or heritable, whether material or spiritual, whether animal, vegetable, or mineral, that history is inclined to avoid it altogether. But nothing forbids one to admit, for convenience, that it may assimilate food like the body, storing new force and growing like a forest with the storage. The brain has not yet revealed its mysterious mechanism of grey matter. Never has nature offered it so violent a stimulant as when she opened to it the possibility of sharing infinite power in eternal life, and it might well need 1,000 years of prolonged and intense experiment to prove the value of the motive. During these so-called Middle Ages, the Western mind reacted in many forms on many sides, expressing its motives in modes, such as Romanesque and Gothic architecture, glass windows and mosaic walls, sculpture and poetry, war and love, which still affect some people as the noblest work of man, so that even today great masses of idle and ignorant tourists travel from far countries to look at Ravenna and San Marco, Palermo and Pisa, Assisi, Cordoba, Chartres, with vague notions about the force that created them, but with a certain surprise that a social mind of such singular energy and unity should still lurk in their shadows. The tourist more rarely visits Constantinople or studies the architecture of Sancta Sophia, but when he does, he is distinctly conscious of forces not quite the same. Justinian had not the simplicity of Charlemagne. The Eastern Empire showed an activity and variety of forces that the classical Europe had never possessed. The navy of Nicephorus Phocas in the 10th century would have annihilated in half an hour any navy that Carthage or Athens or Rome ever set afloat. The dynamic scheme began by asserting rather recklessly that between the pyramids, B.C. 3000, and the cross, A.D. 300, no new force affected Western progress, and antiquarians may easily dispute the fact. But in any case the motive influence, old or new, which raised both pyramids and cross, was the same attraction of power in a future life that raised the dome of Sancta Sophia and the cathedral at Amiens, however much it was altered, enlarged, or removed to distance and space. Therefore no single event has more puzzled historians than the sudden unexplained appearance of at least two new natural forces of the highest educational value in mechanics, for the first time within record of history. Literally, these two forces seemed to drop from the sky at the precise moment when the cross on one side and the crescent on the other proclaimed the complete triumph of the Civitas Dei. Had the Manichaean doctrine of good and evil as rival deities been orthodox, it would alone have accounted for this simultaneous victory of hostile powers. Of the compass, as a step toward demonstration of the dynamic law, one may confidently say that it proved, better than any other force, the widening scope of the mind, since it widened immensely the range of contact between nature and thought. The compass educated. This must prove itself as needing no proof. Of Greek fire and gunpowder the same thing cannot certainly be said, for they have the air of accidents due to the attraction of religious motives. They belong to the spiritual world, or to the doubtful ground of magic which lay between good and evil. They were chemical forces, mostly explosives, which acted, and still act, as the most violent educators ever known to man. But they were justly feared as diabolic, and whatever insolence man may have risked toward the milder teachers of his infancy, he was an abject pupil toward explosives. The Sieur de Joinville left a record of the energy with which the relatively harmless Greek fire educated and enlarged the French mind in a single night in the year 1249, when the Crusaders were trying to advance on Cairo. The good King St. Louis and all his staff dropped upon their knees at every fiery flame that flew by, praying, "God have pity on us." And never had man more reason to call on his gods than they, for the battle of religion between Christian and Saracen was trifling compared with that of education between gunpowder and the cross. The fiction that society educated itself, or aimed at a conscious purpose, was upset by the compass and gunpowder, which dragged and drove Europe at will through frightful bogs of learning. At first the apparent lag for want of volume in the new energies lasted 1 or 2 centuries, which closed the great epochs of emotion by the Gothic cathedrals and scholastic theology. The moment had Greek beauty and more than Greek unity, but it was brief, and for another century or two Western society seemed to float in space without apparent motion. Yet the attractive mass of nature's energy continued to attract, and education became more rapid than ever before. Society began to resist, but the individual showed greater and greater insistence, without realizing what he was doing. When the Crescent drove the Cross in ignominy from Constantinople in 1453, Gutenberg and Fust were printing their first Bible at Mainz under the impression that they were helping the Cross. When Columbus discovered the West Indies in 1492, the Church looked on it as a victory of the Cross. When Luther and Calvin upset Europe half a century later, they were trying, like St. Augustine, to substitute the Civitas Dei for the Civitas Romae. When the Puritans set out for New England in 1620, they too were looking to found a Civitas Dei in State Street. And when Bunyan made his pilgrimage in 1678, he repeated St. Jerome. Even when, after centuries of license, the Church reformed its discipline, and, to prove it, burned Giordano Bruno in 1600, besides condemning Galileo in 1630, as science goes on repeating to us every day, it condemned anarchists, not atheists. None of the astronomers were irreligious men. All of them made a point of magnifying God through his works, a form of science which did their religion no credit. Neither Galileo nor Kepler nor Spinoza nor Descartes, neither Leibniz nor Newton, any more than Constantine the Great, if so much, doubted unity. The utmost range of their heresies reached only its personality. This persistence of thought inertia is the leading idea of modern history. Except as reflected in himself, man has no reason for assuming unity in the universe, or an ultimate substance, or a prime motor. The a priori insistence on this unity ended by fatiguing the more active or reactive minds, and Lord Bacon tried to stop it. He urged society to lay aside the idea of evolving the universe from a thought, and to try evolving thought from the universe. The mind should observe and register forces, take them apart and put them together, without assuming unity at all. Quote, "Nature, to be commanded, must be obeyed. The imagination must be given not wings, but weights." End quote. As Galileo reversed the action of earth and sun, Bacon reversed the relation of thought to force. The mind was thenceforth to follow the movement of matter, and unity must be left to shift for itself. The revolution in attitude seemed voluntary, but in fact was as mechanical as the fall of a feather. Man created nothing. After 1500, the speed of progress so rapidly surpassed man's gait as to alarm everyone, as though it were the acceleration of a falling body which the dynamic theory takes it to be. Lord Bacon was as much astonished by it as the Church was, and with reason. Suddenly society felt itself dragged into situations altogether new and anarchic, situations which it could not affect, but which painfully affected it. Instinct taught it that the universe in its thought must be in danger when its reflection lost itself in space. The danger was all the greater because men of science covered it with larger synthesis, and poets called the undevout astronomer mad. Society knew better. Yet the telescope held it rigidly standing on its head. The microscope revealed a universe that defied the senses. Gunpowder killed whole races that lagged behind. The compass coerced the most imbruted mariner to act on the impossible idea that the earth was round. The press drenched Europe with anarchism. Europe saw itself violently resisting, wrenched into false positions, drawn along new lines as a fish that is caught on a hook, but unable to understand by what force it was controlled. The resistance was often bloody, sometimes humorous, always constant. Its contortions in the 18th century are best studied in the wit of Voltaire. But all history and all philosophy, from Montaigne and Pascal to Schopenhauer and Nietzsche, deal with nothing else. And still, throughout it all, the Baconian law held good. Thought did not evolve nature, but nature evolved thought. Not one considerable man of science dared face the stream of thought, and the whole number of those who acted, like Franklin, as electric conductors of the new forces from nature to man, down to the year 1800, did not exceed a few score, confined to a few towns in Western Europe. Asia refused to be touched by the stream, and America, except for Franklin, stood outside. Very slowly the accretion of these new forces, chemical and mechanical, grew in volume until they acquired sufficient mass to take the place of the old religious science, substituting their attraction for the attractions of the Civitas Dei. But the process remained the same. Nature, not mind, did the work that the sun does on the planets. Man depended more and more absolutely on forces other than his own, and on instruments which superseded his senses. Bacon foretold it. Quote, "Neither the naked hand nor the understanding, left to itself, can effect much. It is by instruments and helps that the work is done." End quote. Once done, the mind resumed its illusion, and society forgot its impotence. but no one better than Bacon knew its tricks, and for his true followers science always meant self-restraint, obedience, sensitiveness to impulse from without. Non figendum aut excogitandum, sed inveniendum quid natura faciet aut ferat. The success of this method staggers belief, and even today can be treated by history only as a miracle of growth, like the sports of nature. Evidently a new variety of mind had appeared. Certain men merely held out their hands, like Newton watched an apple, like Franklin flew a kite, like Watt played with a tea-kettle, and great forces of nature stuck to them as though she were playing ball. Governments did almost nothing but resist. Even gunpowder and ordnance, the great weapon of government, showed little development between 1400 and 1800. Society was hostile or indifferent, as Priestley and Jenner and even Fulton, with reason, complained in the most advanced societies in the world, while its resistance became acute wherever the Church held control, until all mankind seemed to draw itself out in a long series of groups, dragged on by an attractive power in advance, which even the leaders obeyed without understanding, as the planets obeyed gravity or the trees obeyed heat and light. The influx of new force was nearly spontaneous. The reaction of mind on the mass of nature seemed not greater than that of a comet on the sun, and had the spontaneous influx of force stopped in Europe, society must have stood still, or gone backward, as in Asia or Africa. Then only economies of process would have counted as new force, and society would have been better pleased, for the idea that new force must be in itself a good is only an animal or vegetable instinct. As nature developed her hidden energies, they tended to become destructive. Thought itself became tortured, suffering reluctantly, impatiently, painfully, the coercion of new method. Easy thought had always been movement of inertia, and mostly mere sentiment, but even the processes of mathematics measured feebly the needs of force. The stupendous acceleration after 1800 ended in 1900 with the appearance of the new class of supersensual forces, before which the man of science stood at first as bewildered and helpless as, in the 4th century, a priest of Isis before the cross of Christ. This, then, or something like this, would be a dynamic formula of history. Any schoolboy knows enough to object at once that it is the oldest and most universal of all theories. Church and state, theology and philosophy have always preached it, differing only in the allotment of energy between nature and man. Whether the attractive energy has been called God or nature, the mechanism has always been the same, and history is not obliged to decide whether the ultimate tends to a purpose or not, or whether ultimate energy is one or many. Everyone admits that the will is a free force, habitually decided by motives. No one denies that motives exist adequate to decide the will, even though it may not always be conscious of them. Science has proved that forces, sensible and occult, physical and metaphysical, simple and complex, surround, traverse, vibrate, rotate, repel, attract without stop, that man's senses are conscious of few, and only in a partial degree, but that from the beginning of organic existence his consciousness has been induced, expanded, trained in the lines of his sensitiveness, and that the rise of his faculties from a lower power to a higher, or from a narrower to a wider field, may be due to the function of assimilating and storing outside force or forces. There is nothing unscientific in the idea that beyond the lines of force felt by the senses, the universe may be, as it has always been, either a supersensuous chaos or a divine unity, which irresistibly attracts, and is either life or death to penetrate. Thus far, religion, philosophy, and science seem to go hand in hand. The schools begin their vital battle only there. In the earlier stages of progress, the forces to be assimilated were simple and easy to absorb, but as the mind of man enlarged its range, it enlarged the field of complexity, and must continue to do so, even into chaos, until the reservoirs of sensuous or supersensuous energies are exhausted, or cease to affect him, or until he succumbs to their excess. For past history, this way of grouping its sequences may answer for a chart of relations, although any serious student would need to invent another, to compare or correct its errors. But past history is only a value of relation to the future. and this value is wholly one of convenience, which can be tested only by experiment. Any law of movement must include, to make it a convenience, some mechanical formula of acceleration. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of The Education of Henry Adams by Henry Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34, A Law of Acceleration, 1904. Images are not arguments, rarely even lead to proof, but the mind craves them, and of late more than ever the keenest experimenters find 20 images better than one, especially if contradictory, since the human mind has already learned to deal in contradictions. The image needed here is that of a new center or preponderating mass, artificially introduced on earth in the midst of a system of attractive forces that previously made their own equilibrium, and constantly induced to accelerate its motion till it shall establish a new equilibrium. A dynamic theory would begin by assuming that all history, terrestrial or cosmic, mechanical or intellectual, would be reducible to this formula, if we knew the facts. For convenience, the most familiar image should come first, and this is probably that of the comet or meteoric streams, like the Leonids and Perseids, a complex of minute mechanical agencies reacting within and without, and guided by the sum of forces attracting or deflecting it. Nothing forbids one to assume that the man meteorite might grow as an acorn does, absorbing light, heat, electricity, or thought. For in recent times such transference of energy has become a familiar idea. But the simplest figure at first is that of a perfect comet, say that of 1843, which drops from space in a straight line, at the regular acceleration of speed, directly into the sun, and after wheeling sharply about it, in heat that ought to dissipate any known substance, turns back unharmed, in defiance of law, by the path on which it came. The mind, by analogy, may figure as such a comet, the better because it also defies law. Motion is the ultimate object of science, and measures of motion are many, but with thought, as with matter, the true measure is mass in its astronomic sense, the sum or difference of attractive forces. Science has quite enough trouble in measuring its material motions without volunteering help to the historian, but the historian needs not much help to measure some kinds of social movement, and especially in the 19th century, society by common accord agreed in measuring its progress by coal output. The ratio of increase in the volume of coal power may serve as dynamometer. The coal output of the world, speaking roughly, doubled every 10 years between 1840 and 1900 in the form of utilized power, for the ton of coal yielded 3 or 4 times as much power in 1900 as in 1840. Rapid as this rate of acceleration in volume seems, it may be tested in 1,000 ways without greatly reducing it. Perhaps the ocean steamer is nearest unity and easiest to measure, for anyone might hire in 1905, for a small sum of money, the use of 30,000 steam horsepower to cross the ocean, and by halving this figure every 10 years, he got back to 234 horsepower for 1835, which was accurate enough for his purposes. In truth, his chief trouble came not from the ratio in volume of heat, but from the intensity, since he could get no basis for a ratio there. All ages of history have known high intensities, like the iron furnace, the burning glass, the blowpipe, but no society has ever used high intensities on any large scale till now, nor can a mere bystander decide what range of temperature is now in common use. Loosely guessing that science controls habitually the whole range, from absolute 0 to 3,000 degrees centigrade, one might assume, for convenience, that the 10-year ratio for volume could be used temporarily for intensity, and still there remained a ratio to be guessed for other forces than heat. Since 1800, scores of new forces had been discovered. Old forces had been raised to higher powers, as could be measured in the navy gun. Great regions of chemistry had been opened up and connected with other regions of physics. Within 10 years a new universe of force had been revealed in radiation. Complexity had extended itself on immense horizons, and arithmetical ratios were useless for any attempt at accuracy. The force evolved seemed more like explosion than gravitation, and followed closely the curve of steam. But, at all events, the 10-year ratio seemed carefully conservative. Unless the calculator was prepared to be instantly overwhelmed by physical force and mental complexity, he must stop there. Thus, taking the year 1900 as the starting point for carrying back the series, nothing was easier than to assume a 10-year period of retardation as far back as 1820. But beyond that point the statistician failed, and only the mathematician could help. Laplace would have found it child's play to fix a ratio of progression in mathematical science between Descartes, Leibniz, Newton, and himself. Watt could have given in pounds the increase of power between Newcomen's engines and his own. Volta and Benjamin Franklin would have stated their progress as absolute creation of power. Dalton could have measured minutely his advance on Boerhaave. Napoleon I must have had a distinct notion of his own numerical relation to Louis XIV. No one in 1789 doubted the progress of force, least of all those who were to lose their heads by it. Pending agreement between these authorities, theory may assume what it likes, say a 50 or even a 5 and 20 year of reduplication for the 18th century, for the period matters little until the acceleration itself is admitted. The subject is even more amusing in the 17th than in the 18th century, because Galileo and Kepler, Descartes, Huygens, and Isaac Newton took vast pains to fix the laws of acceleration for moving bodies, while Lord Bacon and William Harvey were content with showing experimentally the fact of acceleration in knowledge. For from their combined results a historian might be tempted to maintain a similar rate of movement back to 1600, subject to correction from the historians of mathematics. The mathematicians might carry their calculations back as far as the 14th century, when algebra seems to have become, for the first time, the standard measure of mechanical progress in Western Europe, for not only Copernicus and Tycho Brahe, but even artists like Leonardo, Michelangelo, and Albert Dürer worked by mathematical processes, and their testimony would probably give results more exact than that of Montaigne or Shakespeare. But to save trouble, one might tentatively carry back the same ratio of acceleration or retardation to the year 1400, with the help of Columbus and Gutenberg, so taking a uniform rate during the whole 4 centuries, 1400 to 1800, and leaving to statisticians the task of correcting it. Or, better, one might for convenience use the formula of squares to serve for a law of mind. Any other formula would do as well, either of chemical explosion or electrolysis, or vegetable growth, or of expansion or contraction in innumerable forms. But this happens to be simple and convenient. Its force increases in the direct ratio of its squares. As the human meteoroid approached the sun, or center of attractive force, the attraction of one century squared itself to give the measure of attraction in the next. Behind the year 1400 the process certainly went on. But the progress becomes so slight as to be hardly measurable. What was gained in the East or elsewhere cannot be known, but forces, called loosely Greek fire and gunpowder, came into use in the West in the 13th century, as well as instruments like the compass, the blowpipe, clocks and spectacles, and materials like paper. Arabic notation and algebra were introduced, while metaphysics and theology acted as violent stimulants to mind. An architect might detect a sequence between the Church of St. Peter's at Rome, the Amiens Cathedral, the Duomo at Pisa, San Marco at Venice, Sancta Sophia at Constantinople, and the churches at Ravenna. All the historian dares affirm is that a sequence is manifestly there, and he has a right to carry back his ratio to represent the fact, without assuming its numerical correctness. On the human mind as a moving body, the break in acceleration in the Middle Ages is only apparent. The attraction worked through shifting forms of force, as the sun works by light or heat, electricity, gravitation, or what not, on different organs with different sensibilities, but with invariable law. The science of prehistoric man has no value except to prove that the law went back into indefinite antiquity. A stone arrowhead is as convincing as a steam engine. The values were as clear 100,000 years ago as now, and extended equally over the whole world. The motion at last became infinitely slight, but cannot be proved to have stopped. The motion of Newton's comet at aphelion might be equally slight. To evolutionists may be left the processes of evolution. To historians, the single interest is the law of reaction between force and force, between mind and nature, the law of progress. The great division of history into phases by Turgot and Comte first affirmed this law in its outlines by asserting the unity of progress, for a mere phase interrupts no growth, and nature shows innumerable such phases. The development of coal power in the 19th century furnished the first means of assigning closer values to the elements, and the appearance of supersensual forces toward 1900 made this calculation a pressing necessity, since the next step became infinitely serious. A law of acceleration, definite and constant as any law of mechanics, cannot be supposed to relax its energy to suit the convenience of man. No one is likely to suggest a theory that man's convenience has been consulted by nature at any time, or that nature has consulted the convenience of any of her creations, except perhaps the terebratula. In every age man has bitterly and justly complained that nature hurried and hustled him, for inertia almost invariably has ended in tragedy. Resistance is its law, and resistance to superior mass is futile and fatal. 50 years ago science took for granted that the rate of acceleration could not last. The world forgets quickly, but even today the habit remains of founding statistics on the faith that consumption will continue nearly stationary. 2 generations, with John Stuart Mill, talked of this stationary period, which was to follow the explosion of new power. All the men who were elderly in the 40s died in this faith, and other men grew old nursing the same conviction, and happy in it, while science for 50 years permitted or encouraged society to think that force would prove to be limited in supply. This mental inertia of science lasted through the 80s before showing signs of breaking up, and nothing short of radium fairly wakened men to the fact, long since evident, that force was inexhaustible. Even then the scientific authorities vehemently resisted. Nothing so revolutionary had happened since the year 300. Thought had more than once been upset, but never caught and whirled about in the vortex of infinite forces. Power leaped from every atom, and enough of it to supply the stellar universe showed itself running to waste at every pore of matter. Man could no longer hold it off. Forces grasped his wrists and flung him about as though he had hold of a live wire or a runaway automobile, which was very nearly the exact truth for the purposes of an elderly and timid single gentleman in Paris, who never drove down the Champs-Élysées without expecting an accident, and commonly witnessing one, or found himself in the neighborhood of an official without calculating the chances of a bomb. So long as the rate of progress held good, these bombs would double in force and number every 10 years. Impossibilities no longer stood in the way. One's life had fattened on impossibilities. Before the boy was 6 years old he had seen 4 impossibilities made actual: the ocean steamer, the railway, the electric telegraph, and the daguerreotype. Nor could he ever learn which of the 4 had most hurried others to come. He had seen the coal output of the United States grow from nothing to 300 million tons or more. What was far more serious, he had seen the number of minds engaged in pursuing force, the truest measure of its attraction, increase from a few scores or hundreds in 1838 to many thousands in 1905, trained to sharpness never before reached, and armed with instruments amounting to new senses of indefinite power and accuracy, while they chased force into hiding places where nature herself had never known it to be, making analyses that contradicted being, and syntheses that endangered the elements. No one could say that the social mind now failed to respond to new force, even when the new force annoyed it horribly. Every day nature violently revolted, causing so-called accidents with enormous destruction of property and life, while plainly laughing at man, who helplessly groaned and shrieked and shuddered, but never for a single instant could stop. The railways alone approached the carnage of war. Automobiles and firearms ravaged society until an earthquake became almost a nervous relaxation. An immense volume of force had detached itself from the unknown universe of energy, while still vaster reservoirs, supposed to be infinite, steadily revealed themselves, attracting mankind with more compulsive course than all the Pontic seas, or gods, or gold that ever existed, and feeling still less of retiring ebb. In 1850 science would have smiled at such romance as this, but in 1900, as far as history could learn, few men of science thought it a laughing matter. If a perplexed but laborious follower could venture to guess their drift, it seemed in their minds a toss-up between anarchy and order. Unless they should be more honest with themselves in the future than they ever were in the past, they would be more astonished than their followers when they reached the end. If Karl Pearson's notions of the universe were sound, men like Galileo, Descartes, Leibniz, and Newton should have stopped the progress of science before 1700, supposing them to have been honest in their religious convictions. In 1900 they were plainly forced back on faith in a unity unproved and an order they had themselves disproved. They had reduced their universe to a series of relations to themselves. They had reduced themselves to motion in a universe of motions, with an acceleration, in their own case, of vertiginous violence. With the correctness of their science, history had no right to meddle, since their science now lay in a plane where scarcely 100 or 200 minds in the world could follow its mathematical processes. But bombs educate vigorously, and even wireless telegraphy or airships might require the reconstruction of society. If any analogy whatever existed between the human mind on one side and the laws of motion on the other, the mind had already entered a field of attraction so violent that it must immediately pass beyond into new equilibrium, like the comet of Newton, or suffer dissipation altogether, like meteoroids in the earth's atmosphere. If it behaved like an explosive, it must rapidly recover equilibrium. If it behaved like a vegetable, it must reach its limits of growth. And even if it acted like the earlier creations of energy, the saurians and sharks, it must have nearly reached the limits of its expansion. If science were to go on doubling or quadrupling its complexities every 10 years, even mathematics would soon succumb. An average mind had succumbed already in 1850. It could no longer understand the problem in 1900. Fortunately, a student of history had no responsibility for the problem. He took it as science gave it, and waited only to be taught. With science or with society he had no quarrel, and claimed no share of authority. He had never been able to acquire knowledge, still less to impart it, and if he had at times felt serious differences with the American of the 19th century, he felt none with the American of the 20th. For this new creation, born since 1900, a historian asked no longer to be teacher or even friend. He asked only to be pupil, and promised to be docile for once, even though trodden underfoot. For he could see that the new American, the child of incalculable coal power, chemical power, electric power, and radiating energy, as well as of new forces yet undetermined, must be a sort of god compared with any former creation of nature. At the rate of progress since 1800, every American who lived to the year 2000 would know how to control unlimited power. He would think in complexities unimaginable to an earlier mind. He would deal with problems altogether beyond the range of earlier society. To him the 19th century would stand on the same plane with the 4th, equally childlike, and he would only wonder how both of them, knowing so little and so weak in force, should have done so much. Perhaps he might even go back, in 1964, to sit with Gibbon on the steps of Ara Coeli. Meanwhile he was getting an education. With that, a teacher who had failed to educate even the generation of 1870 dared not interfere. The new forces would educate. History saw few lessons in the past that would be useful in the future, but one, at least, it did see. The attempt of the American of 1800 to educate the American of 1900 had not often been surpassed for folly, and since 1800 the forces and their complications had increased 1,000 times or more. The attempt of the American of 1900 to educate the American of 2000 must be even blinder than that of the Congressman of 1800, except so far as he had learned his ignorance. During 1 million or 2 of years, every generation in turn had toiled with endless agony to attain and apply power, all the while betraying the deepest alarm and horror at the power they created. The teacher of 1900, if foolhardy, might stimulate; if foolish, might resist; if intelligent, might balance, as wise and foolish have often tried to do from the beginning. But the forces would continue to educate, and the mind would continue to react. All the teacher could hope was to teach it reaction. Even there his difficulty was extreme. The most elementary books of science betrayed the inadequacy of old implements of thought. Chapter after chapter closed with phrases such as one never met in older literature. The cause of this phenomenon is not understood. Science no longer ventures to explain causes. The first step toward a causal explanation still remains to be taken. Opinions are very much divided, in spite of the contradictions involved. Science gets on only by adopting different theories, sometimes contradictory. Evidently, the new American would need to think in contradictions, and instead of Kant's famous 4 antimonies, the new universe would know no law that could not be proved by its anti-law. To educate oneself, to begin with, had been the effort of one's life for 60 years, and the difficulties of education had gone on doubling with the coal output, until the prospect of waiting another 10 years in order to face a 7th doubling of complexities allured one's imagination but slightly. The law of acceleration was definite, and did not require 10 years more study except to show whether it held good. No scheme could be suggested to the new American, and no fault needed to be found or complaint made. But the next great influx of new forces seemed near at hand, and its style of education promised to be violently coercive. The movement from unity into multiplicity, between 1200 and 1900, was unbroken in sequence and rapid in acceleration. Prolonged one generation longer, it would require a new social mind. As though thought were common salt in indefinite solution, it must enter a new phase, subject to new laws. Thus far, since 5 or 10,000 years, the mind had successfully reacted, and nothing yet proved that it would fail to react. But it would need to jump. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of The Education of Henry Adams by Henry Adams. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. Nunc Age, 1905. Nearly 40 years had passed since the ex-private secretary landed at New York with the ex-ministers Adams and Motley, when they saw American society as a long caravan stretching out toward the plains. As he came up the bay again, November 5, 1904, an older man than either his father or Motley in 1868, he found the approach more striking than ever, wonderful, unlike anything man had ever seen, and like nothing he had ever much cared to see. The outline of the city became frantic in its effort to explain something that defied meaning. Power seemed to have outgrown its servitude and to have asserted its freedom. The cylinder had exploded and thrown great masses of stone and steam against the sky. The city had the air and movement of hysteria, and the citizens were crying in every accent of anger and alarm that the new forces must at any cost be brought under control. Prosperity never before imagined, power never yet wielded by man, speed never reached by anything but a meteor, had made the world irritable, nervous, querulous, unreasonable, and afraid. All New York was demanding new men, and all the new forces, condensed into corporations, were demanding a new type of man, a man with 10 times the endurance, energy, will, and mind of the old type, for whom they were ready to pay millions at sight. As one jolted over the pavements or read the last week's newspapers, the new man seemed close at hand, for the old one had plainly reached the end of his strength, and his failure had become catastrophic. Everyone saw it, and every municipal election shrieked chaos. A traveller in the highways of history looked out of the club window on the turmoil of Fifth Street, and felt himself in Rome under Diocletian, witnessing the anarchy, conscious of the compulsion, eager for the solution, but unable to conceive whence the next impulse was to come, or how it was to act. The 2,000-year failure of Christianity roared upward from Broadway, and no Constantine the Great was in sight. Having nothing else to do, the traveller went on to Washington to wait the end. There Roosevelt was training Constantines and battling trusts. With the battle of trusts, a student of mechanics felt entire sympathy, not merely as a matter of politics or society, but also as a measure of motion. The trusts and corporations stood for the larger part of the new power that had been created since 1840, and were obnoxious because of their vigorous and unscrupulous energy. They were revolutionary, troubling all the old conventions and values, as the screws of ocean steamers must trouble a school of herring. They tore society to pieces and trampled it underfoot. As one of their earliest victims, a citizen of Quincy, born in 1838, had learned submission and silence, for he knew that under the laws of mechanics any change within the range of the forces must make his situation only worse. But he was beyond measure curious to see whether the conflict of forces would produce the new man, since no other energies seemed left on earth to breed. The new man could be only a child born of contact between the new and the old energies. Both had been familiar since childhood, as the story has shown, and neither had warped the umpire's judgment by its favors. If ever judge had reason to be impartial, it was he. The sole object of his interest and sympathy was the new man, and the longer one watched, the less could be seen of him. Of the forces behind the trusts one could see something. They owned a complete organization, with schools, training, wealth, and purpose. But of the forces behind Roosevelt one knew little. Their cohesion was slight, their training irregular, their objects vague. The public had no idea what practical system it could aim at, or what sort of men could manage it. The single problem before it was not so much to control the trusts as to create the society that could manage the trusts. The new American must be either the child of the new forces or a chance sport of nature. The attraction of mechanical power had already wrenched the American mind into a crab-like process which Roosevelt was making heroic efforts to restore to even action, and he had every right to active support and sympathy from all the world, especially from the trusts themselves, so far as they were human. But the doubt persisted whether the force that educated was really man or nature, mind or motion. The mechanical theory, mostly accepted by science, seemed to require that the law of mass should rule. In that case, progress would continue as before. In that or any other case, a 19th-century education was as useless or misleading as an 18th-century education had been to the child of 1838. But Adams had a better reason for holding his tongue. For his dynamic theory of history he cared no more than for the kinetic theory of gas. But if it were an approach to measurement of motion, it would verify or disprove itself within 30 years. At the calculated acceleration, the head of the meteor stream must very soon pass perihelion. Therefore, dispute was idle, discussion was futile, and silence, next to good temper, was the mark of sense. If the acceleration, measured by the development and economy of forces, were to continue at its rate since 1800, the mathematician of 1950 should be able to plot the past and future orbit of the human race as accurately as that of the November meteoroids. Naturally, such an attitude annoyed the players in the game, as the attitude of the umpire is apt to infuriate the spectators. Above all, it was profoundly unmoral and tended to discourage effort. On the other hand, it tended to encourage foresight and to economize waste of mind. If it was not itself education, it pointed out the economies necessary for the education of the new American. There the duty stopped. There, too, life stopped. Nature has educated herself to a singular sympathy for death. On the Antarctic glacier, nearly 5,000 feet above sea level, Captain Scott found carcasses of seals, where the animals had laboriously flopped up to die in peace. Quote, "Unless we had actually found these remains, it would have been past believing that a dying seal could have transported itself over 50 miles of rough, steep glacier surface. But the seal seems often to crawl to the shore or to the ice to die, probably from its instinctive dread of its marine enemies." End quote. In India, Purun Dass, at the end of statesmanship, sought solitude, and died in sanctity among the deer and monkeys rather than remain with man. Even in America, the Indian summer of life should be a little sunny and a little sad, like the season, and infinite in wealth and depth of tone, but never hustled. For that reason, one's own passive obscurity seemed sometimes nearer nature than John Hay's exposure. To the normal animal the instinct of sport is innate, and historians themselves were not exempt from the passion of baiting their bears. But in its turn even the seal dislikes to be worried to death in age by creatures that have not the strength or the teeth to kill him outright. On reaching Washington, November 14, 1904, Adams saw at a glance that Hay must have rest. Already Mrs. Hay had bade him prepare to help in taking her husband to Europe as soon as the session should be over, and although Hay protested that the idea could not even be discussed, his strength failed so rapidly that he could not effectually discuss it, and ended by yielding without struggle. He would equally have resigned office and retired, like Purun Dass, had not the President and the press protested. But he often debated the subject, and his friends could throw no light on it. Adams himself, who had set his heart on seeing Hay close his career by making peace in the East, could only urge that vanity for vanity, the crown of peacemaker was worth the cross of martyrdom. But the cross was in full sight, while the crown was still uncertain. Adams found his formula for the Russian inertia exasperatingly correct. He thought that Russia should have negotiated instantly on the fall of Port Arthur, January 1, 1905. He found that she had not the energy, but meant to wait till her navy should be destroyed. The delay measured precisely the time that Hay had to spare. The close of the session on March 4th left him barely the strength to crawl on board ship, March 18th, and before his steamer had reached half her course he had revived, almost as gay as when he first lighted on the Marco house in I Street 44 years earlier. The clouds that gather round the setting sun do not always take a sober colouring from eyes that have kept watch on mortality, or, at least, the sobriety is sometimes scarcely sad. One walks with one's friends squarely up to the portal of life, and bids good-bye with a smile. One has done it so often. Hay could scarcely pace the deck. He nourished no illusions. He was convinced that he should never return to his work, and he talked lightly of the death sentence that he might any day expect. But he threw off the colouring of office and mortality together, and the malaria of power left its only trace in the sense of tasks incomplete. One could honestly help him there. Laughing frankly at his dozen treaties hung up in the Senate committee room like lambs in a butcher's shop, one could still remind him of what was solidly completed. In his 8 years of office he had solved nearly every old problem of American statesmanship, and had left little or nothing to annoy his successor. He had brought the great Atlantic powers into a working system, and even Russia seemed about to be dragged into a combine of intelligent equilibrium based on an intelligent allotment of activities. For the first time in 1500 years a true Roman pax was in sight, and would, if it succeeded, owe its virtues to him. Except for making peace in Manchuria, he could do no more, and if the worst should happen, setting continent against continent in arms, the only apparent alternative to his scheme, he need not repine at missing the catastrophe. This rosy view served to soothe disgusts which every parting statesman feels, and commonly with reason. One had no need to get out one's notebook in order to jot down the exact figures on either side. Why add up the elements of resistance and anarchy? The Kaiser supplied him with these figures just as the Cretic approached Morocco. Everyone was doing it, and seemed in a panic about it. The chaos waited only for his landing. Arrived at Genoa, the party hid itself for a fortnight at Nervi, and he gained strength rapidly as long as he made no effort and heard no call for action. Then they all went on to Nauheim without relapse. There, after a few days, Adams left him for the regular treatment, and came up to Paris. The medical reports promised well, and Hay's letters were as humorous and light-handed as ever. To the last he wrote cheerfully of his progress, and amusingly, with his usual light skepticism of his various doctors. But when the treatment ended, 3 weeks later, and he came on to Paris, he showed at the first glance that he had lost strength, and the return to affairs and interviews wore him rapidly out. He was conscious of it, and in his last talk before starting for London and Liverpool he took the end of his activity for granted. "You must hold out for the peace negotiations," was the remonstrance. "I've not time," he replied. "You'll need little time," was the rejoinder. Each was correct. There it ended. Shakespeare himself could use no more than the commonplace to express what is incapable of expression. The rest is silence. The few familiar words, among the simplest in the language, conveying an idea trite beyond rivalry, served Shakespeare, and as yet no one has said more. A few weeks afterwards, one warm evening in early July, as Adams was strolling down to dine under the trees at Armenonville, he learned that Hay was dead. He expected it. On Hay's account he was even satisfied to have his friend die, as we would all die if we could, in full fame, at home and abroad, universally regretted and wielding his power to the last. One had seen scores of emperors and heroes fade into cheap obscurity even when alive, and now at least one had not that to fear for one's friend. It was not even the suddenness of the shock or the sense of void that threw Adams into the depths of Hamlet's Shakespearean silence, in the full flare of Paris frivolity, in its favourite haunt, where worldly vanity reached its most futile climax in human history. It was only the quiet summons to follow, the assent to dismissal. It was time to go. The three friends had begun life together, and the last of the three had no motive, no attraction, to carry it on after the others had gone. Education had ended for all three, and only beyond some remoter horizon could its values be fixed or renewed. Perhaps some day, say 1938, their centenary, they might be allowed to return together for a holiday, to see the mistakes of their own lives made clear in the light of the mistakes of their successors. And perhaps then, for the first time since man began his education among the carnivores, they would find a world that sensitive and timid natures could regard without a shudder. End of Chapter 35, and End of the Education of Henry Adams, by Henry Adams.